following is a chapter reading by the Worm Audiobook Project. Please support the original author at parahumans.wordpress.com. Thank you and enjoy.
Francis! The word was an admonishment. Where do you think you're going with that? He hung his head. The luggage he was hauling behind him was on wheels, but he propped it up so it stood straight, sticking his hands into his coat pockets. He reluctantly turned to face his mother. We have family over. Your Uncle Felix came all the way from California. I think they might want to spend some time with you this Christmas. You arranged that. I made these plans weeks ago. I told you about them. Nothing that involved luggage. She folded her arms. Olive-skinned, with a hawkish expression, his mother managed to look intimidating, even though she was an inch shorter than him. He bent down and placed the luggage flat on the ground. He unzipped it and opened it for her to see. She sighed. It's not a productive pastime. I'd say it's pretty productive. We stand to make a pretty decent amount here. You're going to make money. We already are. But the thing is, depending on how today goes, we could make a lot more. You're dissembling, Francis? He cringed, more at hearing his name than in response to the accusation. I was going to save it for an announcement in front of the family tonight after we see how it goes. We have stuff to hash out first, and it probably won't be pretty. She gestured for him to go on. He frowned. We're on the verge of getting a sponsorship. It's pretty generous too. Even split between the 5 members of the team, and it's an addition to what we already make. Contracts just for 1 year, and if we prove ourselves, show we can hold our own, we could get a bigger, better contract when we renew the terms next year. This sounds a little too good to be true. We're good, Mum. Ridiculously good. The sponsors have been talking about us being on the international stage. And just who is us? This is starting to feel like an interrogation. It should. Who's on the team? Well, there's 2 answers to that question. Francis. She made it sound like a warning. You don't know all of them. Mm-hmm. Is your alleged girlfriend in this group? He nodded. Yeah. Her, Miss Newland's daughter. Oh, lovely. No, she's cool. Then there's this girl named Jess. There's Cody and Luke. You left yourself out. He smiled sheepishly. You're not in the group? Yet. Like I said, we have stuff to hash out, he said. He tried to force the smile from his face and failed. It's dangerous to mix business and friendship. I'm being careful. She gave him a sharp look. Really? Go. Be back by 2. Can't. Going to take all day. I'll be back 7:30ish. 7. If you're late for dinner, I'm taking your biggest present back to the store for a refund. I don't know how long it'll take. I can't make any promises, and all this is kind of important to me. Then decide if it's worth losing the present. He rolled his eyes. I guess it is. Love you, Mum. Go. Get lost. She smiled as she said it. He zipped up his luggage and headed outside. It was crisp. Fat snowflakes drifted down from above. He tugged his scarf tighter and headed out, the bottom edge of the luggage wiping out his footprints behind him, the wheels serving as the only trace of his passing. His breath fogged up in the air, making the scarf damp around his mouth. This moisture, in turn, froze, making the fabric of his scarf stiff. It wasn't a short walk to the bus stop, and getting the luggage onto the bus was a chore. It didn't help that it was crowded, packed with men, women, and children eager to finish their Christmas shopping. He should have felt bad about the awkwardness of having his luggage there, getting in people's way as they got on the bus, but he didn't. A part of him thrived on being annoying. He liked to think it nourished him. He even felt a little smug. He finished his shopping in September. Half of his motivation had been to avoid the hassle, half was so he could lord it over his friends and family. Getting off the bus with his luggage was twice as hard as getting on. He made his way into the coffee shop and scanned the crowd. He saw her, but he didn't hurry to her side. Instead, he spent a moment standing by the door, watching as she stood at the end of the short line. Her cheeks were red from the cold, and the snowflakes had melted into droplets on her eyelashes. Some flakes still clung persistently to her straight brown hair. She made her way to the front and ordered. While she waited, she dabbed at the snow, wiping her eyes and hair, and then tucked her hat into her pocket. Seeing her rub her cheeks to warm them, he felt an urge to hold her as tight as she could bear, to feel her cold cheek against his, to warm her with his body and to let her warm him in turn. It caught him off guard in its suddenness and intensity. He took a deep breath and crossed the coffee shop to wait by the far end of the counter. He jammed one hand in his pocket, as if that could keep him from following through on the impulse. After a few seconds he pulled it out again. He did have self-control. Her face lit up as she saw him. He, in turn, snapped a smart salute. "Captain Noel, ma'am." "Don't," she blushed. "People are going to stare." "I don't mind." "I do." He smiled and led the way to the nearest empty table. He used one foot to slide the luggage bag against the wall and then pulled her chair out for her. "I can't tell if you're being a gentleman or if you're trying to sweeten me up for this talk of ours." "I'll take that as a good thing. It means I still get the brownie points, but you won't be hard on me to make up for the fact that I'm being conniving." "I should." "Besides, it's my prerogative to treat you well, right?" She smiled a little and took another sip of coffee. "We are boyfriend and girlfriend?" he asked. He could see the smile fall from her face. He hurried to speak before she could protest. "Probationary boyfriend and girlfriend. You know you can still break this off at any time, right? Don't give a second thought to my feelings." "That's not it. I like you, Kraus." Francis Kraus felt something jolt inside him. It was like surprise, but not. He already knew she liked him, but hearing it said, he felt his face warming up and distracted himself by untucking and folding his scarf. Finding himself unable to look directly at her, as embarrassed at his own embarrassment as anything else, he replied, "I like you too." I worry I'm not being fair. We don't actually... We do what we want to do, right? We enjoy each other's company." "Yeah." She sipped at her coffee again, and put it down to rub her hands for a second. "I enjoy your company." Tentatively, he reached out and placed his hand over hers. Cold. He reached out with his other hand and placed it under hers to help warm it. "Look at this! Kraus is being sweet," a girl said. He turned in his seat to see the others. Marissa wore a pristine white jacket with a fur ruff. Between her delicate features and the way her blonde hair glittered with the moisture of the snow, she looked almost angelic. Luke was almost the opposite. Grungy, mismatched, dressed in layers, with a plaid green button-up shirt under a blue jacket and a red t-shirt beneath that. His beard was a thin teenage scruff. He bumped fists with Kraus before sitting down. Kraus was almost embarrassed to realize he was doing something so stereotypically cool. It had started as something they did ironically and turned into habit. Jess was the last to join them, navigating between the chairs, tables, and other customers, making sharp turns as she wheeled herself to the table. Her hair was shaggy, she had 3 piercings in one ear, and thick eyeliner around her eyes. A shopping bag sat in her lap, and more were hooked over the handles of her wheelchair. "I'm sorry, Jess." Noelle apologized the second the girl arrived. "We should have found a table closer to the door." "She keeps saying she doesn't want us to treat her different," Kraus said, shrugging. "Don't see why we should have." Jess gave him the finger. "There's a middle ground that lies between being an asshole and being so accommodating that you make me feel like a freak. The others have found that middle ground. I don't see why you can't." "I'm doing exactly what you asked for and not treating you any different than I'd treat a non-cripple." All right, Marissa said. "Let's not get into another argument. We're short on time." Noelle nodded. "We don't have long before we have to get ready, and we really should figure out what we're doing. You guys got my emails?" Marissa sighed, the mood changing in a flash. "Yeah." There were nods from the others. Kraus stayed very still, watching them. "This makes things complicated," Luke said. "You're in charge, though, so you get the final say." Noelle made a face. "I know, but the problem was we're not just teammates, we're friends. And you guys know that Kraus and I are dating. That complicates things. I don't think I have the perspective to make the call on my own. I put my thoughts in the emails. I'm just hoping you guys can give me some direction. If you say we shouldn't...
No. The shitty thing is that the logic is sound, Luke said. No offense, Kraus, but this would be a lot easier if you sucked and we could kick you to the curb.
Kraus shrugged.
Luke went on. Look, if we were talking about staying local, being casual about this, or even sticking to the national level, we'd keep Cody. He's reliable, but he's not at the level we need if we're actually going international. He's boring, he doesn't have fans, he won't get any future sponsors interested. To top it off, he's too traditional. He won't surprise our opponents, they know how to deal with people like him.
Noel nodded. Say what you will about Kraus, like how he's crap when it comes to calling shots. Hey. Or even the fact that he's prone to ignoring orders if he thinks it'll help us. He's right, so long as it's just him operating solo, but yeah. The thing is, if we're talking about the big picture, international recognition and going head-to-head with the best in the world, Kraus has the natural ability to change things up, so we can adapt our strategies to whatever they're able to pull off. And he has fans, Jess said. As many as any two of us combined. Kraus couldn't help but smirk.
As a call for the good of the team, it makes sense. But in terms of our friendship, well, Cody's going to be hurt. He put in a lot of effort helping us get to this point. He's my friend, just like Kraus is. This is a pretty big betrayal, kicking the guy off the team right before we get our sponsorship.
Will the sponsor be okay with this? Jess asked. As long as we prove we're ready this afternoon, Noel said. You know the arguments Cody's going to make, Marissa said. Yeah. Can I say something? Kraus asked. He could see them glancing at one another, trying to decide. So long as it's helpful, Jess replied. Look, Cody is a type A personality. Like Marissa. He saw Marissa's expression change and added, I don't mean that in a bad way. Marissa and Cody are training the hardest and practicing the most. That's respectable. The difference is, well, we've all seen how much time Cody puts in, and I think he's hit his ceiling, and he knows it. He's not keeping up, and I don't know how much he's going to improve over the coming months or years. And me? Marissa asked. I don't know how close you are to hitting the ceiling, but you have natural talent and ability that Cody doesn't. I would have zero worries with you backing me up, even on the world stage. She pursed her lips. Anyways, we're talking about Cody. He's not improving. If I'm on the team, I'm going to work harder. I'm going to improve in every department, and I fully expect you guys to kick my ass to make me do it. And I've been pretty excellent already.
If you fuck this up for us, you know we'll never let you live it down, Luke said.
Of course.
Luke sighed and said, I'm caught between two friends, so I can only make this call in terms of the team and in terms of the business. I think we should go with Kraus. He'll put in the work, and we all know he's good. Some practice and we'll get everything coordinated, and we'll be far stronger for it.
There were nods all around. Luke continued. Kraus was saying that Cody and Marissa are type A personalities. He's not wrong. Marissa's who she is because of the mega bitch. Marissa frowned, but she didn't argue the point. And Cody's who he is because he can't stand to lose.
So how's he going to react if he finds that he's been bumped for Kraus?
Nobody responded. It was too easy to imagine. We're in agreement, then? Noelle asked. She was hunched over her coffee, both hands wrapped around it for warmth. She didn't look happy. Last chance for objections, or to say you're having second thoughts. I won't be angry if you do. Did she want there to be a good argument against this, so there wouldn't be a confrontation? Nobody spoke up. Let's go deliver the bad news, then. While Kraus and Jess navigated their way past the maze of tables and chairs, Marissa hurried to the front counter and ordered. She joined them outside a minute later, handing one donut to Noelle, who accepted it with a roll of her eyes. They'd chosen the donut shop because it was only a block away from Luke's apartment. It made for a short walk to their destination. Kraus, you want to take the elevator with Jess? Rest of us will take the stairs? Noelle offered. She turned to Luke. Cody here already?
Probably. My brother said he'd stick around long enough to let him in before he went shopping.
So you want to break the news to him without me there? Kraus said. Noelle and Luke nodded in unison. All right, Kraus agreed. Kraus is being cooperative? Jess commented, quirking an eyebrow. I'm impressed and a little unnerved. He smiled at that, and he looked to Noelle as he said, Good luck. A moment later, it was just him and Jess in the lobby, along with two elderly couples who were sitting in the chairs in the mini-lounge by the doors, talking.
You must be nervous, Jess said.
Never,
he smirked. See, I have you figured out. You have a tell when you're lying.
Sure.
The more overconfident you act, the more nervous you are. And when you're feeling down, you poke at people, provoke them. I think you get some validation out of it. Like, if you can test people and they're still your friends after, you can feel confident in that friendship.
Oh, seems like you spent a lot of time thinking about me. Maybe a little bit of a crush there, huh? Unrequited love? She broke into laughter, too sudden and hearty to be anything but genuine. He shook his head a little and let her go first into the elevator before following with his luggage. What? He started speaking, but he stopped when she broke into another fit of giggles. Come on now. The thing was, he mused, Jess would probably be a good match for him. She was probably the best when it came to keeping him in line, keeping him real, and calling him on his shit. She wasn't bad looking either. But she was in a wheelchair, and though he sort of wished he could be the kind of person who could take that in stride, he had to admit he wasn't. Then there was Marissa, the most attractive member of their group by far. Nobody would deny it. Tall, blonde, slim, with a body honed by years of dancing and ballet. She was good-looking enough that it was intimidating. Odd as it was, nobody in the group had asked her out as far as he knew. Marissa's mother played a part in that. Nobody wanted to deal with the mega bitch. Noelle, oddly enough, had been the girl they'd fought over the most. It was odd because she didn't have Marissa's head-turning beauty or Jess's confidence. It made her more approachable in a strange way, up until the point where Noelle had shut down any and all advances. Getting close to her had been a slow process, one with a lot of missteps on his part and skittishness on hers. He had a sense of what the story was behind that. Marissa knew too, by all indications, but he hadn't asked. That was Noelle's private story, to be shared when she was ready. The moment the elevator doors parted, he could hear the shouting. You assholes! I didn't want him on the team in the first place, and now you're replacing me with him? Calm down, Cody. Luke, ever reasonable. Shouting isn't going to help, and it'll bother the neighbours. He's manipulating you! He's a slimy creep, and you know this is exactly why he's dating Noelle. Or don't you find it a little suspect that they started dating almost right after we voted her captain? Krause glanced at Jess, who furrowed her brow as she looked up at him. They stepped out of the elevator and paused outside the door to Luke's apartment. Oliver and Chris were standing outside the door. A more different pair was hard to imagine. Chris was Marissa's friend. After Marissa had dropped all her old hobbies and joined the team, Chris was the only one of her friends who'd stuck around. Krause didn't see why, but Chris tended to have girls all over him. He was worlds different compared to Oliver, who was short, pear-shaped, his blonde hair cut in an unfortunate bowl style that wouldn't have suited someone 4 years younger. You idiots! Cody swore. You know he planned this. Asshole thinks he's so smart and you just feed that delusion. Chris mouthed the word. Wow. Cody, Noelle started. We talked it over. Without me! Because we knew you'd react like this, and we wanted to be sure we all agreed before we moved ahead. And I bet Krause was there, wasn't he? He was. Real fair. He kept his mouth shut, Noelle said. Not exactly true, Krause thought. He was still there. You think the others are going to say he sucks and he doesn't deserve a spot on the team while looking him in the eyes? It was Luke who answered him. Honestly, yeah, we would. The directness gave Cody pause. Krause decided to head inside. He found Luke, Marissa, and Noelle standing together against a red-faced Cody. You. Cody narrowed his eyes. You dick. I'm honestly sorry, Krause said. If there was a way for the deal to include all of us, I'd take it without question, but we can only have 5. But you have no problem stabbing me in the back for your own benefit. It's more for everyone's benefit. Except mine. Really, I am sorry. I know how hard you've worked. I worked twice as hard as anyone else. Cody stabbed a finger at Krause. 10 times as hard as you. And you're only about as good as Mars, Krause said, shrugging, jerking his thumb in Marissa's direction. And if I'm better than you while putting in as little effort as you say, how much better will I be when I'm trying? Cody clenched his fist, and Krause could tell he was about to swing. He grit his teeth and braced himself for the hit. Better to take it than... Cody. Luke cut in, putting himself between the two. You're pissed. You're allowed to be pissed.
I would be too if I was in your shoes. I thought we were friends, Cody replied. The emotion in his voice was raw enough to make Kraus cringe. We are, but this is business, and we need to get to business because we only have a little time to get ready. You can hit him, or you can stay. Pick one. Stay? And watch him make his debut? Cody asked, bitter. This isn't set in stone yet. If he fucks up today, if this doesn't work out, we're boned, Cody finished. No. We'll drop him and reinstate you. We'll apologize to our sponsors-to-be and we'll move ahead. So I hit him, or I stay and watch him crash and burn, basically. Cody smiled. I'll stay. Wonderful, Kraus smiled back. We really should get ready. Everyone else was already set up, so they took on the job of prepping the room. Luke shared his apartment with his brother and another roommate, but both had vacated for the day, leaving Luke the freedom to rearrange the furniture. He recruited Marissa and Oliver to help with the moving of the stuff he hadn't been able to shift on his own. Chris took the job of pulling the curtains closed, reducing the light that streamed in through the windows to a few glowing slivers that stretched across the floor. Cody stood by with his arms folded. Here, Noel, Kraus said. He set his luggage flat on the ground and unzipped it. There were computers inside, each half the size of a regular desktop, wrapped in layers of towels and plastic sheeting. Thanks for the loan. Don't trust mine with the sheer amount of crap my cousin downloaded onto it. Actually, he trailed off, sticking his hands in his pockets. I took my old machine, I replaced the power supply, formatted it, installed a clean OS and done all my usual tricks for clearing out the crap that we'll never use and optimizing it. You can consider it an early Christmas present. She stared at him, and he tried to interpret her expression. A used computer for a present? Would she be offended? Or, conversely, was she bothered at the idea that he'd given her a 2-year-old $2,000 machine, and that he might want something of equal value? She hugged him for the first time in recent memory. It's great. Thank you. I know the hardware is 2 years old, but it's still better than most. She hugged him tighter, then let go. I don't know how to thank you, and I don't want you to take this as me dodging the subject or being ungrateful, but we really should prep. For sure, he smiled. His body was buzzing from the physical contact. With Oliver's help, Luke had pulled the couch away from the wall and turned it around, and arranged desks and tables in its place. 5 computers were set in a row. Noel and Kraus left their computers off, but the others started up. A few mouse clicks, and the loading image for Ransack appeared. The game's login screen music played over the speakers of each computer, each out of step with the others. Kraus looked at Chris and Oliver, second stringers. He'd been one of them, more or less content to watch as everyone else had all the fun. Oliver was trying to get to a competitive level, but he wasn't very good. Chris only participated to keep Marissa company and to earn some pocket money. Let's talk strategy for tonight's tournament then, Noel said. Kraus is new, they might not expect him, but Jess is our best overlord. I think she should go first. Kraus second, I'll follow up, then Luke, then Marissa if we get that far in the best of 5. Any complaints? There were shakes of the head. We're up against the Chalk Pops, North American team. They'll lead with Mark Key as their overlord. We know him. He likes to stall and put every resource towards making a brutal end boss surrounded by traps and trap spells. Kind of the opposite of Jess. I'll take the leader's tank and team captain for round 1. Kraus, you have any idea what you want to do? I've been practicing with an illusion subtlety assassin hybrid class. Illusion sucks, Cody muttered. And a 3-way hybrid? You're spreading your points too thin. And this is why I'm on the team and you aren't. I'll take the first opportunity to invade our dungeon, use the subtlety and assassin part of my build to pick them off as opportunities come up. Our core group's pretty strong, so they'll be fine as a trio. Since it's normal to fall behind when invading, they won't notice I'm weaker with a shallow point spread. End game stage, I can return to the enemy dungeon to help against the boss, I'll whip out the illusion magic and we'll make a play. Circle around, or get him to activate the traps too early. He stopped as a rumble shook the building. What was that? Kraus didn't hear who asked the question. One of the other guys. The power cut out, the music from the computers cutting off, the lights going dark. Shit! The tournament! Luke swore. The light that leaked in around the edges of the windows dimmed, the curtains simultaneously billowing inwards. Except the windows were closed. Kraus didn't have 2 seconds to wonder what was going on before he felt a momentary weightlessness. He felt himself tipping over, stepped back to catch his balance, and found the floor tilting out of reach of his foot. A heartbeat later, the windows were directly overhead, and he was falling. He started to scream, but he managed only a monosyllabic, "Ah!"
before he fell onto the side of the dining room table, tumbled to one side and slammed into the chairs, the wind knocked out of him. Noelle wasn't lucky enough to have the dining room beneath her to break her fall. Wood splinters flew as she hit the chair. The table that had held the computers followed her, striking hard and then sliding across the wall to rest against what had been the ceiling. The wires connecting the computers to the power bar and the power bar to the wall came free. One computer tower dangled, swung, bounced, and fell, a projectile aimed directly for Krause's head. He threw himself towards the space under the dining room table, as much as he could with the chairs beneath him. The computer punched a hole in the wall. Noelle wasn't so lucky, nor was she as free to move out of the way. The remainder of the computers and computer monitors came free of the wall and fell on top of her. The others had been further back, had fallen against the wall that framed the kitchen, to Krause's right. He could only hear their shouts and screams, the heavy thuds of bookcases, books, couch and television falling on top of them. Then stillness, with only the sound of a high, steady scream to break the silence. The apartment had turned on its side. The windows loomed high above them, curtains hanging straight down. Dim light streamed down into the otherwise dark room. "Noelle!" Krause gasped, staggering to his feet. He climbed over the heap of furniture, tentatively setting foot on the wall to circle around to get to her. She was limp, blood streaming from her mouth and nose. She wasn't the one screaming. "Come on," he muttered, making his way to her and carefully dragging her out of the pile of computers. He checked her pulse. Not strong, but there. Her breathing was thin. Had to get her to help. Just had to get out of there. He looked around. The kitchen door was a solid 10 feet above the new floor. The ledge that the others were on, the wall that had encircled the kitchen, was 5 or so feet above that. Every surface around him was flat, featureless, with nothing to climb. One of the girls on the upper level was muttering, "Oh God, oh God, oh God," over and over. Marissa or Jess. The girl who wasn't repeating the words said something he couldn't make out. And that keening. It wasn't stopping. Didn't she need to catch a breath? He covered his ears. It didn't help. Must have hit my head. "Hey!" he shouted. "We need help!" Luke peered over the edge, face pale as he looked down at Krause. "Noelle's hurt," Krause said, a tremor in his voice. "Chris is dead," Luke replied, oddly calm. They stared at each other, eyes wide, experiencing mutual shock. Luke seemed to break free of the spell first, disappearing from sight. It was a few minutes before Luke returned, throwing down a knotted sheet. Carefully, Krause picked Noelle up and arranged her so she draped over one shoulder. It was awkward. She was nearly too heavy for him to lift. He managed to keep hold of her with one hand and gripped the knotted sheet with the other, wrapping it around his hand and wrist so he couldn't lose his grip. He could hear Luke giving orders to the others. They began hauling him up. Once he was high enough, he set foot on the doorframe by the kitchen, stepped onto the half-inch ledge as they lifted him again, then accepted Luke's hand in getting up to the ledge. Jess was caught, her wheelchair trapped beneath the couch and the bookshelf, and she had a thread of blood trailing from the corner of one eye, which was bloodshot. Cody was reeling up the knotted sheet, avoiding looking back at Chris while Oliver attached another sheet at the end. Krause glanced at Chris and then looked away. The boy lay against the wall, his head bisected by the top of the bookcase. Already Krause could detect the cloying odour of mingled blood, urine, and shit. Marissa knelt by her friend's body, holding his hand unmoving. She'd stopped chanting in shock. "What happened?" Oliver asked, sounding very much like a little boy. Not that he was. They were in the same class, the same age. "Could have been an earthquake," Luke suggested, still sounding strangely calm. "We need to find out how to get out of here." "Noelle needs a hospital," Krause said. "We need a way out of here first." Luke looked up at the windows, 10 feet above their heads. Neither the floor nor the ceiling offered anything to grip. "All the stuff from the bedroom and closet fell into the front hall." "Then we go out the window," Krause said, looking up. "We can use the couch and bookcases like ladders." The work was grim, quiet, as they moved the furniture, sharing the burdens between 4 of them at a time. Nobody looked at Chris, nor did they touch the bookcase that had fallen on him. Twice they had to rearrange and reposition the parts of their improvised ladder as resounding impacts shook the building. Krause was first up, followed by Luke, who carried Noelle. As her boyfriend, it's smarter to let someone else carry the burden, but Krause knew Luke was stronger, more athletic. Going first meant he could help them up and ensure Noelle didn't fall. He was glad the snow had stopped, but there was a strong wind and it was painfully cold. They hadn't brought jackets and gloves up with them, and getting clothes from the front closet would be nearly impossible. They'd have to find shelter soon. He perched on the building's concrete exterior, waiting for the others. He stared out at the city around him. Snow had been stirred into clouds, and half a dozen buildings had obviously been knocked down, judging by the remaining wreckage. Luke's apartment building had toppled. How did it not collapse in on our heads? He turned his attention to his girlfriend, reached over and squeezed her hand. Noelle still hadn't woken up. Cody came up with Jess riding piggyback, her wheelchair abandoned. Oliver and Marissa were the last to ascend. "That music," Marissa complained, "driving me crazy." "Music? Like an opera singer singing a high note and never stopping for breath. Only it changes a little if I pay attention to it." The scream. "You hear it too?" Krauss asked. He pressed his hands to his ears to warm them. "I thought it was a siren," Oliver said. "It's not," Krauss replied. "It's in our heads. Try covering your ears." One by one they did. "What the hell?" Luke asked. But Krauss saw Jess's face, the dawning look of horror. "What is it?" "I know what it is," she said. She started looking around, twisting around from her perch on Cody's back to search the cityscape around them. Another earth-shaking crash and a flash of light drew their eyes to the same spot. 3 buildings floated in midair, a distance away, their lower floors ragged where they had been separated from the ground. One by one they were hurled through the air like someone might lob a softball. Even with the impact happening half a mile away, the ground shook enough to make them stumble. There was a flash of golden light, and the mass of some irregular shape hurtled in their general direction. The impact seemed mild for the size of the object that had landed. It was hard to make out through the cloud of snow and debris. Then it unfolded, so to speak. No, it isn't that big. But big was a hard thing to define. She seemed human, but 15 or so feet tall, waif-thin and unclothed. Her hair whipped around her, nearly as long as she was tall and platinum white. The most shocking part of it all was the wings. She had so many, asymmetrical and illogical in their arrangement, each with pristine white feathers. The 3 largest wings folded around her protectively, far too large in proportion to her body, even with her height. Other wings of various size fanned out from the joints of the others, from the wing tips and from her spine. Some seemed to be positioned to give the illusion of modesty, angled around her chest and pelvis. Each of her wings slowly unfurled as she stretched them out to their limits, and the snow and dust around her was gently pushed away. The tips of the largest 3 wings raked through the building faces on either side of the 4-lane road, tearing through concrete and brick and bending the steel girders that supported the structures. She rose off the ground and settled on her tiptoes, as if the massive wings were weightless or even buoyant. There were parts of her that were see-through, Krauss realized, or not quite see-through but porous, hollow. One hand, one leg, some of her hair, her shoulder, they were made up of feathers, the same alabaster white of her skin, intricately woven and sculpted into a shape that resembled body parts, with enough gaps that he could maybe see the empty darkness beneath. She turned to one side, and Krauss could make out her face. Her features were delicate with high cheekbones, her eyes were grey from corner to corner. And cold. There was nothing he could point to, no particular feature or quality that could help him explain why or how, but seeing her face made it harder to ascribe any kind of human quality to her. If he'd been thinking she had a sense of modesty before, he didn't now. She raised one wing to shield herself as a beam of golden light speared through the clouds. Feathers glowed orange-gold as they were blasted free, disintegrating into tiny sparks and motes of light as the remains drifted away. The screaming in his head was louder, Krauss realized. There was a new undercurrent to it, a thread that seemed to point to the sound taking shape, altering subtly in pitch. What had been a single note was now shifting between 2. "It's the Smurf," Cody breathed. "The Simurgh," Jess corrected, her voice small. "What is she doing here? Why is she here?" "Shut up and run," Krauss said. "Run." They ran, their feet sliding on the side of the building. One misstep meant possibly stepping through a window, slicing a leg open or falling through. Making things even more hazardous, the concrete of the building's exterior was slick with moisture and ice. Luke was in the front, carrying Noelle. Twice Luke lost his footing, but he managed to keep from sliding through a window pane. But it was slowing them down. There were countless reasons why they couldn't take their time. The upper half of the apartment building had collapsed, and smoke suggested a fire was spreading somewhere. There was the fact that Noelle was bleeding, unconscious, and might very well be dying as Luke carried her. And then there was the more immediate threat, the Seamerg. Kraus cast a nervous glance towards the Endbringer, who was rising into the air. There was another figure there too, higher in the sky. A man with a muscular physique, golden skin, golden hair, and a pristine white bodysuit. Kraus recognized him, Scion. Definitely not someone he'd ever expected to see in person. Scion and the Seamerg both moved in the same instant. A beam of golden light turned the road into glowing dust, and the Seamerg evaded by flying to the left, taking cover on the other side of a nearby skyscraper. Scion followed, turning the beam her way. The lance of golden light sheared through the building as if it wasn't there. As the remains of the skyscraper crumbled to the ground, the already difficult run across the side of Luke's toppled apartment building became impossible. Kraus let himself fall, kicking out with one leg to brace a foot against the corner of a window. He caught Marissa and stopped her from sliding onto the window and falling through. "Fuck!" Luke shouted. Fuck me!" "Third time isn't a charm for you," Kraus thought. Luke had put his leg through a window, and his leg was slit open from the base of his foot to his knee. Kraus belatedly realized his friend was wearing socks. He'd taken off his shoes as he'd stepped inside his apartment. No wonder he has no traction. He was interrupted as Scion fired another beam further away, following the Seamerg. It was surprisingly quiet for a weapon that was obliterating 300 or 400 feet of road and felling 2 or 3 buildings with each 2-second burst, but the resulting chaos of falling buildings was deafening. Kraus was torn between staring and averting his eyes in fear. He went with the former. He wanted to be paying attention in case Scion happened to turn the beam their way. Not that he'd be able to do much. "How bad is it?" Kraus finished, glancing at Luke. I'm not sure. It doesn't hurt that much." "Can you move your foot?" Marissa asked. "Yeah." "Okay," Kraus said. "Give me Noelle." Luke didn't argue. Kraus crawled on his hands and feet to get to his friend, helping him up. Then he got help from Luke and Marissa to rise to his feet with Noelle in a piggyback position. Marissa tied the sleeves of Noelle's sweatshirt together so Kraus could hang the loop around his shoulders. With his hands, he kept her toes from dragging on the ground. The fight was getting more distant as Scion continued to fire at the retreating shape of the Seamerg. Kraus could make out her alabaster form, wings spread as she swooped and darted between buildings to evade Scion's fire. The cloud of dust and debris that had followed Scion's attacks in their immediate area blocked his view as they continued their progress across the city. "We're safe for the moment." He turned his attention to their present circumstances. Luke had no traction, and his leg was hurt now. Kraus didn't trust himself to manage with his burden, which meant someone else had to lead the way. Someone that wouldn't slow them down. "Marissa. She used to dance. She's the most sure-footed of us. Take the lead? Check our path is clear?" She nodded. Her eyes were wide, her gloved hands gripping the zipper tag of her sweater's collar, fidgeting. She's in shock. Saw her best friend die. But she would have to deal. They didn't have time to mourn, to tend to their wounds or play it safe. They had to escape before the fight came back this way. "We still have to get down from here, and we aren't well dressed." The temperature last he'd looked was supposed to be 14 degrees Fahrenheit, or somewhere in that neighborhood, but it felt colder. "If we have to climb..." Jess shrieked, and Kraus turned his head to see why. Jess was pressing her hands over her mouth as if to keep herself from making any more noise. He followed her line of sight. The Seamerg. She was stepping out of the cloud of dust that Scion's attack had left. As though she were light as a feather, the Seamerg took one step forward and lifted into the air. She floated down the length of the street 1 block over, the opposite direction they were traversing the building, her wings folding around her as she landed. Judging by her lack of a response, the Seamerg hadn't heard Jess, nor had she seen them. How was she here? He'd seen her disappearing over the horizon, Scion in hot pursuit. Did she teleport? The Seamerg stopped and raised one hand. Pieces of machinery began to flow out of a gaping hole in the side of a building nearest where she'd landed, stopping when they reached her immediate vicinity. A massive box that looked like an oversized washing machine, a large engine with blue LEDs lining it, and tendrils of electrical cords with frayed ends still sparking with live current. Telekinesis. She'd created a false image of herself out of snow and ice, baiting Scion away. Judging by the sound of Scion's continued onslaught, she was still controlling it. Controlling it even though there was no way she could see what it was doing by eyesight alone. The screaming in his head hadn't let up. If anything, it was worse, too loud to ignore completely, but every time he paid attention to it, it seemed to distort, rising in volume. Jess's shriek had brought it into the forefront of his mind, and he couldn't seem to shake it. "Go," Krauss urged Marissa. "Fucking go!" She moved twice as fast as Luke had, and Krauss tried to follow her footsteps, matching his foot placements to hers to help avoid the spots where there was ice, cracked concrete, or snow layered just finely enough to fill the treads of his boots. Marissa slipped, landing hard, but was climbing to her feet a moment later. Krauss chanced to look at the Seamerg. The Endbringer had folded her wings up, forming a protective cocoon around herself, and was relying on telekinesis alone to manipulate the machinery. She was still calling other things to her, bringing desktop computers through the holes the larger machinery had made, tearing them apart and connecting components. Installations stripped itself away from the wiring, exposing metal that moved to entwine and splice into other wires. Where are the heroes? He wondered, as he turned his attention back to the task of getting down from the side of the building. No. The better question to ask was, where is everyone? The streets were almost empty, only 20 or 30 people running for cover, hurrying away. As far as Krauss could tell, the area was deserted. He felt a chill that wasn't just the cold weather. They reached the far end of the building, the lowest floors that they could access. Concrete and rebar jutted out, ragged, where the Seamerg had torn the building free of the ground. "We're going to have to climb down," Krauss said. "We try that, the concrete's going to crack and we fall. And we don't have gloves," Luke said. "If we have to hold on to cold concrete and rebar, we're going to get frostbite. Or our hands will go numb." "Or we'll slip on the snow and ice," Jess said. Krauss leaned forward as much as he was able with Noelle on his back. It was a solid 100-foot drop to the street below. There were areas that would be easy enough to descend where rebar offered handholds and even ladders. But other spots. There were areas where the concrete might break away under a person's weight, other spots where they'd have to move horizontally, hanging by their hands alone, doing it with another person's weight on his back? With Noelle? "There's no way," Marissa said. "Do we have another choice?" Cody asked. "Yeah," Krauss said. Cody gave him a dark look, as if he was being argumentative for the sake of it. He elaborated. "If we look inside, maybe there's a place where we can climb through the building." "We could get trapped," Jess said. "If there's a fire or a gas leak, or if the building resettles while we're inside. And if we climb, there's the possibility of fire, wind, or the building shaking. Let's head through the window," Krauss said. As his less encumbered friends broke the window and climbed through, Krauss stood on the side of the building, his hands tucked into his armpits, watching the Seamerg as she worked. Cody stood by, carrying Jess. Like Krauss, he was waiting for others to make sure the way was safe, and hopefully they'd be able to set up a series of footholds or makeshift ladder. Krauss glanced at the Seamerg. She was still threading components together. "She's one of those gadget capes, right? What do you call them?" "Tinker. And she's not a tinker," Jess said. Krauss gave her an appraising look. "Right. You follow that stuff. If she's not a tinker, then what the hell is she? I mean, I know the basics, but I never paid that much attention, only kind of, sort of, following the damage done. She's an Endbringer, obviously. When she first showed up, she just appeared and hovered there. Some place in Switzerland. They thought she was like Scion, maybe someone who got a concentrated dose of whatever gives people powers, maybe someone who was in just the right mental state for a trigger event." "Trigger event?" Krauss asked. It'd take too long to explain in detail. The moment when someone gets their powers. The idea was maybe she and Scion met some specific set of conditions. So the whole world watched for something like 3 days to see if she would be another Scion or if she'd be something else. People approached. She even communicated with them some. Not talking, just gestures, I guess. Interacting might be a better word. And when we thought things would be okay, she made a move. The entire population of the city around her, with all the people who would come to talk with her and research her. Jess trailed off. Stopped. Anxiety etched her face. Marissa was midway through climbing down through the window, looked up at Jess. "What happened?" Cody asked. "I remember hearing something, but I was a toddler then, and I didn't figure I'd ever actually see her." "I don't want to say," Jess said. "It would distract you guys." "Hey," Kraus cut in. "That's not cool. Not your call to make." Jess glared at him. There was a sudden movement from the Seamerg, tearing sections of wall free from the nearest building, maneuvering them to form a makeshift barrier in midair. Not 1 second after the barrier was in place, a pair of heroes flew around the corner. One had a force field bubble around him that exploded on contact with the wall, while a woman fired blasts of energy that sent the fragments of concrete plummeting to the ground. How did she know? The Seamerg had seen them coming? The Seamerg flexed her wings, and snow raised around her. Kraus nearly lost his footing as the snow that had piled on the side of the building began drifting towards the Seamerg, an almost gentle push from behind him. The snow condensed and pummeled the two heroes. The bubble man formed another shield around himself, but he left his companion out of it, choosing to interject himself between the Seamerg and the woman. A section of concrete from a building to the right of the heroes flew free and caved in the costumed woman's skull. She dropped out of the sky, her head a bloody ruin that Kraus couldn't make out in the midst of the flying snow. The bubble man flew forward, aiming not for the Seamerg but the machinery she'd gathered to one side. His force field swelled, a blue-green that glowed brighter and whiter with every passing second. Just as he reached the machinery, it reached a critical level and detonated. The Seamerg was already putting one wing between him and the machinery. She took more damage than the machine did, and even that was minimal. Scorched, scattered feathers. She retaliated, sending rubble, snow, and debris in a constant, consistent assault against him. He raised force fields to block the attacks, but each was shut down before it could approach critical mass for detonation. He retreated 100 feet or so, and the Seamerg began working on the machine once again, giving him only cursory attention. "Come on," Marissa called. Kraus cast one look at the Seamerg and the lone hero, then hurried to the window. The others had moved the refrigerator so it was directly below the window, and Luke stood on top, ready to accept Noelle as she was handed down. It took a second to free her sleeves from around his shoulders, another second to work with Cody to lower her down. As he watched Cody taking hold of Noelle's arm and waistband, he was struck with the idle recollection that Cody had been one of the people who'd tried to approach Noelle, one of the first to ask her out and be soundly rejected. He'd nearly forgotten. It went a ways toward explaining some of Cody's anger. He had to shake his head and refocus on the task. Noelle was being handed down to the others at the base of the refrigerator, and the way was clear for him to make his way inside. He helped Jess down, then they made their way to the front hall. He opened the closet door and began handing out coats and gloves. Luke tried on some boots until he found some rubber ones that were big enough. "How's the leg?" "Hurting more, but I can still walk." Kraus nodded. With Marissa and Luke's help, he got Noelle in position on his back, then opened the door of the apartment and hopped down to the wall beneath. That left them the task of breaking into another apartment, kicking at the door in an attempt to dislodge it. Not as easy as it looked in the movies, especially with the threat of falling through and dropping 10 or 15 feet down someone's front hallway. "It keeps getting worse. The music," Marissa complained. "It's like it's stretching between 3 notes, and the moment I think there's a pattern to it, it changes." Kraus glanced at Jess. What does she know? To Marissa, he said, "It gets worse if you pay attention to it. Focus on what you're doing. Distract yourself if you have to." Marissa bit her lip. The door broke, and they had to catch Oliver before he dropped through. They climbed down using handholds from the closet door and door frame, then made their way to the lowest point. "That smell!" Marissa wrinkled her nose. "Raw sewerage," Luke said. "Pipes were destroyed when she tore this part of the building free, probably. And they're spilling out here." "It isn't raw sewerage," Kraus thought. "It's the smell of death." People had shit themselves as they died, somewhere nearby. Wherever they had been when they died, he didn't have to see the bodies. They headed straight out into the sunlight, stepping onto the snow-covered roads. The Seamerg was fighting a trio of heroes now, including the man with the force field bubble. Using telekinesis, she was fending off the worst of their attacks, and either building or rebuilding parts of the construction she'd been working on. In the 10 or 15 minutes it had taken to get down through the building and break down the one apartment door, she'd nearly finished creating a complete circle of various components 30 feet wide. It looked like only a stray attack had slowed her progress, knocking out a piece of the overarching work. She made the fighting look easy. Every time an attack was directed her way, there was something already in place to protect herself or her device. One cape began to launch ice crystals towards the hoop, and the Simurgh caught the shards out of the air with her telekinesis. The crystals flew into the man with the force-field bubble, shattering. The resulting shards and flakes of crystal didn't fly away, however. They turned around in the air and condensed in a thick shell around the force field. The ice-encased sphere slammed into the ground with a speed and force that suggested it was the Simurgh, not the cape, who was controlling his movement. He skidded and rolled, the ice shattering first, followed by the collapse of the force field. With momentum still carrying him forward, the cape rolled on the ground, his costume tearing from the friction. When he finally stopped a few paces from Kraus and the rest of the group, the cape managed to stagger to his feet. He bled from a dozen open wounds, his skin abraded, his costume in tatters. He had more ice, blood, and dirt on him than he had clean skin or costume. A tide of snow and ice hit him like a truck, driving him into the ragged edge of the building. Oliver yelped as he threw himself out of the way. Marissa's shriek seemed oddly delayed until Kraus noted what had happened to the man. The cape, in a bodysuit of velvet blue with gold armor, had been impaled on a tangled mess of rebar, his intestines pushed out the front of his stomach. It took Kraus a moment to realize the man was actually saying a word and not just letting out a low, guttural groan. Fuck! Grandiose down. ZD6. A mechanical voice blared from the armband that was fixed to the man's wrist. I'm not... The cape tried to pull himself forward. Not down. Stop! Marissa rushed to the man's side. Don't move! You'll bleed out if you move. The man seemed to notice them for the first time. His eyes went wide. What doing here? Don't move, Marissa said. She stepped forward, reaching out, and he swung one fist in her direction. The motion seemed to pull something, because he coughed up a mouthful of blood and folded forward. Go, the cape grunted. Evac, or you're good as dead. Might be late already. Grandiose. A voice sounded over the device on the man's wrist. It didn't quite sound the same as before. She shut down most of our movers, and your time... No, Grandiose grunted. Have time. I know exactly how fast you fly. You couldn't get out of her reach in time, even if you left now. I have time. I'll let your wife know you fought bravely. Do you want me to keep a recording for your son for when he's older? Dragon! Damn you! I'm sorry. The armband beeped, then beeped again a second later. There was a steady repetition. Beep, beep, beep. Grandiose turned his head. Why are you, beep, still here? Run! Kraus grabbed Marissa and turned to run, barely managing to keep his feet under him with the uneven ground and Noelle's weight. He glanced over his shoulder to see the cape pressing the armband against his collarbone. They weren't 4 paces away when the armband detonated, a small, localized blast that didn't even consume him in entirety. It did take his head, most of his upper body and his left arm. The remainder of him was scattered around the surrounding area. Kraus stared. The fuck? Cody screamed, staring. Go, Kraus said. Go, just run. They ran, putting distance between themselves, Grandiose's remains, and the fighting with the Simurgh. One wave of capes was retreating, backed up by another squad. A woman with a black costume, a heavy cape, and straight black hair flowing from the back of her helmet led the charge. Alexandria. The heroine dove at the Simurgh, and the Endbringer was quick to fly to one side, reaching out to catch Alexandria with her telekinesis and use her momentum to force her into the street. The road caved in, sections of pavement with accompanying drifts of snow falling into a sewer or storm drain beneath the street. The hoop nearly tipped over, and the Simurgh caught it with her power. There were 4 other capes in the area, 2 on the ground and 2 in the air, and she was forcing each back with pelted ice and fragments of concrete. Unmolested, the Simurgh spread her wings wide and rose into the air, towing the hoop of exposed computer chips, wires, and assorted pieces of technology after her. Wires trailed from it to nearby buildings. That explosion, Luke was saying, panting as he ran with a lopsided gait. They blew up their own person. Why? Because he'd been here too long, Kraus said. He glanced over his shoulder, saw the various components of the circle crackling with current as it rose behind the Simurgh, like a gargantuan halo, wide enough that it nearly exceeded her wingspan. Alexandria was pulling herself out of the rubble, shouting something. They were a distance away, but her voice could carry. The electricity died, the great circle going dim. They'd cut the city's power. "Come on," Luke urged them. There weren't any more people on the streets. Were they hiding inside, crossing their fingers? Or had he underestimated how fast people would clear out? There was a flash behind them. The hoop was live, with twice the power as before, and the brightness of it made the overcast sky seem dark by contrast. The snow and dust that the Simurgh and Scion had kicked up weren't helping on that count either. The heroes had cut the power, and the Simurgh was still managing to activate the thing. The heroes had been working in waves, because apparently too much exposure to her, to this fucking screaming in their heads that never stopped or let up, it was dangerous somehow. Only a few heroes fighting at a given time, enough to maybe try to disrupt whatever it was she was up to, staying for an allotted amount of time. Except whoever was calling the shots had seen fit to override that battle plan. The heroes were arriving en masse now, waves of them, in the air and on the ground. The Simurgh lifted Luke's apartment building into the air and tore it into shreds. The various fragments, the little things, the bodies and pieces of furniture, they became part of a protective maelstrom around the Simurgh, orbiting her and blocking the barrage of long-ranged fire that the good guys were directing at her. The screaming was getting worse, fast. It shifted between a half-dozen different sounds, each only vaguely different from the others, a chant, a pattern. Kraus was wearing a borrowed hat, gloves and jacket, but the jacket was probably better suited for fall weather than winter. He was cold, his teeth chattering, the temperature sucking the warmth from his body and legs, making him feel just a little more fatigued, a little more tired. Yet he was drenched in sweat. It was freezing cold as it ran down the side of his nose to his chin. His shivers weren't entirely the cold either. He was terrified. Terrified for himself, terrified for Noel and for his friends. Terrified because of the countless little things that didn't make sense, and because he couldn't shake the idea that if he paid too much attention to that screaming, that keening song that the Simurgh was singing in his head, it would start to sound like words. The circle flared with more light than before, and the resulting shockwave threw Kraus and his friends into the air. Windows shattered and snow was kicked up into clouds as tall as the high-rises around them. The sky visibly darkened with the clouds that had been kicked up. Heaping snowbanks dissolved into their constituent snowflakes and water molecules. The indistinct and distant noises of the heroes firing on the Simurgh had stopped all at once, as the heroes were killed or left reeling from the aftershock of the device's activation. The protective wreath of flying objects and debris that surrounded the Simurgh slowed, then stopped circling her entirely. One thing after another dropped out of the sky, as if the Simurgh was consciously letting go of each individual object. The first of the heroes was already recovering, pelting the Simurgh with long-ranged fire or flying up to her to engage in close-quarters combat. Her wings shielded the worst hits, her telekinesis let her catch or deflect projectiles, and she floated out of the way of a handful more. For the ones who charged in, the Simurgh used thrown debris to strike them out of the air. One tried to attack the Simurgh's halo, but was struck out of the sky by a flash of electricity before they got within 15 feet. A low rumble shook the city, and the gate began to bulge with a dark shape that stretched out from within the metal, like a soap bubble emerging from an enclosed loop. Or a lens, Kraus realized. It flared bright, rays of light meeting, and things began pouring forth from the point the lines met. Piles and piles of solid matter flowed down to land at the heart of the city. Debris, fragments of architecture, and tiny shapes that were very likely to be people, in a stream as wide across as the Simurgh's wingspan, lit in high contrast by the light of the halo. And there were tiny shapes that most definitely weren't people, but were alive. It's a portal. A door. "How the fuck is she not a tinker?" Kraus shouted. "She isn't," Jess called back. "She's never done anything like this before." The heroes were making an offensive push, and the Simurgh moved her halo out of the way of one series of attacks. The halo tilted at a right angle as she moved it, continuing to spew its contents forth. Objects and sections of building were scattered across the city. More than a few things sailed over the heads of Kraus and his friends as they fled. One figure landed a city block in front of them, contorting itself in midair to land on all fours. It had the vague shape of a man, but dark grey skin like a tree's bark and a frog-like mouth filled with jagged teeth. Each finger and toe was tipped with a claw. A monster. The thing bristled, muscles visibly tensing beneath its coarse skin as it readied to lunge at them. Another body landed not too far away, a man with a muscular physique taken to a monstrous extreme, rolling head over heels before he finally stopped. He might have weighed 500 pounds, stood 8 feet tall, and had an exaggerated bodybuilder's frame, an underbite, and a Neanderthal brow. His limbs had been shattered by the landing. The frog-mouthed thing leaped onto him and began tearing him to shreds. Easier prey. Marissa led the group through a side alley, screamed as an object was flung into one of the buildings they were running between. A stainless steel bathroom fixture, it punched through a window and part of a window frame, caused a catastrophic series of crashes as it sailed through the interior of someone's apartment. Something nearby screeched, the kind of noise that reverberated through bones and organs, and Kraus could feel his sense of balance dissolve. His knees turned to rubber, and he nearly ran face first into a wall as his vision swam. Jess threw up over Cody's shoulder, followed by Cody vomiting as well. Even as he felt the effects of the sound recede, Kraus couldn't avoid emptying his own stomach. Noelle stirred, squirmed. He struggled to change position so she wouldn't vomit onto the back of his head. The remains of her breakfast, a coffee and a donut, spattered onto the ground just by his right hand. Was that the Seamerg? No, the scream was something else. Another monster. No. I've tried so hard, Noelle mumbled, not even lucid. Keep trying, Noelle. Stay awake and keep at it, Kraus said, struggling to his feet. The effect had dissipated. He wanted to be gone before that frog thing gave chase. Something heavy struck a tall building in front of them, across the street from the alley's mouth. There was an explosion, and within seconds the building was burning, billowing with plumes of smoke. Kraus led the way through the mouth of the alley, turned to check on the others and saw Luke on the ground. He'd fallen. Marissa gave him a hand standing and supported him as he ran. Come on, we don't have time to waste. But Kraus wasn't willing to go ahead either. They had to stay together, especially with the danger posed by the monsters that had been scattered around the city. The way he was carrying Noelle, he couldn't check on her, couldn't make sure she was still breathing. He needed the others with him. Stepping out into the middle of the street, Kraus had a view of the fighting. The Seamerg was still airborne, and the Halo Gate was still active, spewing more creatures and ruined architecture into the streets. A flash of golden light signaled Scion's return to the scene of the fight. With one attack, he severed the halo in half, but the portal didn't disappear. Instead, like watercolor paint, a different perspective began to bleed into the surrounding sky. Too bright, too blue a sky, with pale, squat buildings almost glowing in the comparative absence of clouds. Larger chunks of building, massive rocks, and even chunks of earth with several trees rooted in them began to spill out and plunge to the ground. Scion held back on shooting again, instead charging himself with power. When he released it, it manifested as a slow radiance, a sphere of light that expanded from him in slow motion. The tear in reality dissipated, and everything the light touched stopped. Shifting clouds went still. Objects that were flying through the air ceased moving and simply fell, and the ambient noises of destruction, fire, and fighting was replaced by an all-too-brief silence. Even the Seamerg's song, Kraus realized, had momentarily stopped. The light reached them, swept over them, and he could feel his heart skip a beat. His entire body hummed with the effect of the stillness, as though he were a tuning fork, and for just a moment he'd ceased vibrating. The Seamerg's movement was slowed in the wake of the light, and Scion took the opportunity to land one well-placed shot. She was driven into the ground, like a nail from a nail gun, somewhere Kraus couldn't see. Luke and Marissa had caught up, along with Cody and Oliver. Kraus turned from the scene. He had to hike Noelle up so her sleeves wouldn't pull on his neck. Then they ran in the opposite direction from the fighting. They're winning, Cody said. Beating her. She just dumped who knows how many monsters into this city, Jess said. And some of them are here, near us. We're not close to being safe. And Noelle's hurt pretty bad, Marissa said. Kraus grit his teeth. He didn't want to think about that, about how he was jostling her, how she might be dying as he ran. He was carrying her, his legs, back and stomach screaming from the 115 or 120-pound weight he was carrying piggyback. But he couldn't check on her, couldn't see how well or how badly she was doing. "Luke, are we heading in the right direction?" he asked. "I don't know. Fuck me, this sound in my head." "Focus!" Kraus barked the word. I got turned around. This isn't an area of the city I've spent any time in. Did she throw us a few blocks?" "She couldn't have," Jess said. "The building would have shattered." "Then we're on some side street I've never been on," Luke said. "Sorry." "Think. Which direction is the nearest hospital?" Kraus asked. "I don't know. I can barely hear my own thoughts over this noise in my head." Kraus growled with inarticulate frustration. "Ease up, Kraus," Cody said. "He doesn't know. Noelle might be dying." "And we'll get to safety first, then someone can take us to a hospital," Jess said. "But we can't help her if we're hit by some flying piece of concrete or laser beam. And they thought that it was better to kill that guy than to let him live, because he'd been here too long. He'd heard too much of that sound in our heads. So his own side killed him. Think about that. We've been here longer." Kraus shook his head. "But if Noelle... We'll help her, Kraus," Jess said. "Save your breath for running." He grunted affirmation. They crossed paths with another monster. A man, pale, with a head twice as large as his torso. His arms and legs were atrophied, and he crawled, dragging his head along the pavement. It looked as though he'd sustained some damage in being flung halfway across the city. His head was nearly caved in at the top, a bloody ruin with fragments of skull sticking out.
"Help me,"
the thing pleaded. He reached out with one emaciated hand. "How?" Marissa asked. "Mars," Kraus shouted. "No stalling." She ignored him. "How can we help?"
Give me your memories,"
the monster said. Marissa backed away a few steps in alarm.
"Give them. I want to dream again. I haven't dreamed in so long."
Marissa bolted, the hard heels of her boots clacking on the hard ground. The ground shuddered with a distant explosion. One of Sion's beams speared into the sky, parting clouds in tidy circles as it passed through them. There was the sound of something howling behind them. A minute later it howled again, closer. Is it chasing us? One by one they each came to a complete stop. Kraus noted how the screaming in his head seemed quieter. Were they almost out of her range? Kraus's eyes widened as he tried to comprehend what he was seeing. If we are nearly out of danger, then this is some sick joke at our expense. "No," Luke whispered. Louder, he repeated himself. "No. Why?" A chain-link fence barred their way. It was topped by barbed wire. In the distance, on the far side of a park, there were squads of men and women in army fatigues, with jeeps and other army vehicles helping to add presence to the already formidable line of defense. Each of the soldiers was aiming a gun at the fence. Kraus flinched as a howl sounded, closer than the ones before. Caught between a rock and a hard place. Not to mention Noelle's condition, or even Luke's. He winced at the noise in his head. It was quieter. But his stress here, his alarm and confusion, it was making the screaming spike to a brutally high pitch. "Step away from the fence," the voice sounded over a loudspeaker, gruff, authoritarian. "This area is under quarantine. Seek shelter and wait for further instructions. If you approach or touch the fence, you will be shot." "Hey!" Kraus screamed at the soldiers. "We need medical attention." There was no response. "They can't hear you," Jess said. "They're too far away." "Fuckers!" he shouted. Stepping forward, he roared, "Why?" The loudspeaker blared. "Step away from the fence." The man in charge must have given an order, because every gun present moved to point their way. As one, Kraus and his friends backed a healthy distance away from the fence. "Bastards," Kraus muttered. There was a distant rumble. The Seamerg ascended from the skyline a mile away, a half-dozen uprooted buildings orbiting lazily around her. As chunks of concrete came free of the ruined ends of the structures, they too orbited her, a protective shield. Or a weapon. Each of her wings curled forward, and the smaller pieces orbiting her went flying ahead, simultaneously striking 100 targets Kraus and his friends couldn't see. Scion fired one beam, and she moved one of the apartment complexes she was lifting to put it between herself and Scion. The goal seemed to be less about blocking the attack, and more about hiding herself from Scion's sight so she could take evasive action. "Cover!" Cody shouted. The angle of the beam meant that they were in the path of the resulting devastation, the remaining chunks of the building sent flying in their general direction. Shouting incoherently and screaming, they ran to take shelter around the corner of the nearest building. Chunks of concrete, pavement, and metal hit with enough force that they cracked brick and etched divots into the snow-covered road. "Oh God," Marissa said, sliding down to sit where the sidewalk met the base of the house. "Oh God." "How's Noelle?" Kraus asked. "Pale," Jess answered. "You awake? No?" There was no response. "She's still breathing?" "Yeah," Jess said, pulling off a glove and reaching over. Kraus closed his eyes. There was nothing they could do for Noelle just yet. He glanced at each of his friends to gauge how they were handling things. They looked scared, Jess most of all. But she was the one with the biggest idea of what was going on. She was the one who read the websites and magazines about capes, who had the best idea of how the Seamerg operated. Marissa looked lost in thought, no doubt grieving over the brutal death of her best friend. Luke's face was drawn with tension, suggesting he was in more pain than he was letting on, and Cody looked angry. Not that Cody was wrong to feel that way. The people who were supposed to be on their side were putting them in danger, with attacks that sent chunks of concrete flying halfway across the city. Or, on a more mundane level, they were fencing them inside the city's limits and threatening them with guns. "Luke, your leg?" "Doesn't hurt that much. I think it's pretty shallow," Luke said, bending down and touching his pants leg. It was the red-brown of blood, and had frozen stiff enough that it was only about as flexible as cardboard. "It doesn't look shallow." "I'm more worried about Noelle," Luke said. "We should get inside, try to get her warmer and see if there's anything we can do for her. If we can find supplies to bandage my leg, that's a bonus." "Let's go then. Is this place okay?" Kraus looked at the house they were huddled beside. "It's a little close to the guys with guns for my liking," Luke said. "Yeah, but if there's trouble, maybe they'll come help us," Kraus pointed out. "Doubt it," Jess said. He turned her way, but the way her lips were pursed suggested she wasn't planning on elaborating. They moved around the building until they found a door. Use of the doorbell and liberal knocking didn't get a response from anybody inside. After Jess was set down, Cody and Oliver took turns kicking at the door to little effect. They quickly abandoned that idea. Not like it is in the movies. They had to wait while Cody used a fence post to shatter a basement window and climbed inside. It would be a minute or two before he reached the front door and unlocked it from the inside. "Hope there's nobody hiding in there," Oliver muttered. Muled might have been a better word. Kraus didn't generally dislike Oliver, but the guy was hard to like, too. He joined the group when they'd started their gaming club at school, had once been one of Noelle's friends back when they were in kindergarten or something. Now he was in a few of Kraus's classes, but despite the associations, he remained a second-string member of the group. Kraus was willing to admit to himself that Oliver was a second-string friend, too. He was short, a little pudgy, with an unfortunate haircut and no real personality, rarely joining in of his own volition. Marissa had done everything her mother had asked of her, fought to be number 1 in ballet, number 1 in violin, number 1 in dance, in the pageant circuit, in grades, and in countless other things. In each case, Marissa had either broken down under the pressure, or it had become clear that first place wasn't in reach. Her mum would let up for a few weeks, and then push the next thing. It had only been at the start of 11th grade that Marissa had finally put a stop to it, and pursued something her mum didn't understand and couldn't pressure her on. The gaming club. The drive to win had stuck with her, and she'd still remained Marissa at the end of it all. Oliver's mum was a hard-ass in her own way too, but he had buckled under that domineering pressure, breaking rather than thriving. In contrast to Marissa, his identity had been ground away. "I'm scared," Oliver said. "Grow up." "We're all pretty fucking scared," Kraus said. "Look at them." Oliver was looking past the fence and across the park to where the soldiers were standing. "When Cody broke that window, they tensed, like they thought we were a danger to them." Kraus glanced at Jess, saw her staring hard at the ground. "Maybe we are. Jess, you seem to have a better idea of what's going on than any of us." "You never followed this stuff? You really don't know?" "What is she? What can she do?" Why are we under quarantine, and why did Grandios's team kill him? She averted her eyes. Let's wait until Cody's with us, so I don't have to explain twice. Fuck waiting for Cody, Kraus said. Kraus, Luke admonished him. This shit is important. She's stalling because it's bad, but we need to know if it's that bad. We'll wait for Cody, Marissa said. Luke nodded in agreement. Kraus scowled. It was another minute before they heard the clatter of the latch on the other side of the door being opened. Place is empty, Cody said. Basement was such a mess I had to wade through all the crap down there. Kraus was the first inside. It was someone's house, but messy. Stacks of magazines covered every surface in the living room. There were plastic bags with the tops tied sitting underneath the hall table, and artwork that included paintings, clay figures, vases, and bird sculptures sat on every surface that wasn't occupied. Where are they? He wondered. He'd assumed that anyone who hadn't evacuated while he and his friends were getting free of the toppled apartment building was hiding out. Had the residents here cleared out? He found a couch and got into a sitting position, easing Noelle down. He rubbed his shoulders where the sleeves of her shirt had been pulling at him, while Marissa and Oliver handled getting Noelle from a sitting to a prone position. On her side, Marissa said. There's a lot of blood in her mouth, and we don't want her choking. Oliver nodded, and Kraus found space to get close and help them shift Noelle over. Once she was in position, he seated himself on the oak coffee table, elbows on his knees, facing her. She was white to the point that she was pushing past pink and moving into the bluer hues, and she had a purple-brown bruising around her eyes. The blood around her nose and mouth was caked on thick. Some had gotten onto her coat and sweatshirt. She's still breathing? He asked. Yeah, Marissa said. She touched Noelle's throat, and Noelle shifted, pulling away. Shh. It's okay. Just checking your pulse. It's weak. Can't stand this. Seeing her like this when I can't help her. Kraus turned to look at Jess, where Cody was settling her into an armchair. You were going to explain? I don't know if I should. We have to know what's going on, what to watch out for. This screaming in our heads. Don't remind me, Cody said. Fuck me, I'm losing my mind. That's what I was going to ask, Kraus said, staring at Jess. Are we losing our minds? Not permanently, Jess said. Oh God, Marissa said. It's what happened in... What was that place called? Lausanne? Switzerland. She showed up, and nobody wanted to pick a fight with her, and they were curious, so they studied her and tried to communicate with her. Tons of people gathered. Then she sang, screamed, whatever this is. There was chaos. People didn't know what was happening, so they weren't able to evacuate that well. Roads clogged, and then they started flipping out. Emotions ramped up, inhibitions lowered, flashbacks to old traumas. And a lot of the emotion that got juiced up was fear. People can do pretty stupid, dangerous things when afraid. Oliver put his hands to his head, his fingers scrunching up his hair, his eyes wide. She's getting into our heads? We have nothing to fear but fear itself, only it's taken literally, Kraus thought. Aloud, he asked, It goes away? A temporary break in sanity can be pretty devastating, Marissa said, her voice small. Yeah, Jess said, but it's still temporary. So that's why they're scared? They think any guy with superpowers that loses his mind is too big a danger? And the army guys are there in case we turn into a rabid, panicked mob? Kraus asked. Yeah, Jess replied. Kraus hadn't missed the delay before she'd spoken. It had only been a fraction of a second, but it had been there. So we just need to minimize the damage we can do if worse comes to worst, Luke said. He'd settled in the armchair beside Jess and was rolling up the frozen leg of his jeans. Kraus studied Jess, saw how she was looking hard at the ground. That pause. There was something she wasn't saying. Was she lying about it being temporary? I'm going to go see if I can scrounge up anything to take care of that leg, Marissa said. Thanks, Luke said. Oliver, Kraus said. Find blankets? Look for a linen cupboard, something we can put around Noelle to warm her up. Maybe around Luke, too. And me, if it's no trouble, Jess said. The circulation in my legs isn't so good, and the idea of what might happen if they get cold is pretty scary. Okay, Oliver said, hurrying to obey. Jess added, "And what are you doing, Kraus?" "I'll watch Noel," he said, his voice firm. She frowned. "Can you get us some water? Or juice, maybe? Both Noel and Luke have lost blood. They'll need to avoid getting dehydrated. But Noel... I'll watch Noel in the meantime. I'm not good for much else right now. Don't worry. You'll be in earshot if there's trouble." "Right," Kraus reluctantly agreed. He stood and went looking for the kitchen. He found a carton of orange juice, a plastic container of cranberry, and glasses. He had to search for a pitcher to put water in, opening cupboards. He stopped when he reached the far corner of the kitchen. There was a small banging noise, repetitive. Too small to be the house's residence. No. The back door of the house opened into an enclosed back patio, with a dining room table and heavy green curtains blocking each of the windows. On top of the table was a cage with a small bird inside, a cockatoo or something. The bird was standing on the floor of its home, slowly, steadily, and monotonously banging its head against the raised metal lip of the cage. Blood and bloody bird footprints joined the bird shit that spattered the newspaper that lined the cage. She affects animals too. Is this what's in store for us? It was unnerving to watch, to imagine that it could easily be him doing the same thing sometime in the near future. That steady, mindless kind of self-harm. Suicide by compulsive repetition, beating his head to a pulp against the nearest solid surface. If he was lucky. He was a human with opposable thumbs, and there were a hell of a lot of ugly things he could do to himself if that fucking bird woman decided to push him that far. Just as bad, there were ugly things that he could do to others. He looked away to find something that could serve as an improvised pitcher for the water, and his eyes caught on something. He returned his eyes to the cage. He'd been scared earlier, had felt genuine fear for Noel's well-being, for his own. But this was something else entirely. What he was experiencing now wasn't fear, but despair. He backed away, thinking hard. Too many things weren't making sense, but this threatened to bring everything into a kind of clarity he didn't want. He found a knife, returned to the cage, and then grabbed the bird in one fist. It didn't struggle or resist as he held it down, severing its head with one clean stroke. It's just a dumb fucking bird, but it doesn't deserve to suffer. Maybe he could hope for the same. Can't let anyone else see this and get freaked out. He disposed of the cage's contents in the nearest waste bin. He found a combination sheath and knife sharpener in the kitchen drawer, tucked the knife away and stuck it in his back pocket, covered by his jacket. Better to be armed if another monster shows. Before anyone could come looking for him, he grabbed a flower vase and started rinsing it out in the sink. He tried not to think too much on the subject of what he'd seen, but was unable to break his train of thought any more than he could free himself of the steady, endless screaming in his head. There were enough notes to it now that it almost did sound like singing, something a few notches above soprano in pitch, holding long notes that stretched on just long enough for him to get used to them. Then they changed, jarring his thoughts, never settling into a pattern. It was as if they were designed to rattle him. He finished filling the vase, and, with a little more force than was necessary, he snatched a tray from between the microwave and the neighbouring cabinet. Dropping it onto the counter, almost relishing the clatter it made for the distraction from the screaming in his head, he collected all the glasses and drinks. Marissa had already returned to the living room by the time he brought the tray through, and was working with Cody to disinfect and clean Luke's wound. Noelle wasn't moving, and Oliver was still occupied elsewhere. That left Jess on her own, watching Noelle with an eye on what the others were doing. Kraus put the drinks down at the end of the couch. "Jess, water or juice?" "Water." He poured a cup and brought it to her. He didn't let go as she took hold of it. "Kraus?" Her brow furrowed. He leaned close, kept his voice quiet. "Please tell me I'm losing my mind." "What do you mean?" He hissed. "This thing with the Seamerg, the singing, it's not even half the problem here, is it? We're far more fucked than that." He noticed the way she averted her eyes. "You know, don't you? You figured it out too. The way you've been acting." "When did you find out?" "When I was in the kitchen." "It's not a priority. We need to get help for these guys and..." He gripped the glass harder, jerked it a little to make sure he had her attention. "No. Don't dodge the question. You're keeping way too fucking quiet on all of this shit. About this, About the singing in our heads, you're hiding something else about the Seamerg. It wouldn't help to tell, Jess said. They'd panic, and we need to focus on taking care of Noelle and Luke. We damn well need to know what we're up against, he hissed, maybe a bit louder than before. Grouse? Luke asked. Jess, you okay? We're just talking, Jess said, looking at Kraus. He let go of the glass, letting her take it, and straightened. If that Seamerg is going to play up our emotions, we need to stay on the level, Luke said, eyeing them. Keep calm, cooperate. No whispering, or you'll make the rest of us paranoid. Right, Jess said, looking at Kraus. That makes sense. We should watch our words in case we make others unnecessarily upset. Kraus gave her a long look. Fine. What's going on? Luke asked. You two are acting funny. It's nothing, Jess said. Not important right now. How's your leg, Luke? Deeper than we thought, Marissa said. The crack of gunfire interrupted her explanation. The initial burst was followed by a longer, steadier stream of shots. Something broke just outside, and everyone in the house that was able threw themselves to the ground for cover. They're shooting at us! Oliver shouted from the stairwell. Get down! One of the girls urged him. Oliver hurried down the stairs and then lay down in the front hallway of the house, hands on his head. The gunfire stopped. What in the blue fuck? Luke asked. He was still in the chair, hadn't moved. Why the hell did they do that? Not us, Marissa said, as she gingerly rose from her crouch to stare out the window of the living room. Trouble. Kraus climbed to his feet. A sheer translucent curtain showed a figure by the fence. The sheer curtains masked the details, but Kraus could make out a pair of short horns on the thing's forehead, marking it as one of the monsters. We're not safe here, Luke said. We're not safe anywhere, Marissa said. Kraus hurried across the room to check on Noelle. She had been periodically rousing to mutter something before drifting back to unconsciousness, but the fact she hadn't moved in response to the gunfire was alarming. Hey, Noelle, he said. He brushed her hair away from her face. She was paler than before, and the bruising around her eyes was worse. Even in the past few minutes she'd gotten worse, not better. Give me a response? Anything? There was nothing. I wish I knew something about first aid, something that could help. 2 gunshots echoed in the distance. A low, faint rumble marked a series of attacks from Scion or the Seamerg. Buildings falling. Without looking away, he said, Marissa. What? I need you to give Noelle a thorough checkup. I don't think she'd want me to do it, or see. She was always sensitive about that stuff. Even hugs, even kissing or holding hands, they were things that she'd parceled out with reluctance. She wouldn't want him manhandling her, checking for injuries. He stood up to make room for Marissa to get close, stepped back. Marissa began undoing Noelle's jacket. Do you want me to move Jess closer so she can help? He asked. No, Marissa said. I can handle this, I think. What am I looking for? She shouldn't be this pale, but there's not a lot of blood except around her nose and mouth. Check for injuries? I'm worried she's bleeding into her boot or her jacket or something. I don't know. I'll look. Oliver had headed back upstairs and was making his way down with an armful of sheets. Kraus grabbed one and threw it at Luke. Cover your head. You're being a little extreme, Luke said. Do it. I'm not saying I won't. I'm just saying you're being a little intense about it. Kraus spread his hands. I don't know how to help her. All I know is that she cares about that stuff. If nothing else, I want to respect that. She's modest, Oliver suggested. Kraus twitched with irritation. He wanted to stab his finger in Oliver's face, growl, You don't know her. He bit his tongue and kept from reacting, reminded himself that he was under the influence of that incessant screaming in his head, a constant pressure on his psyche. If he let himself slip, he knew how easily he could transition into tearing at Oliver, expressing all the frustration he had over how passive and submissive and fucking whiny he was. The guy wouldn't even fight back. Noelle's not modest. She's damaged, Kraus thought. He glanced at Marissa, and he didn't say anything. Are the rest of you guys going to move to another room then? Marissa asked. Yeah, Kraus said. He, Cody, and Oliver retreated to the kitchen, while Luke reclined in the armchair with his leg propped up and a folded sheet over his face. She could die, Cody said, once they'd reached the kitchen. Kraus tensed. Just saying. It was bad when we were getting out of the apartment, and it's getting worse. We'll help her. Cody nodded. A minute passed, and Oliver turned his attention to searching the cupboards for food. He found a fruity cereal and poured some out into his hand. Kraus took some for himself, chewing on it. Cody's eyes narrowed as he glanced away. I don't like you, Kraus. This isn't exactly the time to hold on to old grudges. I know that. I'm just saying, I think you're an asshole. I think you'll fuck the rest of us over if it means serving your own ends or helping Noelle. But we can't afford to fight between us. Whatever I think of you, we can't afford to be enemies. That was never a concern, Kraus shrugged. He heard Marissa, Jess, and Luke exchanging words in low voices. He stepped closer to the door to listen in, keeping his eyes averted. He couldn't make out the words. He wasn't really hearing the screaming in his head, but it was almost drowning out the faint, muffled words. Cody muttered something under his breath. Why do you do that? Do what? Put me down. Act like I'm not worth your attention. I wasn't. I was just saying I wasn't stressed about us being enemies. You phrased it like you wouldn't care even if I was your enemy. You are, and I don't, really. Kraus shrugged. You have no problems benefiting off my hard work, but you look down on me. You talk down to me. I'm inconsequential to you. I thought we weren't enemies, Kraus said, turning. We aren't. I'm just saying you're making it really hard to be allies. Kraus shook his head. Okay, whatever. Change of topic. What kind of stuff was in the basement? Anything and everything. I'm gonna go look, while we wait for Jess and Marissa to finish. I'll come with. We shouldn't go anywhere alone, Cody said. They headed downstairs, and Oliver followed. Piles of magazines, piles of Tupperware, pieces of wood lashed together, bags of old clothes. Anything and everything. Kraus began digging through the stuff. He tossed all the bags of clothes into one corner to forge a path. I asked her out first, Cody said. Uh-huh. But when she said she wasn't interested, I accepted that. I walked away, stayed her friend. You didn't. You slithered your way in, pressured her. I just let her know I was still interested, while respecting the boundaries she set. If you don't believe me, ask her. I might not get the chance if she doesn't get better. Kraus flinched. Let's drop this topic of conversation. Why? You keep doing that, trying not to talk about stuff. Is it because you know I'm right? It's because we know that whatever happens, this screaming in our heads is going to push us to the edge. Any argument could turn ugly if we aren't careful, and I'm not forgetting that you wanted to hit me before. What's to say you won't try again, with a weapon in your hand? Fuck you. I have self-control. If self-control was all it took, I don't think the Seamogue would have Jess as scared as she is, and I don't think they'd be blowing up the superheroes who spend too long listening to this never-ending motherfucking scream in their heads. We should stick to talking about this shit. The danger we're in, right here, right now. Cody grunted. What are we looking for? Weapons. What? Kraus stepped over a few garbage bags. He found a tool bench and grabbed a short hatchet from where it hung on the wall. Holding it by the head, he extended the handle towards Cody. Are you insane? Cody didn't touch it. If we run into another monster, we'll need to defend ourselves. Didn't you just finish saying we're in a dangerous mental state? We're more dangerous to each other than the monsters are. And you want to walk around with weapons so we can kill each other if someone snaps? I want to walk around with weapons so we're safe. If you're not going to take this, then Oliver... He extended the handle to Oliver. He paused. Oliver? Oliver looked haunted, his eyes wide, staring at the wall. Kraus had to double-check that there was nothing there. Oliver! Oliver jumped. When he looked at Kraus, his eyes were shiny with tears. You okay? Cody asked. No, Oliver said. He didn't expand on the thought. Kraus extended the hatchet's handle towards his friend. If I give you this so you can protect yourself, you're not going to hurt yourself, are you? Oliver reacted as though he'd been slapped. No! Then take it. Oliver did, weighing the weapon in one hand. Kraus found a battery-operated nail gun, fiddled with it to find the clip and check the number of nails inside. He pulled the safety at the nozzle back and fired an experimental shot into a black plastic bag. "This is a mistake," Cody said. "A ranged weapon? We walk upstairs with this stuff, and in half an hour we'll have killed and butchered each other." "If we're going to go crazy enough to kill each other," Kraus said, "we'll find ways to hurt each other anyways. I'm more concerned about us living through the next half hour, with Noel living through the next half hour." Cody frowned. "Anyways, the nail gun's useless. It's not going to do any real damage to anything like those monsters we ran into," Kraus said. He put it back on the workbench, grabbed a crowbar with a pickaxe head. "Give me that one," Cody said. "Just remember what you said. We're not enemies. If you have to, tell yourself it's more satisfying to beat my face in with your fists." "We're not enemies," Cody said, "and I have enough self-control. I'm more worried about what you're going to pull." Kraus touched the small chainsaw that hung on the wall, saw Cody and Oliver stiffening in alarm, and decided against it. Instead, he walked over to the corner, where duct piping and curtain rods were stacked against the wall. He pulled one curtain rod free. It had fleur-de-lis caps on the ends, and was apparently made out of cast iron, or stainless steel fashioned to look like cast iron. It was thin enough that it might bend after one good hit, but it would serve as a functional spear. Seizing a hammer in his other hand, Kraus said, "Let's go see how they're doing." Cody looked at the crowbar and frowned, but he followed without protest. "It's bad," Jess said, as Kraus knocked and approached the living room. "How bad?" Marissa had removed Noelle's jacket, and she hiked up Noelle's shirt and sweater to show her stomach. It was bruised to the point of being purple-black, and the right side was swelling in an ugly way, nearly twice as thick as the other side of her abdomen. "What is it?" "I don't know, but it's stiff, hard. She might be bleeding inside. Or a hernia? Something could have torn loose and shifted places inside." Kraus nodded. He felt his blood run cold, but he wasn't surprised. This was just a confirmation of what he'd already suspected. "What are we going to do?" "I'll look for a doctor," Kraus said. "What?" Cody asked. "Are you insane?" "I know it's risky. No shit," Cody said. "But I'm willing to put my life at risk if it means we have a chance at helping Noel. If you're playing the gallant boyfriend because of what I said in the kitchen..." He wanted to slap sense into Cody. He settled for raising his voice. "Fucking stop!" Cody shut his mouth. "We don't have a lot of time. Noel doesn't, I mean. So I'm going. I knew I'd probably have to, even when I asked Marissa to check Noel over. It's why I grabbed this." He lifted the spear. "I've got a little something to defend myself with if it comes to that. I'll go. See if I can track down any groups of people, find a doctor." "Alone?" Jess asked. "I'll take any help we can get, but I'll go alone if I have to." "I'll come," Cody said. Kraus suppressed a wince. He almost didn't want Cody to come, knew that his company would offer as many problems as help, but next to Luke, Cody was the strongest one present. "Oliver?" he asked. Oliver shook his head. "Damn you, you little coward. Okay, just Cody and I then." "I'll come too," Marissa said. Kraus nodded. "You'll need a weapon. Take Oliver's." She did, and Kraus handed Oliver the hammer he had in his free hand. Kraus glanced at the others, gave Noelle one long look. Maybe the last glimpse he'd get of her alive. "Let's go," he said, swallowing around the lump in his throat. He walked to the closet and found a heavy wool coat that hung down to his knees, a replacement for the meagre fall jacket he'd been wearing. Sooner the better. Cody and Marissa followed him as he ventured outside. He glanced at the creature that had been gunned down by the fence. A man, fat, with rows of horns on its head and shoulders. He glanced at the soldiers, saw the guns that were pointed his way. They weren't firing, but they wouldn't show him any more mercy than they'd showed the monster. He didn't know what was up with that. That was one detail Jess hadn't shared. The soldiers didn't fit with the scenario she'd described. Maybe the people who'd failed to evacuate would go crazy, become dangerous, but even a good fence would serve to stop that. There could be other measures, like tear gas or tasers, but guns? Or blowing up a superhero? No. There was more to that story. "Where is everyone?" Marissa asked. We've barely seen anyone on the streets.
They know better, Cody said. They evacuated, Kraus corrected. It's why the heroes were okay with knocking down buildings like they were. Everyone was already cleared out. So quickly? Why didn't we evacuate too? Took us too long to get out of the apartment, Kraus said, the lie smooth. Marissa shook her head, but she didn't argue any further. With Jess staying behind at least, he didn't need to worry so much about Luke, Oliver, or Noelle asking similar questions and coming to the same conclusions he and Jess had. Or, just as bad, would be if they got the bright idea of going to look for their families. Jess would dissuade and distract the others, just like he would with Marissa and Cody. He wished he was going crazy, that this was paranoia, but he felt an ugly feeling in the pit of his stomach, along with a hard certainty. The pieces fit too well together. The reason people had evacuated so quickly was because the fighting had been going on for some time. Jess had said the Seamerg wasn't a tinker. She was probably right. The Seamerg had merely copied an existing design, copied a device that had already been used once. Making the massive Halo portal was just a question of copying the layout, remembering how the pieces had been put together, and being very, very smart. Jess would have figured it out, once she saw enough of the capes, or when Luke had gotten lost in his neighborhood. Even when they just climbed out of the apartment, she had asked why the Seamerg was here. He thought back to the bird in the cage, and the bloody newspaper that it had been standing on. He'd only been able to read part of the headline. President Gillen orders. It isn't that Alexandria, Sion, the Seamerg, and the other heroes somehow came here. We've been taken there. The Seamerg had brought them to Earth Bet. Earth B. It was the Earth they'd heard so much about on the internet and the news, stuff Jess had followed with such curiosity that they jokingly called her a Cape Geek. An Earth where Japan was in shambles, a different president led the United States of America. There were 1,000 times the number of parahumans, and Endbringers threatened to crush humanity in a merciless, unending battle of attrition. They were a long, long way away from their families. They took a path that kept the fence to their right. It meant that they stayed on the fringe of the Seamerg's power, the volume of the keening song as low as they could hope to keep it, and it meant there was one less cardinal direction that any creatures could approach them from. There were soldiers stationed at the far end of any roads, a ways back from fences, but they weren't taking shots at them. If the soldiers happened to shout at them through a loudspeaker, he considered it a bonus, something to draw others closer. He cursed the heavy clouds of fog and dust that were resulting from the ongoing fighting, and the snow that had evaporated or scattered on a massive scale. It wasn't bad enough that there were monsters prowling around the city, but his key senses were being obscured. He couldn't see more than 100 or 200 feet ahead of him, and the noise, there was no absolute quiet. The screaming in their heads continued without end, low in volume and apparently low in effect, but there, always there. Just as distracting and nerve-wracking were the rumbles and sounds of gunfire, of distant explosions, of buildings collapsing, and of city streets being blasted to shreds. It was during one of the quiet moments, one of the periodic breaks in the distant chaos where there was only the song in their heads, that they heard a shrill scream. Kraus, Cody, and Marissa stopped in their tracks. "Was that in my head?" Kraus asked. "No, definitely a person. Or people. We should help them," Marissa said. "We'd be putting ourselves in danger," Cody replied. "No," Kraus said. "We should go." "I feel like you contradict me to be irritating," Cody growled. "We should go because there's barely anyone around," Kraus said. "And we've got to find a doctor. One person with the right skills in an area with very few people. And since someone's screaming, we know there's at least one person there." Kraus nodded. He didn't wait for further argument from Cody, sprinting ahead instead. His path took him to the foot of a set of tall buildings with stores on the lowest level. He was somewhat relieved that most of the fast food chains seemed familiar. Somehow it implied that home wasn't so far away. Tables and benches were bolted into the ground in a broad patio or plaza between the buildings. The fixtures that weren't exposed to the winds and shock waves that were rippling across the city in all the fighting were piled high with layers of snow and ice. Kraus could hear the crunch in the snow as Marissa and Cody caught up behind him. He glanced back to verify it was really them, then gripped his spear tighter. Screams, again, to his left. He hurried toward the sound.
He knew the singing in his head was making him more impulsive, rounding off the edges of his sense of caution and pushing him to act rather than plan. It didn't matter. He had one goal in mind. 8 people were gathered in a burger joint with the lights off. More daunting were the 3 monsters that were in the room. One of the monsters was holding a 9th person off the ground. The windows had been shattered, and curls of snow flowed into the fast food place. Kraus dropped low, crouching behind a snow-covered patio. He gestured for Cody and Marissa to stop. The monsters included a man with a neck 3 times the usual length, and a gnarled hump on his back that was plated in armor. His arms split in 2 at the elbow, with 1 set of hands and 1 set of limbs that ended in built-in scythes. He was perched on a table, cackling. His jacket was clearly borrowed, ill-fitting around his hump, and he kept having to push the sleeves up so they wouldn't cover his hands or weapons. His partner held their victim, the 9th person in the room. She was big, maybe 7 feet tall, and heavy in a way that met some middle ground between being muscular and being fat. Big-boned might have been the most apt way to describe her, in a literal sense. Her skin was thick, her features blunt. She had a porcine nose and cauliflower ears. Her fingers were stubby and her lips so fat that they curled away from her comparatively tiny teeth. She might have weighed 400 pounds, and the way she was easily holding her victim in the air suggested she was strong enough to kill someone with 1 good punch. She wore only a set of greys that looked like a prisoner uniform. He could make out the first half of the word that was printed across her shoulders. GWER. Rounding out the group was a young woman. Something was off about her, besides the obvious physical changes. Thick, black horizontal lines striped her body, crossing her eyes like a blindfold, extending from the corners of her mouth, lining her chin and tracing down her neck. By the time they reached her fingers, her skin was more black than white. She wore the same prison greys, but had donned a jacket and boots. Her blonde hair was straight, her bangs cut severely across her forehead. She was off because there was a rigidity to her. She stood too straight, and every part of her except her clothing seemed to be drawn in horizontal and vertical lines. Scythe Arms finished laughing, took a second to compose himself, and then snarled with a viciousness that seemed to be in stark contrast to his previous humour. "Ontigehi, Matroshka!" The massive woman turned to shove her captured victim towards the girl with the lines. Kraus could make out the rest of the word. Guerus. Her voice was deeper than any Kraus had ever heard. "Gesarika seji." The line girl spoke in a thick accent. "Speak the Anglo? This skin too far from myself for me to remember."
Mirzuti.
The large woman swore.
Egesa say you take her, Matroshka.
"I cannot. Too far. I will lose myself. Begging you, Guerus." Guerus slammed her hand down on the counter next to her, demolishing it. The soft drink dispenser exploded in a spray of fizz and foam. Guerus looked momentarily surprised, and then the scythe-armed one started cackling. Was that the Egesa that Guerus had mentioned? Guerus growled.
There are gods, frail one. Many. There are fences and the... what you call them? Transportation.
"Trucks," Matroshka said.
Trucks. They hunt us. They have craft. Burn you by looking at you. Fly.
Guerus's deep voice took on an almost reverent tone.
We must escape. We use your craft to do it. Fold us. Fold them.
Matroshka glanced at the crowd of people that were huddled by the front counter. Her face was etched with anxiety. A distant rumble shook the city, and her head snapped to one side in alarm.
Aufstede,
Egesa growled.
Egesa says now.
Guerus translated. "I guessed that already," Matroshka said.
Clever, clever,
Guerus said, with a cruel note to her voice.
Should use that clever mind to think. Longer we wait, longer we have to listen to this dream or wail. More time for men hunting us to find us.
Cody and Marissa crept closer, until they were beside Kraus. Kraus winced as their feet crunched in the snow, but the monstrous people didn't seem to notice. Matroshka reached out and bent down in the direction of the woman Guerus had thrown to the ground. Kraus couldn't quite make out the view, but saw a flurry of black and flesh-toned ribbons. When she stood, she had a different face. Her hair was darker, and the lines on her face and hands were thinner.
How long?
Guerus asked.
To... what is word?
Digest, Matroshka said. Her accent wasn't so thick as it had been. Hours?
2 or 3. Can't really remember.
Fall into me next.
Gwerus said.
Then Egesa. Then them.
Both Matryoshka and Gwerus looked at the huddled captives. But if I take more than 2 or 3 hours to escape, I'll digest you.
I'm a soldier.
Gwerus spoke.
Tough. Hard to eat?
Digest, Matryoshka said. I don't know. Not sure you can be tough against this. Efeste, Egesa growled.
He says...
I get it. Fine. Kneel. Easier if I don't have to climb. Kraus tightened his grip on the spear, waited until he saw the ribbons. Then he charged forward. Couldn't afford to wait until that Matryoshka woman ate someone with the know-how Noel needed. The window of opportunity was small here anyways. Had to strike while 2 of the enemies were occupied. His boots crunched over snow, and Egesa turned his way, raising one scythe before he even saw Kraus. Kraus drove the makeshift spear into Egesa's side. The shape of the head didn't allow for much penetration, but it did bury itself in the monster's stomach. Kraus had never been in a fight. He'd been punched, but he'd never hit back. Wasn't in him, he thought. How much of this was him, and how much was the song in his head? Was the Simurgh song pushing him to violence where he might have tried to find another way in other circumstances? Or was this what it felt like, doing what had to be done to help Noel? Egesa nearly fell from the table he was sitting on, managed to brace himself, then swung one scythe arm at Kraus. Kraus threw himself backward, tugging on his curtain rod spear. It twisted as it came free, doing more damage on the way out than it had with the initial thrust. Egesa fell to the ground, landing with his knees, 2 scythes in one hand on the ground. His other hand pressed to the injury, where blood was spilling onto the ground. The hump of a hunchback protected the man's head as he crouched before Kraus. Kraus looked at Egesa's arched back, his legs and arms under him. He could have gone for the stomach again, but there were no guarantees. He jabbed for the armpit instead, limit his range of attack. His body hummed with adrenaline, and he felt far, far too calm for what he was doing, as he thrust the heavy metal spear into the base of Egesa's arm. This time he twisted it on purpose, before pulling it free. There was more blood than he thought there'd be with that one. Egesa fell over, no longer able to prop himself up. Changing his grip, Kraus brought the spear down like a bludgeon, cracking Egesa across the head. When Egesa didn't immediately slump over, Kraus hit him twice more. "End!" Egesa growled. Kraus swung to hit him one more time. Egesa disappeared in a cloud of black smoke that quickly dissipated and the spear hit tile. Kraus glanced around to see if Egesa had changed locations. The scythe-armed freak wasn't around. He did see Cody and Marissa looking at him wide-eyed. This next part wasn't going to change that much. "Run!" he shouted at the bystanders. They scrambled to their feet and ran for cover. He advanced on Gwerus and Matryoshka, saw how Gwerus was entangled by Matryoshka, wearing the ribbons like a second skin. Her left arm, completely encased, was compressed to only half the size, almost normal. Gwerus looked too tough to hurt, but Matryoshka, he slashed the end of his makeshift spear into her, and the ribbons of flesh cut and tore. Matryoshka began to pull together, unwinding from Gwerus, and he clubbed her over the head. Gwerus was a bigger problem. The way her skin seemed to be 3 times as thick as normal, at least, and her massive frame, he suspected he wouldn't be able to hurt her with his weapon. No. Kraus made himself stop, took an account of what he was doing. He was getting carried away. He turned to run. A hand gripped the back of his coat, and a scythe blade extended around Kraus's throat. He felt another scythe tap against his spear, tapping again shortly after. He let the spear clatter to the tiled floor. Matryoshka condensed the ribbons into onion-like layers. The cuts and tears he'd made weren't continuous once she was put together. Rather, it was divided into a series of short cuts placed around her face and hands, with more probably hidden beneath her clothes.
"Brave,"
Gwerus growled.
"Stupid brave."
"Skulla na breton knappa,"
Egesa muttered, just beside Kraus's ear. Gwerus shook her head.
"Na, waksafen knappa with hunchens fanaren Matryoshka kunan felden knappa."
Egesa shoved Kraus so that he stumbled forward, finding himself in the middle of the 3. "English? Anglo?" Matryoshka asked.
"We need the boy,"
Gwerus said.
"You fold him."
"Uh-huh," Matryoshka said.
We'll need more.
We'll find more.
Soon? Women I just took will all be dissolved.
Soon,
Gwerus said. Kraus couldn't help but notice how even her dialect had changed since she had absorbed the woman into her. You don't have to do this. Egesa kicked him from behind, and Kraus fell to his hands and knees. Don't hurt him, Matryoshka said.
They are enemies,
Gwerus growled.
They hunt us.
We're not hunting you, Kraus said. Egesa kicked him again for his trouble, driving a heel into Kraus's kidney. Kraus grunted and writhed at the pain. The screaming in his head was bad now, almost drowning everything out. It was almost affecting his vision. He couldn't help but think about the pressure of being deep underwater, being so deep he was barely able to function, except this wasn't imagined. It was real, despite being all in his head. That same pressure dimmed everything around the edges of his vision, made shadows darker and lights brighter. When spots appeared in his vision, he could almost imagine they were images. Egesa pressed the tip of one scythe to Kraus's eyelid. Abisdien Aye, yeah? Kraus slipped, so to speak. He hadn't even realized he was resisting the song, but in the pain, in his momentary fear, he let himself listen, looked at the shapes that were filling in the dark places he could see. Am I giving up? This easily? The others need me. The others. Noelle, he mumbled. Francis? He winced. Call me Kraus. Everyone but my mum does. Kraus. Noelle tried the word. Okay. You want something? Just wanted to talk. When we were marking each other's papers in class, I got yours. Just wanted to say I like the way you think. He could see her expression change, as though the whole paradigm of the conversation had shifted. What did I say? Thanks, she said. Her eyes dropped to her lunch tray, and she speared a piece of lettuce on her fork. She popped it into her mouth and chewed, slowly, methodically, then glanced up at Kraus. The meaning was clear. With body language alone, she was asking, why are you still here? Comparing the way you'd write an essay to how you'd design a game, plotting things both on a mechanical and general level. It was interesting to read, nerdy in all the best ways. That's a compliment, in case you're left wondering. All right. Thanks. He was turning to leave when he saw Marissa Newland approach and sit down next to Noelle. They weren't people he'd expected to see together. It wasn't that Noelle was unattractive, only that Marissa was a swan, one of the better-looking girls in the school, and Noelle was maybe best described as a sparrow. Small, nervous, plain. He hadn't imagined they had any shared interests, social circles, or friends. Marissa moved a small plate with a square of pizza on it to Noelle's tray before looking up at Kraus. Kraus? You need something? Nah, said what I wanted to say. Don't pester her, okay? I'm not doing anything more annoying than distracting her from lunch, and I was already leaving. You two know each other? Noelle asked. Kraus answered before Marissa could. Our mums both do a lot of volunteer stuff for the school, bake sales and crap. Been a couple of times where we both got dragged in to help and wound up working together. So I know exactly what to watch out for with you, Marissa said. At any given point in time, you're pulling some nefarious prank, you're manipulating others to get what you want, you're making someone else look bad. Stop. All this praise is going to make me blush. 6th grade, Marissa said, turning to Noelle. He tells his teacher, and I'm out of here, Kraus said, making sure to interrupt her. I forgot Marissa knew about the more embarrassing stories. Good riddance to you, then, Marissa said, smiling lightly. He wasn't 2 steps away before he heard her saying, The Ransack qualifiers. He turned, interest piqued. What? Marissa said. Do I need to get back to the story to scare you off? Or are you going to make some crack about girls and video games? No, I'm not. You said qualifiers? As in competitive level? Yeah, we have a club we organised through the school to manage it. It was the only way I could get access to a computer without my mum looking over my shoulder. No kidding. That's the same one Luke's in? You know Luke Brito? Yeah, he's in the group. Ah, he said. He floundered. I'm sort of lost for words. The bar for that sort of thing is higher than a lot of people think. Even getting to the point where you're in the qualifiers is pretty respectable. Kudos. Thanks, Marissa said. I won't subject you to my presence any longer. Good luck tonight. Really. You play? Noelle asked, the question abrupt. She tore off a bit of pizza crust and popped it into her mouth. It took Kraus a second to mentally shift gears. Some, casually. Marissa looked at Noelle to double-check, then gestured toward the empty seat across from them. Kraus sat, winced as a plastic tray clattered to the ground. Marissa screamed, the sound abruptly cutting off as she was tossed from the counter where the plastic trays were stacked to the ruined counter where the soft drink dispenser had been. She gasped for breath, struggled to climb to her feet, and fell. She was too dazed, and the ruined counter didn't offer much in the way of solid traction. Gueris advanced on her. Kraus forced himself back to reality, hurried to climb to his feet, only to feel the scythe's blade press hard to his neck, only his scarf keeping it from severing flesh. The screaming in his head was back, worse than ever. After the peace of the memory, the tranquility of being free of the screaming, still experiencing the warm buzz that surged through him, this wasn't where he wanted to be. "Begana York," Egesa hissed in his ear. "Don't understand a fucking thing you're saying," Kraus responded. In a strange way, he was pissed. Pissed in the way he might be if he'd been woken abruptly from a good dream. He knew it wasn't rational, knew it wasn't even healthy to think that way when the Seamerg was this dangerous, this insidious, but he was still upset. So maybe, in the smallest way, it gave him the push he needed to reach beneath his coat, to where he'd stashed the sheathed kitchen knife. With his other hand, he found and dug his gloved fingers into the wound the spear had made, simultaneously twisting, putting his less vulnerable shoulder in the way of Egesa's scythe hand. It didn't matter. Egesa's knees folded as Kraus twisted his fingers in the wound, dug deep. The knife's sheath clattered to the ground, and Kraus dragged the blade across Egesa's long neck. Egesa pushed him away, blood fountaining down the front of his body. Kraus's fingers were plucked free of the wet, sucking wound as the freak backed away. Egesa disappeared into wisps of dark smoke.
"Stupid brave boy,"
Gueris said. Kraus glanced around the room as the massive bear of a woman turned to face him. Marissa was only just managing to stand, while Cody had backed up to the opposite end of the room, crowbar in hand. Matryoshka was on her hands and knees, not far from Cody. "Run!" he shouted. "Scatter!" He was only turning to run away from the brutish Gueris when he realized the others might not be in a state to run. Marissa had been thrown hard, and he wasn't sure what kind of condition Cody was in. Not that it mattered. Gueris picked Kraus for her target. She wasn't fast. There was some small blessing in that. But he quickly realized that she was keeping up with him, and she didn't have half the trouble he did in wading through the deeper patches of snow. Slipping on ice, too, didn't prove to be a problem for her, when she weighed enough that the ice shattered with each footfall. She caught up to him before he was clear of the plaza, grabbed him by the seat of his pants and the back of his coat. He stabbed at her hand with the knife, and felt a fierce agony tear through his own hand. Blood welled out from his palm, warm as it ran down his arm to his elbow. Kraus screamed.
"No,"
Gueris growled in her deep voice.
"Stupid boy."
"Begone," a man intoned. Kraus felt himself slip from her grasp. He dropped to the ground. "Do it quickly," another man said. Kraus turned to look, but he saw everything through a monochrome haze. His own hand seemed smoky, faint. "I'm a ghost?" "Any insights, Merdin?" A man in armor spoke. Gueris backed away as he advanced. A giantess and a man in a suit of gleaming armor. The man twirled a halberd in one hand. "A protective power. I just got a glimpse of the idea behind it. Retribution," the first man said. He was behind the man in armor, wearing a robe. "Her power is based around retribution for damage done." "Damage reflection?" the man in armor asked. "Or does she get more durable as you attack her?" "More likely to be the former than the latter." Kraus stood as the man in armor walked up to him, walked past him as though he weren't even there.
"I'm stronger than you,"
Gueros snarled. The armored man didn't reply.
"Why do this? Why hunt us?"
Gueros asked, backing away. The armored man slammed his halberd down against the ground, and smoke billowed around him. A moment later, there was a sound like a gunshot. Gueris dropped to one knee, one meaty hand pressed to her chest. There was a tink, and she was set on fire, head to toe. The flames were hot enough and close enough to Kraus that they could have burned him, should have burned him. But he barely felt the warmth of them, barely felt anything. The Seamerg's scream had faded, and his own wounded hand was little more than a dull throb. "Hey," Kraus said, turning to the man in armour. There was no response. "Hey, my friend needs—"
"That was reckless," Murden said, speaking over Kraus. "Attacking when we didn't know the particulars of her power."
"Two most likely vectors for it," the armoured man said, talking as though he couldn't hear Kraus. He raised his voice a little to be heard over Guerris's screams. "Either she needed to see me, or there needed to be some correlation between me and the damage done. Smoke plus a non-lethal bullet works as a test for the first case. Besides, priority one is minimizing interactions, right?"
"Yes, but it was still reckless."
Kraus turned to Murden. "My friend's dying. Can you help her?" Murden walked ahead, dismissing the smoke with a wave of the craggy wooden stick he carried. "Dragon," the armoured man said. "I'm here." The woman's voice came from the armbands that they'd fixed around their wrists. "Murden just shunted some kid out to minimize contact. I saw some blood. If I mark the location, can we get emergency services here for when he pops back in?" "We're overloaded. Was it a severe injury?" "Bad, but not severe." "We don't have the vehicle or personnel to spare, and quarantine will still be in effect." "Right. Where did our target land?" 200 feet away, down your 4 o'clock, Arms Master." "How are we for exposure?" "You two are good for another 17 minutes at the exposure you're facing. 20 if we push it. I can have a flight unit to you shortly." Kraus hurried to follow them as they changed direction and began briskly walking towards the end of the street.
Murden spoke up. "How's the fight going?"
"It goes well, but we can't let our guards down."
"No," Murden agreed. "This is a bad one. Too many possible avenues to cover, too much exposure time across the board."
"We're doubling down quarantine, and we'll have a processing center in place shortly. The President is pushing the DDID measure."
"It's going to backfire," Murden said. "I've said it before, I'll say it now, and I'll remind you all I said it with every chance I get from now until the day I die. It's going to backfire."
"I don't disagree," Dragon said.
"But you're helping to enforce it."
"I'm following orders."
"No offense. I like you, Dragon, but that's the oldest excuse in the book."
"I'm merely picking my battles."
"If you're not going to fight this battle, then what will push you to make a stand?"
"Murden," Armsmaster cut in, "ease up. And pay attention. This is it." Kraus stared. It was a section of building, white tile and white walls, a desk and a metal cabinet with a shattered glass pane. File folders were strewn over the floor and desk. In the midst of it all was a man in a white lab coat. His body had been shattered by the impact. "Damnation! If we could only look into this," Armsmaster said.
"Priority 1. Minimize exposure."
"I know, but this stands to answer a great deal many questions. If we can find where she opened that portal to—"
"If she's answering questions for us, we don't want to know," Murden said.
Armsmaster sighed.
"I know.
Can you shift this into one of your pocket dimensions?"
"I get bad interactions if I transition something in one of my dimensions and back, or if I take things out of one dimension and put them into another. It doesn't compartmentalize into the dimension properly if it's been elsewhere too recently. Whether these people and objects came from somewhere else halfway across the globe or some pocket dimension, I don't think we want to test our luck and risk something disastrous."
Kraus startled at that. "Is that what happened to me? Some bad interaction of interdimensional crap?" "I'm thinking white phosphor," Armsmaster suggested. Murden nodded. Dragon chimed in, her voice sounding from the armbands on their wrist. "Can't call in a strike until 15 minutes after the Seamerg is gone. Mark the area. I've got another danger site a quarter mile to your 6 o'clock. Then we're getting you clear." "Got it," Armsmaster said. Armsmaster tossed a small canister into the middle of the section of laboratory. They cordoned off the area with red tape, and then they left. Armsmaster used a grappling hook to fly to a nearby rooftop while Murden took to the air. With no way to follow, Kraus was left standing there. He prodded at a piece of rubble, but his hand passed through. Yet he was able to walk on the hard ground? He couldn't process it. "I don't understand," he muttered to himself. "It's not you, it's me." He folded his arms. "That's not something I ever expected to hear." "You can't blame me at least a little?" "No," Noelle said, shaking her head. She looked miserable, and he felt a knot forming in the pit of his stomach as he saw just how unhappy she was. It wasn't something he was familiar with, on a lot of levels. "Quiet," she said. "You've been great." He spread his arms. I don't get it. I thought we were doing fine. We aren't. It's not working. I'm okay with it. I enjoy spending time with you, and I didn't get any impression that you were having that bad of a time either. But we aren't. She stared down at her feet. We're stalled. It isn't fair to you. That's what you're worried about? Don't dismiss my concerns, she said, managing to sound a little angry. No, it's fine. It's cool. I get that there's stuff you've got going on that you don't want to tell me about. I can be a bit of a jerk sometimes, but I'm not an idiot. And I'm not going to twist your arm to get you to share either. That's your stuff, and I figure you'll tell me in time. Or you won't. It's not fair to you, she repeated. I'm not saying things have to be equitable or balanced or fair or any of that. So who cares if things aren't fair? Don't do that! He spread his arms for the second time in a minute, helpless. Don't do what? Don't make sense? Long seconds passed. He studied her, saw how dejected she was. Only minutes ago they'd been having a good time talking. Then things had fallen apart without warning, and it sounded like she wanted to break up. It's like karma for all the times I've pulled shit on others. Only I did it in fun, and this isn't fun in the slightest. Someone said, a little while ago, Noelle spoke without looking at Kraus, that I can't really forge a good relationship with others until I have a good relationship with myself. You don't? Noelle didn't say anything. I think you're fantastic, if that counts for anything. You don't know me. I've been getting to know you some, and I've yet to see anything that's going to scare me away. She stared down at her feet. I don't think we should date. Okay, if you think that's for the best, but I just need you to do one thing. Look me in the eye as you tell me that. She glanced up at him, then looked down. She didn't say a word. Because, he went on, I think you've seemed happier than I've ever seen you since we started going out. Marissa said so too. Noelle glanced at him. He continued, if you really feel like us dating is making things worse in the long run, then I'm perfectly okay with breaking it off. I can leave the club if that makes things easier on your end. It was your thing before it was mine, and you've got enough on your plate with being team captain. I don't want you to leave the club. Okay, he said. He waited for her to speak, but she didn't. Listen, I get the feeling today is a bad day. I don't know why it is, but it is. And that happens. Fine. But I'm not willing to end this if it's just because the stars aligned wrong. So I'm asking you to tell me that you're worse off because we're together. Not asking for an explanation, just... Never mind, she said. Never mind? Just never mind. Can we forget this conversation happened? Sure, he said. He saw how dejected she looked. Want me to walk you home? She nodded. It was odd. He'd been punched before, had failed a grade, he'd lost his uncle, and yet it was here, beside his girlfriend, that he was unhappier than he'd ever been. He was helpless, confused, frustrated. All he wanted to do was help her, but he wasn't sure how. He fought the urge to sigh, and drew in a deep breath instead. The air in his nostrils was so cold he choked on it. All of his senses were plunged into high gear, a keening song so high-pitched it made his ears hurt, cold throughout his body, the smell and taste of dust thick in the air, and pain lancing through his right hand. Coughing, bewildered, he stared at the pile of rubble in the laboratory. Whatever effect had encompassed him, it was gone. Noelle. He scrambled up the pile of rubble. He remembered how they'd said they wouldn't bomb this site until after the Endbringer was gone, so he still had some time. He needed a first aid kit. He went through the cabinets and a set of drawers. Nothing. Empty test tubes, glass vials without any contents, canisters without contents, and paperwork. Lots of paperwork. His eyes settled on a metal briefcase beneath the desk, within a few feet of the dead man's hand. His fingers crossed for a portable case of medical supplies. He set it down on the desk and popped it open. Disappointment overwhelmed him. 6 metal canisters recessed in black foam with slots cut out to hold them. Paperwork was set in a flap on the lid. He swore. Newly purchased superpowers. He winced. He turned his head too fast, and the movement had almost made the song in his head worse, like the pain prompted by moving a broken limb. As had been the case with the birdcage and the newspaper, Krause's eye had caught on something. He'd always been a fast reader, was used to skimming through books, picking up the necessary words. As his glance had passed over the case, he'd read something in the text without even registering that he'd done it. He reread the first line, underneath the header. Congratulations on your newly purchased superpowers. His eyes moved down to the vials. He slammed the case shut and turned to leave. There was nothing here he could use for first aid, and certainly no doctors. He could only hope that Cody or Marissa had caught up with some of the people who they'd rescued from the three monsters. If there was any justice in the world, there would have been a doctor among them, and Cody or Marissa would have brought them to the house. He ran. He had to get back, rendezvous with the others, and get to someone who knew him. If he didn't hurry, he was worried he would slip into another memory and fail to find his way out again. The cold air burned in his lungs as he ran, the metal case swinging from his good hand, banging irregularly against his leg. "You made it," Cody said. Krause stopped in his tracks. They were more than a block away from the house, and Cody was standing with his back to a wall in the middle of an intersection. None of the others were in sight. He felt a moment's trepidation, saw the way the crowbar hung from Cody's fingers, tapping against the wall. He couldn't help but read the situation as threatening, but tried to dismiss the thought. It could have been the Seamerg's influence, colouring his perceptions. "Yeah," Krause said. "I made it." "You're hurt. Sorry if I don't shed any tears." "Noelle's okay?" Cody shrugged. "She's not any better. A little worse." "Where's Marissa?" "I took her back. She had a bad spell where she froze up." "Did you find a doctor? Even a nurse?" "Didn't manage to catch up to anyone to ask. I'm okay, by the way, just in case you were wondering." "I wasn't. You look okay." "Sure, but who knows how I'm doing when you look past the surface. I could be a mental and emotional wreck putting on a brave face." "Cody," Krause had to bite his tongue to keep from saying something he shouldn't. "I'm pretty badly hurt here. If we have to talk about this stuff, can we at least do it while walking back?" "Because the Seamerg's been replaying old memories for me, and the irritating thing is they aren't my most painful memories." Cody wasn't listening. Krause walked past him, and Cody turned to follow, talking to him from behind. "Not the time my mum had my cat put down when they definitely could have saved him. No, every time she brings some memory to the surface, it's you." Krause paused mid-step, then forced himself to keep walking. "Isn't that a pisser? I get some lunatic alien bird thing speaking in my head, and all she wants to do is make me remember the times you irritated me. The little pranks you pulled, like getting to the clubroom early and fucking with my computer before a game." "That was a practice game," Krause said. "Before a game. I'm there to improve myself, and because I can pull in something a little under minimum wage just by playing and streaming a video of my gameplay online, and because maybe I could get that fucking sponsorship so I could pay part of my way through college, and you're sabotaging me." "It was a practice game, Cody, and it was just a prank that took 2 minutes to fix," Krause said. He slowed his pace to let Cody catch up some. He was starting to think maybe having the guy behind him with a weapon in his hand wasn't the best idea. 2 minutes, I was late to the match. 2 minutes where I looked bad to the audience following online, and we all looked bad to another serious team. "I'm sorry," Krause said. He wasn't really. It had generated more viewers, for him and Cody both. It had been publicity. He wasn't willing to argue the point. It was more important to get the situation settled down. "But can we talk about this later? You know we're on edge. Pisses me off that nobody else sees it. Pisses me off that you don't get that I see it. The smug smiles when you get one over on me. The condescending look you gave me when you first walked into the club holding Noelle's hand. Cody, that's the shit the Seamerg keeps showing me. Anytime I close my eyes, anytime I stop for a freaking second, I get it rubbed in my face." "She's doing it on purpose," Krause said. "Either it's just automatically bringing up the issues that are closest to the surface, or she's doing it because she thinks reminding you of that stuff is going to do more damage in the long run than reminding you of your cat. You play into her hands if you let her get to you. You let her win." Funny thing is, Cody said, I'd rather see her win than see you come out the hero here. She's making you think that way. That's not you, Cody. Maybe. Doesn't matter. I'm still going to help out. I'm not going to get revenge or anything, Cody said, offering Kraus a humorless smile. Because even if I hate your guts, Kraus, Francis, I don't hate theirs. Okay. Kraus looked at the crowbar, wondered if he'd be able to defend himself with one good hand and the metal briefcase. She makes Marissa freak out. She has Oliver crying when he thinks nobody's looking. Jess has gone crazy paranoid to the point that she's barely talking if it isn't about looking after Noelle. And apparently Luke can't take his mind off the pain. But you're doing fine. Isn't that funny? I'm not fine. Oh? What's wrong? Cody's voice was almost taunting. If he doesn't hurt me, I might hurt him. Doesn't matter, Kraus said. So the mighty Kraus, who gets all the luck, who has everyone wrapped around his finger, who gets the girl and dodges all the consequences, he's not invincible after all. What's she doing to you? None of your business, isn't it? We need to know what's going on. You could turn homicidal any moment for all I know. I'm not homicidal. It's just not stuff I'm willing to talk about with you. Suspicious. Cody almost sounded like he was having fun. Kraus quickened his pace. He didn't like the idea that the others were doing that poorly. He'd had 3 breaks from the screaming, with whatever power Murden had used to shunt him halfway into some other dimension, and the 2 flashbacks. Cody seemed functional, if vaguely unhinged, but he'd had the flashbacks as well. Kraus tried the door, found it locked. He glanced at Cody, then knocked a few times, loud. Oliver opened it. He looked like 24 hours had passed and he hadn't slept a wink. Oliver's eyes were red, and he averted his gaze as he saw Kraus and Cody. How's she getting to him? Oliver's biggest weakness would be his self-confidence. Was she tearing him down like his mother would, raising memories of past embarrassments, times people had laughed at him? Was there a way to fix that? To support the guy? Kraus settled for a quiet, "Thanks, man. We're going to get through this. It should be over soon." Oliver nodded, but he didn't perk up. Kraus ventured inside, heading straight for Noelle. Marissa was sitting at the foot of the couch, head leaning back, asleep or trying to sleep. Luke had blankets piled on him, having barely moved since Kraus had left. Jess was in the other chair facing the couch, looking much as Oliver did. "You're hurt," Jess said. Marissa stirred. Her eyes went wide as she looked at Kraus's hand. First aid supplies. We have them." "Okay," Kraus said. He knelt by Noelle's head, setting the metal briefcase down. He could see Cody out of the corner of his eye, leaning against the doorway, watching him. "You ran into people with powers. Villains?" "I don't know if they were villains," Kraus said, absently, his attention on Noelle. Someone had cleaned up the blood, but she didn't look good. Blankets were piled over her to the point that she should have been overheating, but she was shivering. Eyes closed, she opened her mouth as if to say something, but her mouth hung half open, jaw jittering as though her teeth were chattering. "They were going to kill people," Cody said. "They were going to kill you, last I saw." "They were scared people in a strange place," Kraus said. "They're hearing the same song in their heads that we are, and they barely had any clue how our world works. I'm not saying they were right, doing what they did, but I almost understand it. Shit, I can't believe you couldn't find a doctor from the people we saved." "They didn't know how to find you after they ran," Luke said. "They came here to rendezvous. Marissa wasn't doing well, so Cody went alone to look for you." "Look for me?" Kraus turned to look at Cody. "You were waiting around." "And I found him," Cody said. "Yeah," Luke replied. "You're a champ," Kraus said, offering Cody a level glare. Cody only smiled a little. He stepped back out of the doorway as Marissa came through with more bandages. "I don't know how to take care of this," she said. "Sprains, yeah, but not this." "Clean it and wrap it," Kraus said. "Listen, I ran into some heroes. Couldn't talk to them, they wouldn't let me, but I heard them saying something about the fight being almost over. The Seamerg might try to pull something as a final measure, but the heroes were winning, and they were working out what to do after things were done." "Really?" Marissa asked. She had put a folded towel on the coffee table, and was holding back on pouring the disinfectant on his hand. Kraus nodded. Maybe 15 minutes, maybe half an hour, but it's almost over. We just need to hold out, stay calm, make sure Noelle doesn't take a turn for the worse. Marissa poured the disinfectant onto Kraus's injury, and he hissed at the pain, forced his hand down against the table with his good hand, so he wouldn't reflexively pull it away. "What's this?" Cody asked. He advanced from behind, tapped his foot against the metal briefcase. "Medical supplies?" "No," Kraus replied, "and you wouldn't believe me if I told you. Give it to Jess, she'll like it." Cody picked it up and carried it to Jess. She sat the thing on her lap, gave Kraus a wary look, and then popped it open. He waited as Marissa put antiseptic cream on his wound, laid down some thick white bandage pads and started binding it all in place with a cloth wrap. For all her inexperience with the other stuff, she seemed to know what she was doing with the wrap. Jess dropped the papers onto the vials without putting them in the separate flap they'd been in, then shut and latched the case. "Destroy it." "What?" Cody said. "Wait, what is it?" "Doesn't matter," Jess said. "Destroy it." "What are you talking about, Jess?" Marissa asked. Kraus double-checked the bandage was in place, then stood. He approached Jess, and she clutched the case to her chest. She was almost pleading. "Put it somewhere no one will find it, or destroy it. Mix it with sand and pour it into a hole in the backyard or something." "I thought you would be more interested in this than anyone," Kraus said. "What is it?" Cody asked. "Superpowers," Kraus said. "If I read it right, if I'm not losing it, then the contents of that suitcase tell you how to get superpowers. I found it with the stuff that got dumped here with the monsters." Cody's eyes went wide. Marissa, Luke, and Oliver reacted as well. "You're not getting it," Jess said. "What's not to get?" Kraus asked. "We're in a dangerous situation. Is this any different than taking a weapon when we go out there?" "It's a whole lot different," Jess said. "It's permanent. If it works, it's going to change your life. And that's if it's not a trap. It could be poison, if it's coming from the same place and the same culture that those monsters did." Was it his gut? Or was it paranoia that told him that she, again, was withholding information? Kraus cleared his throat, explained. "I found it in the remains of some office or laboratory. They were selling this stuff. The papers you were just reading, from the one line I read, suggested this stuff was on store shelves or something. Why dress it up like that? With a fat pad of paperwork, an expensive suitcase and protective foam padding, only to fill it with poison?" "I'm not saying it was poison." "You did," Kraus corrected. "No, I'm just saying, there's any number of places this could go wrong. We shouldn't risk it. Not when we have other stuff to worry about." Yeah, she's being evasive. "They're superpowers?" Cody asked. He reached for the suitcase, and Jess twisted her body to shield him from getting to it. "Seriously? How?" "6 canisters," Kraus responded, but his eyes were on Jess. "Is that 6 doses?" Luke asked. "Kraus," Jess said, "come on. You get this situation we're in. You know it isn't good. Don't you want to get back to normal?" "Wait, it sounds like you're saying there's something more going on," Luke said. "You guys were whispering before. Is this—" "Luke," Kraus cut him off. "Listen, you know me, right? Better than anyone else here." "Pretty much," Luke said, but he glanced at Noelle. "Better than anyone who's conscious," Kraus clarified, though he wasn't sure either way. "And you know Jess fairly well too. So can you trust us when I say that there's stuff going on, and we're acting in everyone's best interests if we're not sharing the full details?" "I don't trust you," Cody said. "This isn't some ploy?" Luke asked, ignoring Cody. "You know you've pulled stuff before, and yeah, this isn't the situation for it, and normally you'd have more common sense than to try something when things are this screwed up, but if this singing in our heads is making us act funny, then—" He trailed off. "It's not a ploy. If you don't trust me, at least trust the fact that I wouldn't pull something when Noelle's like this. Even with my head screwed up. There's bigger priorities." Luke frowned. "Okay, I'm trusting you on this. Don't fuck us over." Kraus nodded, expression solemn. He took a deep breath, then addressed the main issue. Jess. "Jess, you're the one that's always followed the superhero scene," Kraus said. "You follow the lame-ass superheroes and villains we've got running around, and the 3 or 4 who are maybe actually worth something. You've followed Earth Bet, all the stuff that goes on with the real heroes and villains. And you're saying no? Like I told Luke, that suitcase, It's not my top priority. Not even my second or third priority. Cross my heart. But this is a pretty big deal. How is this not a priority? Cody asked. Powers. Shut up! Kraus snapped, his voice hard, louder than he'd intended. Everyone fell silent. The only noises were the screaming in their heads, the distant noises of the ongoing fighting, and Noelle making faint noises as she stirred. Kraus knelt beside her and brushed some hair away from her face. He turned around and sat so his back was against the couch, holding Noelle's hand. Jess, let's read the papers in the case. Figure out if it's real, a hoax, if we can even use the stuff. If we can't, maybe we can still sell it. We could use the money. You don't understand, she said. I don't understand. You're right. But I can't if you don't explain, and I don't get the feeling you're about to. If you take the papers, you'll decide you should do it. Maybe we should. We can't, he sighed. She went on, and if I open the case to give you the papers, you'll snatch the stuff, and I can't exactly get up to wrestle it out of your hands if you do. We won't, Kraus said. Just take the papers out. Hand them to us. You can hold onto the suitcase until we've decided. Unanimously? Jess asked. I don't know about unanimous. He saw her expression change. We'll at least discuss it thoroughly. She nodded. She opened the case to grab the papers and held them out. Kraus reached for them, but it was Cody who snatched them from Jess's hand. Kraus took a deep breath. Exhaled. Stay calm. Cody's under the influence of the Seamerg. 6 formulas, Cody said, each designed to give different sorts of powers. It doesn't say what powers exactly, really vague. Marissa moved back to Kraus's side, joining him as he checked on Noelle. His heart skipped a beat at the realization that her teeth had stopped chattering. He had to put his hand in front of her mouth to make sure she was still breathing. This stuff's expensive. 7-digit expensive, Cody said. Jess shook her head. Second page said something about there being a whole battery of physical and psychological tests, Jess said. Think about that. Why? Simple logic here on why we shouldn't use it. They think there's a reason someone with psychological issues shouldn't take it, and we're in the Seamerg's area of influence. We're all a little neurotic right now. We can wait, Kraus said. Not that I'm on Jess's side, Luke said, but you're contradicting yourself. You were saying that we should use this stuff to protect ourselves, and now you're saying that we should wait until everything's over with? Why do we need to protect ourselves after the Seamerg's gone? Kraus shook his head, glanced at Jess. She wasn't backing him up on this count. Because even after the Seamerg's gone, we've still got to get home. I guess I don't know, Kraus said, unable to think of a good response that didn't involve telling the whole truth. Shit, Cody said, his eyes going wide. Jess, how far did you read? First few pages. You read this part? He folded the front few pages over the back and put the papers in Jess's hands, pointed. Kraus looked at Noelle, squeezed her hand. She squeezed his back, weak. You awake? He murmured. Marissa leaned over. She is? Noelle didn't respond. Kraus shook his head. Thought I got a response there. Marissa rubbed his shoulder. Guys! Cody said, excited. Kraus could have hit Cody. That attitude, that excitement when Noelle could be dying? Being so excited about fucking superpowers when a friend was seriously hurt? Wait, look, give me that. He took the paper from Jess. Listen. Client 3 should be informed about the impact of the product on his cerebral palsy, blah blah blah, legal stuff about liability, no promises, blah blah, where was it? Right. Product potentially offers a mild to total recovery. They stopped. More than one set of eyes turned towards Jess. I don't have cerebral palsy, she said. But cerebral palsy starts with the brain, right? Cody asked. That's the most complicated, delicate part of the body. If something's going to fix your brain, maybe it could fix other stuff. Let me read more. No, Jess said. Even with that, especially with that, I'm not going to take it. And I'm not going to let you guys take it either. Why? Cody asked. Why especially? Because... You're getting paranoid, Luke said. It's the singing in your head that's making you think this way. It's not. I know. I've read about this stuff, about her. This is what she does. What is? Kraus asked. Why do you think they're so scared? Why do you think there's a fence with soldiers ready to shoot you? Do you even get why they're staying out of earshot? She pointed at Kraus. Why the heroes Kraus saw wouldn't listen to him. Because of the music. Because we're edgy, unpredictable, Oliver said. They could use tear gas to manage that, or soldiers and guns. Why couldn't they, with 90% or more of the city evacuated? Then why? Kraus asked. Because this is what she does. This is why she's scary. Behemoth can turn people to cinders if they're within 200 feet of him. Leviathan has sunk or leveled major landmasses, killed millions in one day. But the Simurgh is the one that scares them all the most. You saw how she fought, the way she dodged and blocked stuff. She sees the future. Kraus nodded. I kind of guessed that, but... No, Jess cut him off. Her eyes were wide. Listen to me. She showed up in this city in Switzerland, first time. Then after a while, she sings, starts throwing buildings around, puts a nuclear power plant in critical condition, spreads winds contaminated with radioactive dust, kills some heroes, drives people to riot and panic with her song, like, okay, that's Endbringer standard, right? Kraus stayed still, waiting. He could see Marissa and Oliver nodding. 6 months later, a promising scientist commits suicide. Another person tries to blow up a TV station to get back at his girlfriend. A superhero assassinates a prime minister, and the next guy to be in charge of that country starts a war. They were all there when the Simurgh showed up. The superhero's friends said there was no sign before his encounter with the Simurgh. He just went downhill after. There was other stuff I don't remember, but it's all bad. I don't get it, Luke said. It keeps happening. Every time she shows up, every time people who've heard this song that's in our head, things go wrong. They snap, they break, their lives fall apart, or they do something and it makes something else happen, and there's a major disaster. That guy who was supposedly making a clean energy source that could power whole cities. His wife and kids got killed and he became a supervillain who made it a life goal to murder anyone who tries to better society with their powers. There were others. Over and over, every time she shows up. She never does quite as much damage as Leviathan or Behemoth, not right away, but stuff always happens later. So she, what, makes people into murderers? No, Jess said. Not exactly. She doesn't change how you think, not directly. It's more subliminal, like cause and effect. Every time she shows up, she picks a few people, turns them into guided missiles, so they make something horrible happen, weeks, months, or years after they ran into her. Kraus looked at the suitcase. And you think this briefcase is that? A cause and effect thing? Jess offered a short, high laugh. Humorless. Isn't it? Isn't it awfully coincidental that we got in this situation, here, trapped within her range, with Kraus going out to find a doctor for Noelle and finding this instead? I know what you guys are thinking. This stuff, maybe it can let me walk again, if it works. Maybe we all get superpowers. But the Simurgh sees what's going to happen. Probably. And she's not on our side. However she does it, she's already rigged it all like some Rube Goldberg machine that starts and ends with a mindfuck. Luke shook his head. But you can't. If you think that way, then there's no action we could take that she wouldn't have predicted and nudged so that it leads to the worst-case scenario. Jess laughed again. Short. There were tears in the corners of her eyes. If she picked us, and that case makes me think she did, then we're screwed. Period. Every time she shows up, people in her range become walking time bombs. We don't use the stuff in that case. We still wind up playing the roles she predicted we'd play, and horrible things happen. But if we do use the stuff in that case, it's the same. We're following the sequence of events she envisioned, only the horrible stuff is worse, because everything we do from then on out is a few orders of magnitude more, I don't know, superpowered. There's got to be something, Luke said. He winced as he shifted positions and moved his leg. Something we can do. Jess shook her head and said, There's no way this works out for us. Because she's already seen what's going to happen. That's why I didn't want to tell you. Nobody responded. Kraus looked at the others, saw Marissa's eyes wide, saw Oliver sitting with his arms hugging his knees. Luke's face was drawn. Jess continued, "Those soldiers outside the fence, they knew it too. That's why they were scared of us, Oliver. They think we'll say or do something and it'll give them some idea, put the right ducks in a row, and they end up dying in a car accident or murdering their wives. It isn't a quarantine against a disease or a virus or any of that. It's a quarantine against cause and effect. A quarantine to limit our ability to affect the outside world." "It can't possibly work that way," Kraus said. Jess shrugged. Bitterly, she said, "Maybe it doesn't. Maybe you have to listen to the song so she can hack your heads and figure out how you'll act, and people are otherwise too complex for her to predict. The way we act, the fear and all the emotion, maybe it's just a side effect of that hacking. Or maybe all that's wrong, and she really is that powerful. But that's what she is. She's more fragile than the other two, doesn't last as long in a knockdown, drag-out fight. But the aftermath?" Jess shifted the case from her lap, shoving it to the ground. "The aftermath is where she's worst." Kraus stared at the metal case. It took maybe a minute before Kraus could be sure it was happening, but the screaming began to fade. 2 more minutes passed before it was gone in entirety. Silence. Absolute silence, without any screaming in their heads, rumbles of destruction miles away, or ambient urban noise. That silence was broken when Jess began to sob. None of the others joined her. Kraus suspected it was because they had yet to process it. Only Jess had had the chance to really think through all the ramifications. Only she knew enough of the details and evidence to paint a more complete picture and believe it all. Kraus felt damp in his own eyes, more for Jess than himself, odd as it was. Some of it was exhaustion, the sheer mental strain they'd been under. He would have stood, walked over to offer support, to reassure her, except how was he supposed to tell someone things would be okay when everything suggested they wouldn't? But he wasn't the type of person who could do that anyways. He'd never had to, didn't know how. He was worried he'd fuck it up, and Jess was good people. She didn't deserve a fucked up attempt at reassurance. No. He'd stick to what he knew. Kraus blinked the tears out of his eyes, cleared his throat, forced a shit-eating grin onto his face. "I don't see why everyone's getting so worked up. How bad could it be?" Jess made a choking sound, some combination of a sob, a sputter, a hiccup, and a laugh. Kraus saw the incredulous stares, couldn't help but smile. "Ass," Luke said, but he smiled too. Cody turned, stomped off, kicked something hard as he passed through the front hall. Any minuscule lift in the mood faded in his wake. The room descended into silence again. At least, Kraus noted, Jess isn't crying anymore. Kraus was still holding Noelle's hand, his fingers interlaced with hers. He pulled her hand towards him and kissed the back of it. His eyes settled on the metal case. Maybe it wasn't us, he thought. Maybe she picked a bunch of other people, and dragging us into this world was just something that happened. Maybe we'll get Noelle fixed up, we'll find our way home, and all of this winds up being some scary memory. He huffed out a breath. A silent, derisive, one-note laugh. He'd managed to distract or trick Jess into feeling just a tiny bit better. But even telling myself something that ludicrous, I can't do it for myself. "We have to tell them," Kraus murmured. He and Jess were in the kitchen of a stranger's house, using that stranger's utensils to prepare their food. It felt odd, invasive. Except it's not like they'll be coming back anytime soon. "I need another knife," Jess said. "This one's awful." "Are you dodging the subject?" "No. I need a better knife if I'm going to keep cutting strawberries. We can still talk." Kraus opened a drawer and passed a knife to where Jess sat on a stool at the counter. "They're going to find out sooner or later. I've noticed something like 5 major clues since I started paying attention. They're distracted for now, but this knife sucks too. All the knives suck. Whoever lived here didn't take care of their stuff. Make do." Jess set to cutting the tops off the strawberries. "They're going to be upset," she said. "No shit. We're stuck in a whole other world, and things are just different enough that we could fuck up and reveal ourselves as aliens.
Jess nodded. She gathered a mess of strawberry tops from the cutting board and strained to reach forward enough to get it in the empty plastic container.
Kraus put one foot on the bar of the stool to give it a little more weight, so it wouldn't fall, then moved the plastic container closer. Jess said, "That would be bad, if we got caught. The people of this world, they're scared. There's laws against people or objects being transmitted across worlds. When that hole between universes came about, the first idea on people's minds was that we might go to war. A whole other planet with resources. Water, oil, wood, metal, all that stuff. And Earth the left would lose because Bet had all the capes. The rest of the world thought this gateway would make America into a bigger superpower than we already are. So there were sanctions. Deals." Kraus nodded. He flipped the pancakes over on the frying pan. They were the crappy sort, the sort that came from a box. Still, it was better than nothing. "It's bad, Kraus. Even if we were willing to go home, with the Seamerg maybe planning something. We can't let that dictate our choices," Kraus said. "We'll go crazy trying to second-guess everything. We can minimize the damage, try to keep a low profile. And I'll admit that you're right. Not using the contents of that briefcase is a start. If we get a chance to meet the president or something, we should probably turn it down." "Yeah," Jess said. Then she held up a hand. "Shush." Floorboards upstairs were creaking. Marissa came downstairs, her hair wrapped in a towel. "Shower done, if either of you want to rinse off. We have power?" "Came on a bit ago," Kraus said. "Got restless, decided to do something. Food in our bellies, keep the furnace burning," Jess said. "Hungry? Offering up some pancakes for dinner." "Yeah," Marissa said. Kraus checked the pancakes and put them on a plate, tearing one in half and popping it in his mouth. "Mars, you want to relieve Oliver? He's looking after Noelle right now." "Who took the shift before that?" "Me," Kraus said. "I'll bring you a plate. Butter and syrup?" "Sugar and lemon juice," Marissa said, before leaving for the living room. Kraus spoke in a low voice. "We have to tell them." Jess nodded. Kraus opened his mouth to say something else, then shut it as conversation erupted in the living room. "Noelle?" He turned off the oven burner and headed in that direction, only to be stopped by Jess. "Kraus?" He paused, looked back, saw her perched on the stool. "Bring me?" He grimaced, sliding one arm around her shoulders, with his other one beneath her knees, making sure not to bump his injured hand against anything. He lifted her and commented, "You're lighter than I thought you'd be." "Ever a charmer, Kraus." "Guys!" Marissa called out. Kraus hurried for the living room, pausing only to ensure he didn't slam Jess's head or feet into a doorframe. His blood ran cold as he saw what had the others' attention. It wasn't Noelle. The television was on, and it was displaying footage of the Seamerg. "Shit," Jess whispered. "We have cable," Marissa said, smiling. "Maybe we'll have working phones soon," Luke said. "Get a hold of our parents." Kraus navigated past where Oliver was lying on the ground, blankets balled up so he had something to lean against, a book in his hands. He stepped around the coffee table and set Jess in the one empty armchair. Then he walked over to the TV, blocking it with his body, and pressed the volume button at the top until the sound was off. "What the hell, Kraus?" Luke asked. "Asshole?" Cody said. He was sitting in the adjacent dining room. "We might finally get a chance to find out what's going on." "You're going to find out because I'm going to tell you," Kraus said. "What the hell are you talking about?" Luke asked. "Is this that thing you were putting off telling us yesterday?" Kraus nodded. He saw Jess shifting position, as though she were trying to face everyone else, met her eyes and shook his head just a little. She frowned, but she kept quiet. "Spit it out," Cody snapped. "We're a long way from home," Kraus said, shrugging. "Better you hear it from me than find it out on TV." Marissa frowned, her eyebrows knitting together. "Long way from home? But we're still in Madison. We're not in our Madison." He stopped to let that sink in. "Oh, fuck you," Cody snarled. Oliver was looking around the room, seeing people's expressions change. He looked at Kraus. "I don't understand." "When the building fell, that was her bringing us through?" Luke asked. "Yeah. From Earth Aleph to Earth Bet," Kraus confirmed. He saw Oliver's eyes widen as he belatedly understood. "Wait," Marissa said. "But what?" You knew too, Jess? Luke asked. Yeah. I figured it out. It's what we were talking about after we first got to this house, Kraus said. I convinced her to keep quiet. Figured it wasn't crucial to know just then, and with the screaming in our heads, we didn't need the added stress. Jess stared at him. He glanced at her, then turned his attention to the others. I'm better at being the bad guy than you are. You had no right, Cody said. Probably not. So you were keeping us in the dark? Luke said. Deciding it was for our own good? Deciding for us? That's the gist of it. I think you'll look back on this and see why I did it. We needed to look after ourselves, look after Noelle, and we couldn't do that if we were thinking about how we had no way of getting home. I strong-armed Jess into being quiet, hid 1 or 2 pieces of evidence. Hate me if you have to, but it made sense. But is that why you told us we should stay here instead of heading out? Kraus shrugged. Part of it. Another part of it was just like I said. We can't be sure the heroes have found and defeated all the monsters the Seamerg dropped into the city. Maybe they won't ever get all of them. But yeah, no point leaving because there's no home to go to. But how? Oliver started. He didn't get a chance to finish. Cody was on his feet in an instant, his chair falling to the ground. He rushed Kraus, gripping him by the shirt collar. Once he had a hold, he swung Kraus around to one side, shoved him, throwing him across Jess's lap and into the coffee table that sat between her and Luke. Luke tried to stand from his chair, but Cody pushed him back down. While Luke fell back, Cody stooped down to seize Kraus's shirt with one hand, striking at his face with the heel of the other. You fucker. Lying to us? At a time like this? Fuck you! Fuck you! Kraus tried to shield himself with his arms, but it didn't help much. He brought his knees up to his chest, between himself and Cody, then kicked outward, forcing Cody off. Cody fell back, nearly hitting the coffee table in front of the couch. It would have been a good opportunity to close the distance, to hit back, but he didn't. Kraus took the opportunity to stand, tenderly touching the spots on his cheekbone, chin, and nose where Cody had landed some good hits. Fucker, Cody shouted from across the room. Well, I guess I deserved that, Kraus said. Kraus, Jess started. He turned her way, touched fingertips to his nose to check for blood. Only a little. It's fine. Better they're mad at one of us than both of us. Fine? Cody growled. We're fucking stuck in a world with endbringers like that psycho-alien bird bitch, and we've got you playing head games with us on top of that. He wasn't playing head games, Luke said. He winced as he moved his injured leg from his footrest to the ground. Not exactly. Thank you for saying so, Kraus said. Don't thank me, Luke said, angry. I'm not on your side. I'm just saying you didn't fuck with us for your own gain. You fucked with us because you thought it was in our best interests. So that's it? Cody asked. It's not just that we're pawns in some crazy chess game the Seamerg's playing. We're stranded here? Yeah, Jess said. One word. There's got to be ways home, Luke said. Probably, Kraus replied, but they won't be easy to find. What are we supposed to do? Oliver asked. If we go to the police, they'll realize that we're probably pawns in the Seamerg's game plan, Kraus said. We'll be detained. And let's not forget, they killed that superhero because he might have been caught in her web. Odds are pretty fucking good that we're caught in it, between the coincidences Jess mentioned and the fact that the Seamerg pulled us from our world to this one. The people in charge, they won't fail to notice. You think they'll kill us? Oliver asked. It's hard to believe, but I find it hard to believe they killed the Cape, and they did. Yes, I think they'd kill us. When a minute passed and nobody spoke up, Kraus turned the volume up for the television. Final decisions. In the meantime, plans are underway to build permanent blockades around the affected area, with concrete walls placed South Midvale Boulevard to the west, Capitol Square to the east, and Haywood Drive to the south. A quarantine processing centre is already established at St. Mary's Hospital, servicing city residents who were not evacuated before temporary blockades were set up. Restitution will be offered to citizens displaced from their homes, paid for with international funding. Authorities report that no catastrophic damage was done, and the situation was quickly brought under control by the first responders to the scene. Chicago Protectorate leader Murden is quoted as stating, "This is a win for the good guys. Scion arrived early to put the pressure on within minutes of her arrival, and Eidolon delivered the final blows, driving her off. We're getting better at fighting these guys, and it's showing. However, insider sources in the PRT suggest that things are not so glowing. A vault holding the equipment of now deceased supervillain Professor Haywire was accessed by the Seamerg. Shortly after, the source alleges, the Seamerg activated a large-scale replica of the device, depositing large amounts of foreign bodies in the heart of the city. Among these bodies, multiple reports say, were innumerable monsters with superpowers and hazardous materials. When asked, the PRT director declined to comment, except to say that there have been no breaches of quarantine and that there is no indication of risk to anyone in the vicinity of the quarantine zone. MWBB coverage of the Endringer attack will continue for the rest of the day, but next we have a story of... Kraus turned off the TV. St. Mary's? Not in our world, Jess said, and we're running a lot of risks by going. We don't have a choice, Kraus said, looking at Noelle. We'll find a map and we'll need a car with half of us unable to walk. Let's get Noelle to a hospital, ASAP. Finding the car proved to be the hardest part. There wasn't a car in the garage of the house they were borrowing, and though Kraus saw a car in the driveway of the neighbouring house, he couldn't find a set of keys in any of the obvious locations. Be nice to know how to hotwire a car. In the end, they headed out as two teams. Kraus was joined by Marissa, while Oliver and Cody formed the other team. It was dark, the streets were empty, and snow still drifted in dense clouds. Few places had lights on, but that proved fortunate, as those places tended to be businesses. They found a car rental place, but metal shutters on the window barred their access. The keys are probably in a safe or something, Kraus thought. They ran at first, jogging lightly as they hurried from place to place. As they ran into continual failures, failed to find a car they could use, they slowed to a brisk walk. It meant preserving their stamina, even as the slowness of it made Kraus anxious. Every second spent looking was a second that Noelle had to wait. Settling in and leaving her to linger in a nigh unconscious state had been their only option before they'd heard the broadcast. Now, though, they passed the area with the restaurants and patios as they continued searching for a usable car. Every time he passed a car, he peered inside to see if there was a key in the ignition, if maybe it had been left abandoned by the owner. No luck. This is pointless. He checked another car, wiping snow from the windows, then hurried to catch up to Marissa. She was checking the cars on the other side of the street. No luck, she said. Can I ask what you saw? He asked. What? When the Seamerg showed you stuff. What did you see? Why does it matter? Because I'm trying to get a sense of what her game plan was. Cody told me that she reminded him of me, brought up all the bad memories of times I gave Cody a hard time, times he thought I slighted him or whatever. I'm wondering if it was the same for you. Marissa shook her head. If I say no, will that be enough? I won't force you, obviously, but I've been trying to think about all this the way she's thinking about it. Anticipate her moves. It'd help a lot if you shared. Marissa made a face. He couldn't see a lot of her face, with the white scarf that was wrapped around the lower half, but he saw the grimace, the skin wrinkling on her nose. Okay, it's fine. Don't stress about it, he said, hurrying to check more cars on the other side of the street. She called out after him. I was on stage. He stopped, turned. I was on stage. It was just before I stopped doing all the dance and music stuff. The whole thing then had been lyrical dance, but I'd been rebelling. She trailed off. I don't follow. I was fighting with my mum, top of our lungs screaming at each other, always about stupid stuff. The colour of my dance uniform and what I was eating for dinner, the amount of homework I was or wasn't doing. So I stopped practicing. Started hanging out with friends like I'd wanted to do for years. Thought I was getting back at my mum, that I'd get on stage and I'd get 4th place and she'd be pissed. Whatever. But I froze. It's never really happened to me before. My mind went blank. I couldn't even bring myself to move or pull one coherent thought into my head. I was sweating, breathing hard to the point that I almost thought I'd finished, except I hadn't even started. Scary. It's worse than that, but it wasn't scary so much as devastating? I don't know if I explained it right, but it's like I managed to get a little of my own strength, break away from my mum's grasp and all the pressure she put on me, become my own person, and then I'm standing there on stage and I feel a bead of sweat run down the inside of my leg, and just for 3 seconds, She stopped. Kraus didn't want to interrupt, and Marissa was busy talking, so he took over checking the inside of the car windows as they walked. He peered inside the next car. You thought you'd pissed yourself? I don't know why I even said that out loud. You fucking mention that ever again, and I won't. It was another 10 seconds before she continued. I must have turned bright red. I'd felt strong, felt independent for the first time in my life, and then it turns out like that. And she's in the audience, front row. My mum. She's smiling because she thinks it's a victory for her. It's a rebellious daughter discovering that mum was right about everything after all, you know? That's how she probably saw it. Kraus nodded. That smile? That's what the Seamerg showed me. Except it lingered, couldn't shake it, almost as if it was the Seamerg doing it and not my mum. Kraus scraped at the ice that had packed against one passenger side window, peering inside. What happened after that? Here or back then? Back then. I had a bit of a breakdown. My grades went to hell, I stopped doing everything, all of the music, all of the dance, all of the after-school stuff. Retreated to my room. Wound up going to therapy, but my mum sat in on all the sessions, and how could I get better when the person that's 90% to blame for the problems is in the room with me? Stopped going to that therapy until I could get a therapist who'd be for me and just for me. That's where I met Noelle. Chris backed me up in general, but it was Noelle who helped me find my way. He could see her face fall, understood why. I'm sorry about Chris, by the way. He was a genuinely good guy. Yeah, sorry I didn't get to know him more. He was always more your friend than our collective friend, but he was nice enough. And without Chris or Noelle, there's nobody left in the group that I really could talk to, Marissa said. So it's the same for me now, kind of. Yeah, he said. You can talk to me if you need to, you know. She snorted. There was a break where they only investigated the cars. Kraus knew he should be on the other side of the street looking for keys, but it was fruitless. There was an expensive-looking hotel at the end of the street that had a parking garage, and he held out hope that the place would have valet parking. Oliver had been saturated with self-doubt, loathing, all the things that made him introverted, passive, even whiny. He'd been brought to tears at one point, even. Marissa had been brought back to the stage, her focus turned to her relationship with her mum. What purpose does that serve? The only thing that Kraus could think of, and he had to ask Luke to get a third data point, was that the Seamerg had wanted to distract them. Cody, meanwhile, had been set against Kraus, and Kraus's attention had been turned to Noelle. This doesn't strike me as the kind of maneuvers she'd be making if she was planning something for years from now. This is more imminent. What are you thinking? That I need to talk to Luke about what he saw. To make sure he's okay? That, and to round out my theory. With your situation, what you were talking about with the aftermath of the stage fright, was that it? There was nothing afterwards? Things got better? He asked. Yeah, Marissa shrugged. It was good to be free, to have time to myself without my mum, your mum's intensity? Intensity, yeah. But it sucks, because I'm a year away from the point where I could move out. Maybe more, depending on how long it takes me to get first and last month's rent together. And until then, I've got to put up with dinner conversations where every other sentence has a hidden barb, a prod to accomplish something, or a dismissal of the stuff I'm actually interested in. She's talking like all that's still a consideration. We're a long way away from that stuff, from our families and having to worry about rent. Kraus knew she'd feel worse when it hit her, if she kept thinking that way. You don't need to worry about any of that now, at least, Kraus said, trying to sound nonchalant, checking the next car. He didn't hear a response. Turning back, he saw her eyebrows drawn together in a frown. He asked, Sorry, was that too blunt? No. I don't know. Is it strange I miss my mum? You know your feelings better than I do. For years I've dreamed about running away or getting enough money together to move across the country and cut all ties with her. Only now a situation like that's been dropped in my lap, and I realize I might not see her for a long time, if ever, and Chris on top of that. I think these circumstances would make anyone feel lonely, he said. Marissa nodded. How are you holding up? Just want to get Noelle help. And your hand? Hurts like a bitch. But it feels silly to complain when we have bigger problems and other people are hurting more. And I'm getting antsy, taking so long doing this. Looking in the car windows isn't getting us anywhere, and it's getting too dark. Let's check the hotel. Okay. They crossed the street and found the front door of the hotel unlocked. Only half the lights were on, set for daylight rather than evening, and the interior was abandoned. Everyone really did evacuate, didn't they? Marissa asked. Kraus hopped onto the front desk and swung his legs around to the other side before hopping down. Two ways to deal with the Seamurg, I guess. Far easier to be preventative than to clean up the mess afterward. He opened a drawer and found a mess of business cards, each organised into neat rows with elastic bands around them. The next drawer was locked. Mars. Marissa returned from the employee-only hallway beside the front desk. What? Can't get this open with one hand. Want to try? She tried and failed to get the drawer open. Struck by inspiration, she hurried back into the hallway and then came back with a tool belt. It took less than 3 minutes to get the drawer open. Half of the drawer was largely empty, containing only 2 credit cards, a piece of jewellery, and a paper noting procedure for managing the lost and found. The other half of the drawer was sectioned off with a grid of wood panels, with keys and slips of paper in some, and plastic cards with numbers in stylized golden letters in the others. "Score," he said. A dozen keys in hand, they made their way to the parking garage, stopping at the stand with all the brochures to find one with a map of the area. Marissa got in the first car they found. Testing the remaining keys, Kraus made another nearby car beep. 7 of us, and Noelle should lie down. This works. They opened the metal-panelled door to the parking garage and hurried back to their cars. He followed her out. The plan had been to loop around and find the others. If they couldn't, they were to beep and signal them. With things this quiet, it wouldn't be too difficult to hear the horn. Still, he'd rather not have to. There was no guarantee the freaks weren't still around. 2 people would be hard to spot in the gloom and the curtains of falling snow, but cars with glowing headlights? Oliver and Cody were nowhere to be seen. He beeped twice and waited, while Marissa drove ahead and did the same. A minute passed as they staggered their movement across the area Oliver and Cody had headed off to. The pair didn't show up. Either Oliver and Cody were in trouble, or he peeled out, driving past Marissa. Was the gut feeling his own, or was it something implanted in his head by the Seamurg? The wheels skidded on the snowy surface of the road. He didn't have far to go. If he was wrong, he knew this would cost them only a little time. If he was right, though, there would be a car parked outside the house. There was. Cody had left it sitting in the middle of the street by the fence. Kraus pulled his car to a stop and climbed out. The soldiers on the other side of the fence were still there. All but a few were inside their vehicles now. Others were outside, smoking. They didn't seem to care about what was unfolding ahead of them. Kraus rushed into the house. He glimpsed at Noelle. She didn't seem to be any worse, and Oliver was beside her. Jess shot him a concerned look, but Kraus wasn't waiting long enough to exchange words. He rushed towards the kitchen. Luke was standing, one leg bent and off the ground, holding a door frame for balance. "Cody," Luke started. "I know," Kraus replied. There was a noise as someone ascended the stairs. Cody burst into the kitchen. "Where are they?" "And you call me the arsehole?" Kraus said. "Fuck you! You hid them." "Close, but no cigar. We did leave the suitcase in plain sight, took the canisters out." "Where?" "But we didn't hide them. Jess and I destroyed them before we started cooking dinner." "Bullshit!" "We weren't going to use them," Kraus shrugged. "It's a bad idea." "You fucker! Making decisions for the rest of us." Kraus shrugged. "Cope." Cody turned towards the area where Luke was at the doorframe. "Luke, you're going to stand by and let him act?" "You don't have any ground to stand on," Luke said, interrupting. "Not that Kraus is doing much better, destroying those vials before we had a chance to discuss it further, on top of what he's already pulled. But the worst Kraus has done thus far is lie by omission. You lied to my face. Said you were looking for something to help transport Noelle." "I'm willing to bite the bullet," Cody said. "I'll take the hit, I'll drink the stuff or inject it, whatever. And if the Seamurgers thing's set up so that I get fucked over down the road, I'm okay with that. I can still use whatever powers I get to get us out of here. Maybe get us home." "Get us home?" Kraus asked. "Like it's that easy." "Everything comes down to money," Cody said. "Think about it. We get a few $1,000,000, pay one of those mad scientist types, and they get us home. Maybe I die or something in a few months or a few years, but I'm not staying here. I'm not putting up with this fucking dynamic." Kraus noted Marissa coming in through the front hall, standing behind him. "What dynamic?" Luke asked. "The one where he comes out on top. Where everyone else is okay with the shit he pulls and then pats him on the back when that shit works out in everyone's favour." "The Seamurg fucked with your head," Kraus said. "No, this has been bothering me for a long time." "Listen," Kraus raised his voice. Cody glared, but didn't speak. Kraus continued. "She fucked with your head, brought that simmer to a boil. She wanted this. She wanted Luke and Noelle and Oliver to be distracted. That's why she made them remember the things they did. She wanted you to hate me, and I think she wanted me to go just a little too far." "Kraus," Luke said, his tone a warning. Kraus's tone was matter of fact. calm. I will. I'll admit it. I'm a crummy person, and Noelle seems to like me anyway. You have no conception of how major that is, or of the hurdles we've had to get past to even get this far in our relationship. So yeah, I'll go too far if I'm pushed, right here, right now, because I have to protect Noelle. Cody folded his arms. Kraus continued, It's probably what the Seamerg wanted. Maybe even why she made me as reckless and violent as I was when we ran into those supervillains. So I'd cross that line once. She set me up so I'd do it. Like she set you up so your resentment's at a fever pitch. If you attack me, I'll probably kill you. You're talking out your ass. Cody snarled the words. I'm done with you, Kraus said. You can't let go of shit? Can't see far enough past what's between the two of us to know how short-sighted you're being? Our situation right now? We've got priorities. Noelle is number one, but the rest of these guys come in a close second. So I'm going to help Noelle and get her into the car I brought, and we'll get her and Luke to a hospital. Cody only glared. And Cody, if she suffers at all because you wasted time, I'm going to make you answer for it. Kraus turned his back on the guy, making his way to the living room. Need help? Marissa was on his heels. Help Jess. I can carry Noelle, and I want to be out of here sooner than later. Okay. Luke, Kraus said, want to use my shoulder to steady yourself? I can use Oliver. Kraus nodded. One by one, they made their way to the cars Kraus and Marissa had brought. It took time to get Noelle settled in with blankets around her. Even a little cold left her whimpering and moaning, struggling with less strength than a baby might have offered. Her eyes never opened, and she couldn't even lift her arms beneath the blankets after they were in place. All the while, Cody stood in the doorway of the house, staring. It was only after Kraus and Marissa had pulled away that Cody made his way to his car and followed. Need help, Kraus shouted, as he pushed the hospital doors open with his foot. Noelle was in his arms. There were only 20 or so people present, no staff. Plastic panels had been boarded up so that they blocked half the access hallways. The front desk, too, was similarly blocked off. A camera sat on the desk, pointing forward. Kraus went out of his way to avoid putting himself in front of the camera. He banged on the plastic panel that hung over the front desk's window. Hey! This girl is dying! Please wait, a voice said. It sounded over an intercom or something. She's waited way too long already. Stay calm and be patient. The staff at this facility are strictly limited to the volunteers who are willing to undergo the quarantine procedure themselves. As such, this facility is currently understaffed. Was it an automated message? No, he didn't get that vibe. Sit, Kraus, Marissa said. Kraus settled Noelle into a chair, then sat beside her. Fucking creepy. I think that thing in the booth is an artificial intelligence. No shit? Luke asked. No shit, Kraus said, his leg bouncing up and down restlessly. It had to have been at least 8 hours since the initial injury, but the minutes that were passing now that help was so close were a special kind of torture. He studiously ignored Cody, who was standing on the other side of the waiting room. The others in the waiting room included 2 nuclear families, a collection of older people who might have come from an old folks' home, and 5 men in protective gear that looked like what a firefighter might use, but they had the word rescue emblazoned across their shoulders. We get asked about where we came from, Kraus murmured to the others. We stick as close to reality as we can, but we don't name people or places. Better to look dumb than name a place that doesn't exist. Any tips, Jess? 9/11 didn't happen here, Endbringers did. They have $1 coins in this America, not bills, and they phased pennies out. There's an installation on the moon, half built and abandoned. I don't know, stuff is different. Is any of this even liable to come up? Luke asked. Don't know. Better to be safe, Kraus said. 2 people in nurses' uniforms hurried out of the mouth of the hallway. One, a man, approached Kraus and his friends. Kraus stood from his seat. Situation? The nurse asked. 2 moderate injuries, 1 severe, Kraus said. She's the severe one? The nurse asked. Yeah, stuff fell on her. Her stomach's turning black. We'll look after her, he said. He whistled. Esme, stretcher. The other nurse ran to get one. Only 6 of us volunteered, he said. Lots of rules, lots of drawbacks when it comes to the quarantine. We were on the outside, but we get treated same as you for coming in. Can't blame others for not being willing to make the sacrifice, but it's tough with the limited staff. Who else is injured? Impaled hand. Kraus raised one hand. He pointed at Luke. And sliced leg. If you're going by priority, put me last. Not critical? No, Kraus said. He looked at Luke. No, right? I'm okay for now, Luke said. The other nurse had arrived with a stretcher. The pair checked Noelle over, then loaded her onto it. She disappeared down one hallway. Kraus sank into his seat. It was out of his hands now. He could finally let himself relax just a little, finally. "Sir?" It was the intercom by the camera. Hesitant, he stood, then he stepped closer, still avoiding the camera. "Please take these papers and distribute them to your companions." Kraus took the stack of paper. They were stacked together in packs of 6. "Be informed, individuals within the quarantine area must meet the prerequisites noted on these sheets before they can be permitted to process out and re-enter society. Under the DDID measures, individuals found to be circumventing the listed procedures or strictures or violating the post-release conditions will be criminally charged." "What? Do you require further explanation of the DDID measures?" "What measures?" "To be processed out of the quarantine area, individuals are required to undergo 10 months of twice-weekly checkups with a rotating body of quarantine processing agents. 8 of those months will also involve weekly sessions of counseling and psychiatric evaluation." 10 months. 10 months, correct. Further, anyone processing out of quarantine is required to accept a tattoo marking their DDID status. Each such individual will be placed on a list, with twice-weekly checkups with quarantine processing agents continuing indefinitely. Attendance at any official or non-official function with more than 10 individuals present requires permission from a quarantine processing agent, a minimum of 48 hours in advance. The individual in charge of the function should be notified of your DDID status upon your arrival. Any employers should be notified of your DDID status at the first opportunity. Anyone selling or renting property to you should be notified of your DDID status at the first opportunity. Financial institutions should be... Stop! The remainder of details are noted on the sheets provided. This counter can answer any further questions. The operator overseeing the quarantine area can answer any further questions. As noted on the sheet, the operator can be contacted... Stop! Shut up, Kraus said. The mechanical voice went silent. Kraus turned to leave. "Sir, there is one other matter to discuss." Kraus turned back. "What?" "Regarding the care of the young woman, will you be paying the balance?" "I don't have any money." "Understood. If you will provide the name of your financial institution." My financial institution? A world away. It dawned on Kraus, belatedly, that he was a person without an identity. His driver's license, his banking info, his birth certificate, they didn't count for anything here. "Why?" Kraus interrupted it. "Can't you guys pay for it?" "Of course. You will be reimbursed for costs incurred in the course of your processing, but the process will be expedited if you pay now. Failure to do so could mean additional delays." "That's ridiculous," Kraus said. He thought of the credit card he'd taken from the drawer. If he used that... No, too dangerous. But there had been any number of stores that had been left abandoned. "I can pay cash, if given a chance to go collect it." "These measures were put in place to ensure that we are able to track anyone undergoing quarantine processing, as well as those who may be attempting to circumvent processing. We will require a credit card or bank account number." "If I don't?" he asked. "My stuff got destroyed in the attack." "Again, we can contact your financial institution on your behalf and start the process of restoring your accounts to your control. If you do not pay, you will not be processed." "And my girlfriend?" "The patient will not be processed either." "If I say I don't have the money, and I can't pay her fee?" "We will request financial information from the patient at the first opportunity." Noelle, Kraus was almost certain, didn't have a wallet on her. No, they left her purse in Luke's apartment, and that was in shambles. "If she can't pay?" "We will attempt to contact her financial institution." "If you can't?" He searched for an excuse. She was confused before she went unconscious. She might have hit her head. "If I can't give you that information and she can't give it to you, what then?" "Then the department will pay, but quarantine processing will not continue until you have provided identification and financial information to verify your identity." Kraus returned to his seat, set his hands on his head. "Fuck you, Seamerg," he thought. "Fuck you and fuck this foreign Earth." "Kraus?" Marissa asked. "Was it about Noelle?" "She's forcing our hands." "Quarantine measures," he said. He shoved the papers at her, half crumpled in his hand. She took them with a gentle touch that stood in stark contrast to the force he'd just used, as if afraid to provoke him further. "What do you mean?" Luke asked. Kraus spoke in a low voice. "I mean we don't get out of this quarantine area without ID and bank info, which we don't have, and even then we get treated like criminals for the rest of our lives." "There's got to be a way around it." "No, I don't think there are. They're on the watch for that stuff, for anyone trying to slip past the system. So we either need to take 10 months to process out of here, with enough psychiatric counselling and talks with quarantine officers that we're bound to slip up somewhere, and we'd have to get flawless ID that's going to meet the standards for their checks. Which is impossible, Cody said. He'd approached and was listening. Kraus nodded. And we'd get treated like criminals for the rest of our lives, or we take option 2, we try to escape. And again, we get treated like criminals for the rest of our lives, only we deserve it. Another family came in the front doors, finding chairs to settle into. 2 20-somethings and 2 people who looked more like grandparents than parents. They were sitting close enough that Kraus couldn't continue to risk being overheard. He fell silent, and the others read the papers detailing the quarantine protocols. It was 2 hours before the male nurse returned to the lobby with news about Noel. Kraus didn't even finish listening before dashing for the door. "Well played," Kraus said, as the car skidded to a stop outside the house they'd borrowed. "Well fucking played, Seamerg." He stepped out of the car. "Permanent damage, removing the majority of her lower intestine." He didn't step into the house they'd borrowed. He headed straight for the house next door, the one they'd broken into when they were looking for house keys. "Interrupted blood flow, infection, possible signs of necrosis. She'll require a colostomy bag even in the best case scenario. In the worst case scenario, well, there's any number of ways this could end badly for the patient." End badly, Kraus thought. She'll die. Heading inside through the side door, he locked it behind him and made his way to the living room. The canisters were sitting under the couch, along with the papers. He flipped through them. Canister A, F1611 Deus, 85% mixture. Added, C0072, balance, 15% mixture. To be consumed by client 1. Canister B, R0936, jaunt, 70% mixture. Added, C0072, balance, 30% mixture. To be consumed by client 2. Canister C, C2062, prince, 55% mixture. Added, O0121, aegis, 30% mixture. Added, C0072, balance, 15% mixture. To be consumed by client 3. Canister D, M0042, vestige, 75% mixture. Added, C0072, balance, 25% mixture. To be consumed by client 4. Canister E, X0796, division, 80% mixture. Added, C0072, balance, 20% mixture. To be consumed by client 5. Canister F, E0712, robin, 60% mixture. Added, C0072, balance, 40% mixture. To be consumed by client 6. "Can't even say what they do, huh?" he asked. "Because you want to leave maximum room for us to screw up, is that right?" He could hear a car on the road, the crunch of heavy snow beneath tires. A car door slammed. He flipped back several pages to reread the directions. Nothing more complicated than drinking the stuff. But which one? He stared at the list, muttered, "Jaunt." A small laugh escaped his lips. Didn't a jaunt mean a short trip? "Well, that's as fitting a choice as any," he said. He could hear the others making their way inside. He screwed off the top of the canister and withdrew the vial inside. "A toast! If I'm screwed no matter which path I take, then at least I'll go forward with courage. Fuck you, Seamerg." Marissa and Oliver appeared at the entrance to the living room, just in time to see him tossing the contents of the vial back. They rushed forward to stop him, and only succeeded in catching him as he fell. Pain. It was like cold electricity, moving through his body at a speed of an inch a second. He saw fragmented images, faded, blurry. A crystal formation growing in fast motion. 2 crystals, each somehow alive. They moved by creating more of themselves, letting the crystal behind them die. He sensed that years were passing, but they moved together, insistent. The second they made contact, the entire world was turned to crystal in a heartbeat. Another heartbeat later, the world shattered. Another image, creatures that folded and unfolded through space, existing in multiple worlds simultaneously, too many to count, spreading out from the remains of a world. A third scene, falling towards a barren planet, seeing the descent with countless eyes that weren't quite eyes, and a fragment of an idea, that the world had the same general shape as Earth. Land masses in the right place, if not quite the right shape. No water, but still Earth. "Kraus," Marissa whispered. "All good," he smiled. He struggled to his feet, then nearly lost his balance. He had to put one hand on Marissa's shoulder to keep from falling to the ground. "It's all good." "Why?" "Because I'm brave and stupid, and because she's the only one who ever gave me the benefit of a doubt," he said. He tried to walk and fell. Marissa caught him. "You can't," she said.
Can too, because I'm pretty sure it worked. Not sure how, but it worked. He felt a pressure behind him, a matching pressure to his right. He turned to look, to see what was happening, and only saw the flat-screen television and a heavy speaker poised on the edge of the bookshelf. There was a cord, as if a string stretched between them, vibrating, and the television was suddenly sitting on the bookshelf, and the speaker in the midst of the entertainment centre. The television fell with a crash, and the remains of the screen danced across the floor. Marissa shrieked. "See?" he smiled. "Kraus." He was aware of the pressure, aware of the reaching. He tried to push it to move like he'd move his hand, and it did. He couldn't exactly feel the shape, but he had a sense of the heft of the thing he was pressing against. He pressed the other presents against the coffee table, but didn't feel the same cord. Could expand and contract it, he noted, as if he were opening or closing his hand. He tried expanding one. No, that made it worse. Expanding the one around the coffee table, grabbing what? Air? The cord. The desk from the front hall crashed to the ground and tipped over just beside them. The coffee table settled in the front hall. Again, Marissa made a noise of alarm, a yelp. "Kraus! Stop!" "It's all good," he repeated himself, "because I'm going to help her. Fuck the Seamerg. Fuck destiny." He stopped when he saw Cody in the hallway. "They'll accept this too," Cody said. "Our friends. Your friends, really. They'll let it slide, won't they? I get threatened, treated like shit. And you? Well, you get the breaks." "Pretty much," Kraus said. "But if it helps, you're doing it for you. I'm doing it for her. For Noelle. Because I love that girl. And she puts up with me. And I'll probably never find another person like that again. Not in our world, and not in this one." "You're not capable of love," Cody said. "We'll agree to disagree." Kraus pushed the presents against Cody, surrounded himself. "No, not quite. I'm smaller, need to suck in some air." They swapped places in a flash. Cody staggered. Kraus nearly fell too. He caught the rails of the stairwell to balance, grit his teeth in the anticipation of pain. No pain. He clenched his bad hand, the one that had been impaled. It was healed. "All good," he said, knowing he was saying the same thing over and over again, rambling. "Guess I'll need one for her." He grabbed the heaviest book from the coffee table, then reached for a canister. He could feel it, but couldn't get a lock. He turned around, looked. There. The book was replaced by the canister the second he made eye contact. He nearly dropped it. Kraus smiled. "Not too difficult. Not hard." He whirled around, nearly lost his balance. "Well, I'll meet you guys at the hospital." "Kraus!" Marissa shouted. She stepped forward, reaching for him. He pushed his power into her and Oliver, switched them so that Oliver was within a few feet of him. Oliver backed away, scared. Kraus had expected as much. "Hypocrite!" Cody shouted. "I know this is shitty," Kraus admitted. "And my excuses, my reasons for doing it, maybe they don't make up for what I'm doing. But I'm okay with you guys hating me, if it means helping Noelle." He headed outside, stepping through the side door, glanced around. The garage of the house he'd just left was still open from where they'd investigated. It had a car sitting inside. He smirked. He had to wait until he had both Marissa's car and the one in the garage in sight before he could lock onto both. He pushed his presence into each, didn't find it particularly difficult to get a hold. They switched. Marissa's car made a crashing sound as it settled in the garage. He got in his car, then pulled it into the driveway just in front of the garage. Cody was just stepping out of the side door. Kraus saluted him. Then he swapped himself and his car with the one that was now on the street. They didn't have keys to that car that was now blocking the driveway. It would buy him time. He shifted gears and drove. "Hey, No," he said. He sat down beside Noelle's bed. She opened her eyes, smiled just a little. He smiled back. "You're finally awake?" "Morphine helped. Hurt too much to even open my eyes before. Sorry." "Hey, Kraus, things are pretty fucked, aren't they?" "Yeah," he said. He smiled a little. "So you caught some of what we were talking about?" She nodded slowly. She closed her eyes with such languidness he thought she was falling asleep, but it was only a slow-motion blink. "Yeah, things are supremely fucked," he said. She nodded a little. "I'm due for another surgery. They gave me one short one, and now they're replacing my blood, see?" "I see," he said, eyeing the blood bags. I kind of wish we'd done more boyfriend and girlfriend stuff."
she said. Sorry. Don't need to apologize. You did what you had to. I could die, she said. Her voice was feeble, quiet. They're cutting too much out, and they can't wait any longer, but my condition's bad, so I could die on the table. You're not going to die. And even if I live, I'm going to be ugly. Nice big plastic plug in my belly with a bag of shit attached, which is really ironic, you don't even know. She trailed off. I sort of figured it out, he said. She nodded. Big scars, bag of shit. Is why I wish we'd done more before. Won't be any good to look at after. I don't care about scars. But it doesn't matter anyways. You're not going to die, and you won't have scars. Or a colostomy bag. She turned his way. He asked, You catch any of what we were talking about? Back at the house? Only some. I can't distinguish the reality from the delirium dreams. I suspect the delirium dreams made a little more sense, if that helps, he said. He set the canister down on the short table beside the bed. What's that? Her eyes widened. That wasn't a dream then. Kraus, no. Yes. You're going to take this and it'll help. You'll live and you won't need surgery. Then I'll get you out of here and we'll go home. Somehow. I don't... No, Kraus. People were saying... They were scared. This isn't some minor thing. No. It's big. It's huge. There were only 6, she said, and there's 7 of us. You deserve special treatment after what you've been through, and I want to make sure you get better. No. It wouldn't be fair to the others. Screw the others. Cody at least can go fuck himself, Kraus said. No, Kraus. There's too many things. Too many warnings and stuff you guys were saying about poison. He could hear footsteps in the hall. What if you take half then? He asked. Only half. It'll be fair to the others. He drew the vial, then found a paper cup by the sink. He poured half into the cup. See? He handed her the glass vial. Kraus! Someone's going to come in any second now. It'll work, he said. And if it doesn't? Or if that horrible stuff you guys were talking about comes true? What did you call it? The cause and effect? If it happens, Kraus said, blame me. I don't, please, he said, the word barely above a whisper. He hadn't realized he was saying it out loud before the word had left his mouth. She gave him a small nod, and he helped her to drink. I'll take the blame. I'm okay with being the bad guy, he thought, just so long as you get to live. Noelle screamed, her back arching. Well, Kraus said, as he reached for the tubing that led from the bag of blood to her arm. He pulled it out, then removed the tape that had held it in place. That's bound to get someone's attention. The heart monitor was erratically shifting from a series of fast beeps to flatlines. His own heart skipped a few beats until he realized it wasn't flatlining for good. A steady blare marked an alarm going off. He stood and blocked the door of the room with the chair he'd been sitting on. Noelle screamed again, a howl, almost ragged. Had he screamed that much? Or taken that long? He felt a twinge of anxiety. Someone shoved against the door of the room, but the chair held fast. Kraus wasn't too worried. He had his power, so if it came down to it, it was merely a question of... A landscape stretched around him. It was a smaller planet than Earth, he sensed, to the point that the curvature of the planet was noticeable as he looked over towards the horizons. He realized he was looking at multiple horizons simultaneously. They weren't his senses. Even with the world being smaller, he shouldn't have been able to see the horizon, not unless these senses he was using were more refined, or the atmosphere was thinner. Somehow things were degraded, blurred around the edges, but it didn't impact his ability to see, only to draw together a complete mental picture. A film reel with the damaged frames removed, only it wasn't a sequential reel. There was depth, in more ways than one. He could focus on the ground, note how craggy it was. Where the larger expanses of landmass had pressed together, it had cracked and separated in dramatic ways. The compressed soil of gravel and rocky material formed zigzagging cliffs and deep chasms. He could focus on the grove of crystalline figures. They were more like stalagmites than people, glassy, and the planet rotated thrice in the time it took them to move a discernible distance. Still, they were communicating, vibrating with subsonic hums that played off of the others, complicated ideas. He tried to discern the hum, but ran into the degradation, the distortion of the frames that had been spliced together, for lack of a better term. He was jarred into the next available scene, two crystalline figures moving steadily towards one another. He could tell how they were different from the others. They were bigger, and they traversed ground that didn't bear the clusters of dead crystal that the others left in their wake, like a slug's moist slime. They weren't restricted to the equator, where things were hottest. They closed the distance between them, made contact. I have seen this before, from another angle. It's a replay. No time had passed, but he was dazed, caught off guard as the chair's legs skidded on the tile. It fell to the ground and the door swung wide open. A man in uniform charged into the room. The butt of a rifle caught Kraus in the stomach, and he collapsed. "What the hell are you doing?" the uniform screamed at him. Kraus coughed and groaned as his stomach rebelled against the violence, his eyes and his power roving across his surroundings. Something he could swap for the uniformed officer or for the gun. With his eyes, he eyeballed mass, eyeballed size and likely volume, tried to match it to what he was feeling from the gun or the officer. The officer kicked him. Swap the lamp for the gun? No, the lamp was too lightweight. He resolved to switch himself and the officer, grabbing air to compensate for the volume. The difference was larger than it was with him and Cody. It required extra seconds. He grunted as the officer kicked him again. He had a grip. He winced as a kick caught him in the side of the head, closed his eyes. Again he was somewhere else. He saw energy condensing, two figures intertwining, and the summary birth of countless entities, as if from the birth of a star, only they were alive. No, he thought. Need to focus. This is because of Noelle. I'm getting caught up in whatever's affecting her, a sympathetic reaction. He forced himself to look away, tried to focus on his power instead. Nothing. His body wasn't there. He struggled further, tried to banish the visions, to focus on the empty void rather than the countless creatures that were radiating out from the detonation. The vision chose its own time to end. That was the downside. The upside was that he wasn't quite so disoriented when he came crashing back down to reality. His power still had a grip on the man in uniform. Kraus forced a swap. It didn't change the situation much. He was still lying on the ground, the uniform still standing, but Kraus was now behind his opponent. The confusion the teleportation had generated bought him a second. He got on his hands and knees and then threw himself at the man's legs, driving his side and his shoulder into the back of the knees. The officer fell, and Kraus hurried to his feet. The gun was a problem, and he hadn't seen anything he could swap for it. Everything in the hospital was either too lightweight, too minuscule, or both. Noelle screamed. This is taking longer than mine did. Kraus rolled over to grab for the gun. He only succeeded in getting a grip on it, but he couldn't wrest it from the uniformed man's arms. The alarm continued to blare, the heart monitor seizing up as it ranged from high intensity to ominous low beeps, and Kraus was losing his wrestling match over the gun. He knew if he lost it, he'd probably get shot. The use of his power had been the only way to avoid being beaten into unconsciousness, but he suspected it also raised the stakes. Given a chance, the officer would kill him in self-defense. The man was pulling with such force that his face contorted into a sneer of muscle strain. Kraus wasn't so strong, nor quite so tenacious. He felt the gun slipping from his fingers, felt himself reaching the point where the pain in his hands was overcoming his desire to keep the man from getting the rifle. He knew he'd get shot if it happened, or struck in the head with the butt end of the weapon, but the pain... He reached out, and he found something. He wasn't thinking in the right terms, was still thinking too much about shape and not about mass. The heavy wool blanket that was draped over Noelle had roughly the same mass as the gun. But he had to be looking at both to swap them. Kraus let the gun go, backed away as rapidly as he could as he got to his feet. The uniform was standing, moving his hands to get a grip on the trigger and barrel, and the gun was gone, replaced by a blanket. Kraus tackled his unarmed opponent, knocking him to the ground, grabbing at his wrists. Kraus closed his eyes and slammed his forehead into the lower half of the uniformed man's face. He headbutted the guy once more. Blood welled on his own forehead, where a tooth bit too deep into the skin. His opponent got one hand free, punched Kraus in the ribs, 3 times in quick succession, each blow stronger than Kraus might have expected. I'm going to lose this fight. Using his power to get a sense for where it was, Kraus reached over to the gun, got a grip on the rifle and swung the end of it into the uniformed man's face. He kept swinging until the officer stopped putting up a fight. He managed to climb to his feet, blinked slowly as he looked down at the uniformed man. Not a cop, not a soldier, something else. The guy's face was a mess of blood, and his gaping mouth had at least 2 broken or missing teeth. There were nurses and doctors in the hallway, staring. Kraus stepped towards the door, and they ran. Noel was still struggling, thrashing. "Come on, Noel," he whispered. "Best thing you can do for me is stay alive here. Don't let this be where I accidentally kill you. Can't live with that." He paused. There were other footsteps coming down the hallway. "And if it's not asking too much, hurry it up some?" When he'd disconnected from reality and seen whatever he saw in those visions, how much had he seen? Was she halfway done? Only 1/10 of the way? Kraus moved the chair to block the door, then dragged the man he'd bludgeoned into place so the unconscious body would keep the chair in place and the door closed. "Come on," he said. "Come on." For the 3rd time, he found himself someplace else. All of the memories and thoughts of the hospital room and Noel thrashing receded as he found himself plummeting, felt the heat of entering the atmosphere, and didn't care in the slightest. Emotion didn't factor in from this perspective. A waterless, lifeless earth loomed before him, stretched out until it consumed his senses. The impact didn't hurt any more than the atmospheric entry had. And he was back in the hospital room. He staggered, nearly fell, but managed to keep his balance. "How much more, Noel?" She was panting, not screaming, sweat beading her brow. I think it's over," she said. Her voice was stronger. "Feel better?" She touched her stomach, pushed herself to a sitting position with her arms. Her eyes widened. "Yes." Kraus felt a smile stretch across his face, so broad it hurt. "Fantastic. Feel different?" "No, not really." "Well, you only got half a dose. If you get any powers, they're liable to be pretty weak. Could be that you burned up whatever juices in that stuff, healing the damage." "Maybe." She touched the hospital gown. Kraus looked away, feeling somehow abashed. "You'll want to get dressed. I saw your stuff in the cupboard with the sheets." He found the half-full cup and tipped the contents into the vial, then slid the vial into the canister. As Noel climbed out of the bed, Kraus turned his back to her to give her privacy, screwing on the cap and closing the canister with the remaining formula. Someone banged on the door, hard. "There's more of these guys. Thought the process would be faster," Kraus said. "Can we get away?" "Depends on how much backup they get. The more the better." "Don't you mean—" "Nope," Kraus said. "Best case scenario, they'll have tons of backup." My bare skin's fizzing." "Fizzing?" "I can't see it, but I feel like there's bubbles, and they're so tiny I can't see them, but they're flowing down from my skin." "Huh. You can't control it?" "No. Or, sort of. If I concentrate, pull on my skin, it speeds up." Fizzing and pulling on her skin. It wasn't the most apt description, but Kraus wasn't sure he'd be able to accurately describe the pressure or the feeling of heft he got when he pressed his power into something. "Does it feel different when you touch stuff?" "Yeah. Feels like my skin's fizzing against my clothes as I'm putting them on, where the cloth touches me." "Touch other stuff. If we can figure out your power, maybe we can use it." There was a pause. Kraus waited while she experimented. The door banged. He tensed. This time, at least, he'd be ready. "Not much. Less than from my clothes." There was another bang on the door. The chair shifted, and Kraus moved it back. "Worry about it later. We're stuck with just my power until we figure yours out." Noelle entered his field of vision, wearing all of her winter stuff. Kraus stepped over to the window. The street was lit only by the minimal moonlight that filtered through the clouds. There were police cars and fire trucks massing inside the quarantine area, as well as black vans with pale purple stripes and the letters PRT on the sides. The people outside the black vans had uniforms like the man he'd just beat up, only they wore helmets. There were capes, too. Kraus could see the one with the brown cloak and staff. Murden. A half-dozen superheroes clustered around him. His team? It was a surprise that so many heroes were still present in the city. Did they have to undergo their own kind of quarantine processing as well? Doing all this backwards. Deciding on a strategy before I fully tested my powers. Don't even know my own range. Kraus pushed his power away from himself, reached for 2 of the men in the PRT uniforms, each on opposite sides of the crowd. They swapped places. He couldn't really see the physical differences between them, but they were alarmed, confused. "I can swap us out with someone in the crowd if it comes down to it. Happen to know anything about Murden? Maybe Jess said something?" Noelle shook her head. "Fuck. And we have even less chance of knowing something about his subordinates. Far as I know, he does something with these dimensions he carts around. When I ran into him, he sort of banished me into this phase state where I could move around and stuff, but I couldn't touch anything either." Noelle nodded. "He didn't mean to, though. He thought I'd pop back in like I just left. His power, it doesn't work too well if something's changed between dimensions too much, which means it won't work 100% right with us. Would he listen if we talked to him? Kraus looked outside. No, I don't think we could. We're on our own. We just need an opportunity. Stay close to me. Murden was flying now. 2 of his subordinates were advancing as well. One had a beach ball-sized ball of jet black extending a foot away from his splayed hands, crackling with arcs of electricity that were both absolutely black and somehow still glowing enough to be seen in the dark. The other figure was an Asian woman, with a painted mask and a giant lantern in her hands. "We have a fight incoming," Kraus said, backing away from the window. Murden waved his staff, and the window shattered. With another movement of his staff, he plunged down into the room, landing with an audible impact. Kraus had a better look at the guy. A brown cloak and robe combination that might have been burlap, but with a heavier material beneath. If the raised metal collar around his neck was any indication, Murden was wearing some kind of armor or protective gear beneath the robe. It should have been heavy, but he wasn't having any apparent difficulty. His staff was a gnarled stick of dense wood, worn by weather. The upper half of his face was hidden beneath a metal visor that served more to cast his face in shadow than to be actual armor. He sported a thick, well-trimmed beard, brown, not white. This wasn't a guy that Kraus could fight hand to hand, and between his armor and his stature, he was too heavy to be swapped with anything that wasn't an appliance. "Stand down," Murden ordered. "I'll pass," Kraus replied. He looked at the injured PRT soldier. "We've got—" "Begone," Murden said, pointing his staff. The officer vanished in a cloud of mist. "A hostage," Kraus finished. Murden looked at Noel, then at Kraus. "So there's 2 of you." "One of us, 2 bodies," Kraus said. "What?" Murden's eyes narrowed. "No clue, just confusing matters." His eyes flickered to the scene behind Murden. No luck just yet. The man with the black spheres floating around his hands leaped up to the shattered window. Kraus could see the Asian woman holding the handle of her lantern as it raised into the air. "Banish one?" the man with the spheres asked. "Already banished their hostage. Want me to grab one to take into custody?" "Be my guest, Anomaly." Anomaly raised one hand, and the sphere floated up until it was level with Kraus's head. Kraus felt a pull, stepped back and grabbed the footboard of the hospital bed. The pull increased steadily, intense enough to pull at his hair with the strength of a gale. Noel said something Kraus couldn't make out as she began to slide towards the thing. Murden, for his part, didn't budge an inch. The girl with the lantern held onto the handle with both hands to avoid the suction, settling her feet on the windowsill and perching with a crouch. Noel slid, and Kraus caught her with his power. He found the lantern girl, snagged her, and Noel was there, on the windowsill, losing her balance. The lantern girl slid into the sphere, virtually folded over it as it pulled her tight against its surface. Noel caught the side of the shattered window with one hand. He could see her grimace in pain. "Shattered glass. Sorry." He swapped Noel for Anomaly, and both she and the lantern girl fell hard to the ground. Anomaly tipped from the window to the interior of the room. "Who are you?" Murden asked. Kraus glanced out the window. No, this might go badly before he had a chance to execute their escape. If he had to teleport to the back of the crowd, they could wind up in a situation where there was no escape. "Nobody dangerous." Murden shifted his staff, and Kraus tensed. Where the staff tip moved, a thread of blinding light was drawn in the air, loose and loopy, like the light trail from a sparkler. The light exploded outwards with a concussive force, and both Kraus and Noel were slammed against the walls. The shape of the trail Murden had drawn meant the resulting blast passed over and to the side of his lantern-bearing teammate. Her clothes were barely ruffled. "He has personal dimensions he carries around with him," Kraus theorized, "and each one follows different rules. One holds banished people, maybe that one holds energy or compressed air, and he just needs to open it a crack to let the stuff out." "Can you open doors between worlds?" Kraus asked. Murden went stiff. "No. Are you implying you're one of the creatures from the world she opened a door to?" "She, the Seamerg." "Nah," Kraus replied, climbing to his feet. "Just wondering." "Stay down," Murden warned. The hero drew another glowing ribbon into the air, more intricate and convoluted than the former. Kraus braced himself for the resulting impact. Then he saw it, a belated arrival to the party. A police car coming down the street in the distance, maneuvering to pull in and join the ranks of officers and rescue personnel on site. Kraus turned his head, trying to catch Noel and the crowd in the same field of vision. He swapped her for someone at the back of the crowd. A moment later, gathering enough air, he swapped himself. The cold air was like a slap in the face. He reached for her hand, grabbed it. This new vantage point let him see the inside of the police car. He reached for the officer and partner, then swapped again. Kraus found himself sitting backwards in the driver's seat. He flipped himself over and, as nonchalantly as he could manage, pulled away, heading deeper into the quarantine area. We'll abandon the car as soon as we can, then go back to the house, face the music. He reached for Noelle's gloved hand and squeezed it, but she didn't smile, didn't show any relief. She looked troubled. He realized why. Her left hand was undamaged where she'd slashed it on the shattered glass of the window. They travelled the last leg of the journey to the house on foot. There were no words exchanged between them, even as minutes passed. As they approached the house, Kraus was left to wonder which one his friends would be in. He settled on the first house they'd broken into. Jess, Luke, Marissa, and Oliver were there, arranged in the living room. It was dark, barely lit. Makes sense. They'd be looking for houses with lights on. "Noelle!" Marissa said, leaping to her feet. "You're okay!" She hurried across the room, reached out to give Noelle a hug, and was stopped. Noelle had her hands on Marissa's shoulders. "What's wrong?" Marissa asked. "Nothing," Noelle said. "You really did it, Kraus," Luke said. "I almost didn't believe them, that you'd be that stupid." "Oh, I'm a hell of a lot stupider than that," Kraus said. "But I saved her." "You gave it to her? The can?" "Half," Kraus said. He withdrew the canister from his front jacket pocket and switched it with a book on a nearby bookshelf, then threw the book aside. "Just enough to heal her, save her life." "And now you two have superpowers," Luke said. "You're doing exactly what we said we wouldn't." "The Seamerg set it in motion. Not really my fault," Kraus said. "That's bullshit," Luke replied. Unlike Cody, he was quiet, and the words almost had more impact as a result. Kraus wondered, is it because he's my friend? If I hadn't done it, things would have gotten even worse. If she wants us to use the stuff, then we eventually would have. It's extortion. Extortion through fate. I don't know. But I chose to pay the price, rather than wait for her to ramp things up until I had to. If you want to blame me, blame me. "No fucking shit we're blaming you," Luke said, and the hint of anger in his voice wasn't as calm as his earlier words had been. That anger seemed scarily similar to what Kraus was used to seeing from someone else. "Where's Cody?" "Here," Cody said, from behind Kraus. Kraus whirled around. Cody was smiling, swaggering. "You too?" Kraus asked, unsurprised. He'd left Cody in the house with the 4 remaining vials. "Yeah, me too." Everything in the room shifted. The curtains flickered and appeared in a fractionally different position. Noelle had moved a foot away, now squarely facing them, and Cody was in the center of the room. "See?" Cody asked. "What just happened?" "I got powers. The paperwork said it was the Vestige can, and as luck would have it, my power counters yours, totally and completely." There was another shift, things moving all at once, and Cody was now a foot in front of Kraus. He was laughing. Teleportation? No, the others wouldn't move like that. "Stop it, Cody," Marissa said. "He doesn't care. He doesn't know," Cody said. "Just stop." Everything shifted positions again, and this time Cody was swinging a punch at Kraus. It connected, and Kraus crashed to the ground. The punch had landed painfully close to where Kraus had been struck not long ago, and the resulting pain seemed to radiate across the surface of his skull. "Only bad part is," Cody said, shaking one hand as though it was sore, "if I use it on myself, I don't get the satisfaction, and if I use it on him, he doesn't even know." "Just leave him alone," Marissa said. Kraus looked at Noelle, saw her with gloved hands pressed to her mouth. "What's he doing?" Kraus asked, not moving from the ground. "Time travel," Luke said. Cody shrugged. "Directed time travel anyways. Backwards only, a few seconds at a time. You teleport away, I set you back to where you were, then kick you in the balls for being an asshole." "Well," Kraus said, "do you feel better now? After however many beatings you just gave me, kicks in the balls?" "I feel a bit better. But what has me tickled is that I can do it again and again whenever I feel the urge," Cody said, smiling. "Don't," Luke said. "That's brutish," Jess said, her voice low. She was glaring at Kraus. "Not the word I would have chosen," Luke said. "But yeah." Cody shrugged. He couldn't stop smiling. "Listen," Kraus said. "Noelle's better, and she's safe. That's priority number 1, done with. Now we need to get out of here, and then we focus on getting home." "You know, Noelle?" Marissa asked. "You know about our situation?" "Some." "Come on then, let's leave the boys to hash this out. I'll fill you in on what's going on while we get our stuff packed." Food first? Noel asked. I haven't eaten since yesterday. Marissa gave her a funny look, but she led the way to the kitchen. Stuff? Kraus asked the others when the two girls had left. The room flickered. Stop, Cody, Jess said. I'm tired of everyone catering to him. He fucked up, broke the rules he set, Cody said. So if he wants to run off and be the lone maverick, he can deal with the consequences. That means we don't go out of our way to get him caught up. You're being as bad as he ever was, Luke said. Cody turns towards Luke. No, I'm not. You're making calls on our behalf. You're not being a team player, and you're making things harder than they have to be to get your way. It's not the same, Cody said. Kraus looked at Cody, then grabbed him from behind and threw him into a bookcase. Kraus, Luke shouted. Marissa and Noel hurried back to the hallway. Cody appeared back where he'd been standing, in the exact same position. Kraus repeated the throw from behind. 2. Again, Cody reappeared, setting himself back to where he'd been 3 seconds ago. Kraus shoved him yet again. 3. On the next reappearance of Cody, Kraus shoved him and called out, 4! Blade cuts both ways, Cody. This time Cody didn't use his power on himself. He landed amid the fallen stacks of magazines and books, offered a snarling noise. Your power works against you, Kraus said. Using it to protect yourself? It doesn't work if your opponent knows how you function and you don't have backup to break the loop. You shift yourself back in time, you don't remember, and I can use the same strategy over and over. That's not, Cody said. Then he stopped. His eyes narrowed. I don't have to put you back where you were after hurting you. Anytime you do something to me, I can set you up to a position where I can hurt you, then leave you like that, hurting. Using my power doesn't tire me out. I can set you back as many times in a row as I need to. Just stop, Jess pleaded. All of this is hard enough without you two being enemies. Problem is, Jess, Kraus said, not breaking eye contact with Cody. Cody's got this mindset where the guy with the biggest stick wins. He doesn't care about the big picture until he's established his dominance. Since his idea of dominance is kicking my ass, we can't have him doing that while we're trying to get back home. It's counterproductive. Yeah? What are you going to do about it? Cody asked. He was pulling himself to his feet. Nothing, Kraus said. You want to pull stunts like that? Feel free. Thought so, Cody smirked. And, Kraus said, stepping close enough to whisper in Cody's ear, your power's kind of a liability, you know, not just a double-edged sword part. Liability? Cody asked in a normal speaking volume. Kraus continued whispering. A liability. You saw what I was willing to do when the Seamerg forced my hand by putting Noel's life on the line. Now my hand's dangerously close to being forced again. Because I will get these people home, and if you get in my way, if you give me a reason to fear for my safety, or to make me think we aren't making as much progress as I want, well, the only way I can think of to shut down your power is by killing you. Cody smirked, stepping away. His eyes flickered across Kraus's face as he read Kraus's expression. Cody's smile faded. Cody forced a smile onto his face again, but it didn't seem quite so genuine. I'm going to go pack my shit. You have my permission to fill the asshole in on the details. You're a coward at heart, Kraus thought, as he watched Cody head upstairs. And I'm too stubborn to back down or give up. As long as that's the case, I'll always come out ahead. He looked at the others. Well, I think that's that. Let's talk about the next step of our plan. He seated himself on the couch, flashed Noelle a smile. Noelle smiled back, but it didn't quite reach her eyes or overcome the concern in her expression. She turned back towards the kitchen, and Marissa followed. Kraus's heart sank a little at that. It felt like they'd somehow been set back weeks or months in their relationship progress. He distracted himself. Turning to Luke, he asked, What was that about stuff? Stuff. We weren't quite sure where you went, and you kind of made it impossible to get the car out of the driveway, Luke said. So we went shopping, so to speak. Brought back clothes, toiletries, and all the cash we could get out of the registers, pretty much every place within walking distance. We even got an old wheelchair for Jess, rinsed off the seat in the shower upstairs. We're just waiting for it to dry off. Kraus smiled. Good man. Luke wasn't smiling back. It feels shitty, stealing. Nobody's going to touch that money anyway, Kraus said. Not with it being in the quarantine area. That was a smart move, really. Does this mean we got everything we need to get by for the next while? Pretty much. You should go through the stuff we brought and make sure it all fits, and that you aren't going without something essential. You didn't happen to pick up cigarettes? Luke frowned. I shouldn't have. Told myself you didn't deserve it after what you pulled,
But I did. Best friend! Kraus smiled, spreading his arms wide. Luke shook his head. You don't deserve it. I don't. But I'll make it up to you by getting us out of here with my power. Shouldn't be hard. There weren't all that many soldiers outside the fence, and we can swap ourselves for them, maybe. If Cody cooperates, that makes it even easier. And Noelle? Luke asked. Does she have powers? Apparently, Kraus said, though I don't have any idea of how it works. You guys give any consideration to the idea of using the rest of the juice? Luke was nodding a little. Luke! Jess said, aghast. What? Half the damage is already done, he said. And as far as I'm concerned, the benefits of getting more powers outweighs the possible danger. We don't have any real income, we don't have anybody to go to for help, and it's going to be far easier to get funds if we can do something like mercenary work with a team of people with powers. Like Cody was talking about, we could hire someone to get us home. I don't think this is a good idea, Jess said. Luke sighed. Let's be honest. If it's just Noelle, Cody, and Kraus who have powers, I'm worried things will get ugly. There's too much tension, but I don't think any of us are willing to leave the group and strike out on our own, not when it means being all alone in a strange world. So we're stuck together, and that means there's going to be conflict. If they aren't the only ones with powers, then at least we can do something to stop a fight from erupting. I don't know, Jess said. I feel like it'll make the problem worse. And you talk as if being a superpowered mercenary isn't dangerous. And it won't be that easy to find a tinker who can give us a way home. There's 1,000 mad scientist types in this world, aren't there? Someone knows how to get us back, Kraus said. Jess frowned. Jess, Luke spoke. Superpowers. And the stuff healed Noelle. Maybe it'll heal your legs. Think about it. Walking, dancing, running, other stuff with boys. Her expression shifted a fraction. For the first time since the powers had been brought up, he thought maybe there was a sign of interest. She looked at Kraus, and Kraus shrugged. We have 3.5 vials left. Someone's going to get only a half dose. You're assuming I take one, Jess said. I am, he echoed her. She set Cody against me, so I had an adversary, putting me off balance. Then used Noelle's injury to push me to act. And you guys? You, Luke, Marissa, and Oliver? She kept you occupied, kept you focused on yourselves. You want to talk about the Seamerg's game plan? It centers around me. I can't see any other way of looking at it. She isn't aiming to have you guys get Mondo powers and kill a president or something. Why would she make Oliver feel like crap if that was her end goal? It's you? Luke asked. Doesn't it make sense? Just look at where the focus is. She distracted you guys because you were the ones who could have talked sense into me. The can of worms is open, and I'm the person she's turned into a guided missile. You don't sound too worried for someone who believes that, Luke said. I'm processing it, Kraus admitted. But that's what it looks like to me. And if there isn't anything that points to me being wrong, maybe I should just help you guys get home, then stay here. Become a hermit or something. Let me keep however much leftover cash we wind up with, and I'll find an apartment and while away the rest of my days watching movies and playing games over the internet, not saying 2 words to anyone. Don't know how much damage I could do that way. Or come with us, Luke said. There's no way she can see the future of this world and ours. No way she's turned you into some ticking time bomb that's gonna fuck our world over. Kraus shrugged. Maybe. I can decide when we get that far. 3.5 vials, Jess said. Kraus nodded. She's on board. You took the Jaunt one and the Division one, Luke said, leaving... Luke was already getting a piece of paper out of his pocket, unfolding it. Prince, Deus, Robin, and half of whichever vial you gave to Noelle. Half of Division, Kraus said. Funny. But it doesn't look like Noelle has powers. She said her skin fizzes, whatever that means, but maybe it's incomplete. I'll take half, Oliver said. All eyes turned to him. Oliver continued. If Noelle doesn't want to finish it, I'll take half. I'm not strong, I'm not brave or smart or creative. I don't have it in me to be a hero. So as long as you don't ask me to risk my life fighting stuff like the Seamerg, I'll take the half. Try to find other ways to help. You don't give yourself enough credit, Kraus said. You're a decent guy. Maybe, Oliver said. He sounded sad. Maybe I'm decent, but I'm not a great guy. Like I said, nothing about me is special, nothing's exceptional, so I'll take half. Okay, Kraus said. Anyone want to call dibs on the others? Robin, Luke said. Sounds like it might mean I could fly. Mars? Jess asked. You care? Marissa shook her head. Then Deus for me. That leaves me with Prince, Marissa said.
I hope it doesn't turn me into a boy. Are they still next door? Kraus asked. Luke nodded. We dose you guys one at a time so we can be sure we have everything under control and minimize any damage. Then we'll leave before sunrise. The others nodded. The car coasted down the long highway, the windshield wipers clearing away the moisture of the freezing rain. Kraus pumped the windshield washer fluid and then wiped it away. Madison was well behind them now. Odd how it felt like he was leaving home, even when it wasn't really his city. A bad copy, an ugly copy. One with more violence, where the criminals could do far, far worse by virtue of having more power. Having powers. That was without even touching on Endbringers, the Seamerg, and the desolate quarantine area. Cody was in front. Kraus didn't mind, didn't care about giving up that token alpha maleness. If that's all it took for Cody to be satisfied for the time being, he'd accept it. He'd save his strength for the more serious conflicts. They would happen. The sun was rising. It was a bit of a relief. Driving in the rain and snow in the dark, with the headlights seeming to extend a scant 20 feet ahead, it sucked. The rain continued, and the sky was overcast, but it was transitioning into a beautiful sort of overcast, with dark purples and oranges. He looked at where Noelle sat in the passenger seat, reached over and squeezed her hand. She looked at him and smiled a little. It was better than he'd gotten in the last little while, and the surge of relief he experienced was almost palpable. Marissa and Jess were in the back seat, either already sleeping or most of the way there. He'd resisted the urge to comment, to note how the girls were with him, avoiding Cody. They knew something was off, that Cody was just a little too aggressive, a little too testosterone-driven. As far as Kraus was concerned, it said something that the girls felt safer with him, even after everything that had happened. They had their powers, and there was a slight cast of disappointment for everyone involved. Jess could walk, but only with the images she projected. Her real body seemed largely unaffected. She got to experience everything she'd never had a chance to, even got to fly, but at the end of the day, she was still in the chair. Marissa was managing to create flickers of light between her hands. She'd stopped when a nearby piece of paper had caught on fire, resolving to try it when there was more open space. Luke was especially disappointed with his power. It hadn't been flight. No, it was destructive, singular, and without any versatility. He turned anything he touched into a projectile. It would be useful for mercenary work, if they were willing to take on the more dangerous jobs. It came down to how long they were willing to wait before they got home, and how much money was demanded of them. It was the day before Christmas Eve, Kraus remembered. He'd have to be thankful for their well-being, at least. They were alive. Things were okay. Not great, but not as hopeless as they might have seemed before. And things had settled down, at least. For the first time since the others had joined him and Noelle at the coffee shop to discuss his inclusion on the team, things were calm. They'd find a way to put their new powers to work. They'd get money, get themselves home. Things made sense again. Mostly made sense. Cody's turn signal came on. He was pulling into a rest stop, one of the off-the-highway areas with a few fast food places and a gas station. There weren't many cars on the road this time of morning, and less in the rest stop parking lot. Cody pulled in just beside the front door. Before Kraus was able to pull into another parking spot, Oliver was out the door, running for the bathroom. Oliver hadn't changed either. Half a dose apparently wasn't enough. It did seem to make the aftermath of drinking the stuff worse, though. Oliver's condition had been nearly as drawn out as Noelle's after he'd taken his dose. "Anyone need to make water?" Kraus asked. "Fast food places might be open if you're hungry." The two girls in the back seat groaned, but they roused. "Want help with the chair?" he asked. "We've got it," Noelle said. She flashed Kraus a small smile and headed inside. Kraus fished in his pocket for a cigarette, whispered praise to Luke. He popped it in his mouth and then started looking for the lighter. Noelle knocked on the windshield, gave him a death glare. "What?" He offered her an exaggerated shrug. "Not in the car," she admonished, her voice muffled by the intervening windows. He smiled a little, climbed out of the car, leaned against the door and lit the cigarette. While he puffed, he stared at the clouds, as faint traces of the sunset's colours traced across them. The rain was freezing cold and irritating, but the cigarette was worth it. When he'd finished the first and the others hadn't returned, he resigned himself to walking across the parking lot to a spot where there was shelter from the rain, starting on a second cigarette. He was halfway done when Marissa came outside. He walked slowly in the direction of the car, taking a deep pull on the cigarette, thinking of how to gracefully point out that the others were taking a long time. Then he saw her eyes. She was afraid, white as a sheet, and she was silent in a way that suggested she didn't know what to say. He ran her way, spitting out the cigarette. She held the door open for him, and then led the way toward the women's bathroom. There was a heavy-set manager from one of the fast food places just at the door, shouting at Cody in a gruff voice. Kraus ignored them, headed inside the bathroom, ignoring the manager's shouted protests. Noelle had crumpled to the ground at the far end of the bathroom. Oliver, Luke, and Jess were huddled around her. Marissa moved straight to Noelle's side. "Don't touch me!" Noelle screamed, her voice shrill. Marissa stepped away, hands raised, as if showing she were unarmed, safe. "What happened?" Kraus asked, his voice quiet enough that the others might hear, but Noelle wouldn't. Each of the others gave him a look, expressions haunted. He stepped closer to get a better view. Noelle's pants were down around her knees. Her jacket meant Kraus couldn't see anything but her thighs. There was a mark about a foot long and 8 inches wide, raised on her left leg. Red, angry, it was wrinkled and blistered like a bad burn. She saw him, moved to try and cover herself. "Don't look, Kraus!" He turned to step away, to turn his back, but Jess reached out, caught his pants leg. He looked again, saw Noelle's head hanging, her hair a curtain around her face. She was sobbing. The skin on the angry red mark parted. There was no surprise from the others. They'd seen this already. Beneath the angry red skin on Noelle's thigh, there was an eyeball, twice the normal size with a broad yellow iris. Noelle's hands were clenched into fists, gripping the cloth of her jeans as the eye's gaze darted from one member of their group to another. It settled on Kraus. Accusatory. "He'll be 1 minute," the woman at the front desk spoke. Trickster nodded. "If you'd like to take a seat." The woman trailed off. "I prefer to stand." "As you wish." "Can I smoke?" "No." "If I open a window?" The woman at the front desk frowned. "My employer is particular." "I've heard." "If you leave the cigarette butts lying around, or if this room smells too strongly of smoke after you've left, he will be upset." "I understand." "It's your funeral," she said. Trickster stepped over to the window, found the latch and swung it open. He rested his elbows on it and leaned out, drew a cigarette and lit it, being sure to hold it and exhale outside of the window. The Boston skyline stretched out before him, with the ocean in the distance. Over the last year and 3 months, he'd picked up on how things were subtly different in this world. It wasn't explicit, wasn't overt, but he couldn't help but notice that all of the newer constructions were sturdier. Buildings were more reinforced, just a little thicker where supports were required, as though disaster was always at the periphery of the designer's attention. At the same time, windows were often larger, and many apartments had floor-to-ceiling windows for a wider view of the world beyond. How had Jess put it? This world was sublime. A world that was awesome in the truer sense of the word, greater in so many respects. In a metaphorical sense, the peaks were higher, the valleys lower, works of art more artful, extremes more extreme. It wasn't a good thing. Make the mountains twice as tall and the chasms twice as deep, and things start crumbling. He missed home, but every day, every week, home felt a little further away. "Accord will see you now, Trickster." Trickster nodded, crushed his cigarette against the outside of the building, flicked it over the ledge, and then stepped away to close and latch the window before entering the office. He was sure to remove his hat. Supervillains were weird. Every one of them had different rules, different aesthetics, different goals. All of them, himself included, had their own issues. Accord wasn't the most influential figure in Boston. That was why Trickster had approached him. He didn't even look like a supervillain. He looked like a CEO. Only an ornate mask with curling, overlapping bands of dark metal trimmed in silver marked him as anything more. His hair was oiled and neatly parted, and his white suit had been brushed clean with immaculate care. Trickster doubted there was even a fingerprint or a glimmer of tarnish on Accord's silver tie pin. For all his presence, Accord was barely over 5 feet in height. For his part, Trickster had taken care to clean his own clothing and comb his own hair. It was becoming a ritual, entering a new city. One typically had to find the meeting place. Virtually every city with 10 or more supervillains had one, a neutral ground for the villains to meet. He would then find the people in the know, pay some of the money he'd held onto from the last city to get the necessary information on who was who and how they operated, and then move on from there. He'd been briefed thoroughly on Accord. Trickster, was it? Yes. Trickster stepped forward. He offered his hand. Accord shook it, his grip strong. What can I do for you? I'm observing formalities. My team, as you may know, tends to move from location to location, city to city. It's a bad idea to settle down for any length of time in an area owned by a local power, so I wanted to ask permission first. I see. If you saw fit to grant that permission, I would then ask if you'd let us engage in some minor activity. Robbing low-level stores, primarily, possibly a bank, all in your area. If I granted that permission, Trickster, Accord raised a warning finger, I would not be doing so for free. Trickster nodded. I understand, and I wouldn't expect you to. We've recently passed through Richmond, Payne, Baltimore, and Philadelphia. Each time we paid a modest upfront fee to anyone that hosted us in their territory. We also offered up a 12, 13, 12, and 10% share, respectively, of our take. For you, if you'll allow me to make an opening offer, I'd suggest $10,000 up front and a 14% share of anything we gain. We'll be staying for 10 days. So you'll give me 14% when you offered less to others. You think you're flattering me. Yes. We're staying a little bit longer here. We looked into it. The heroes don't have a strong presence here in your Charleston territory. We can get away with just a little bit more. Don't think I won't look into the amounts you just gave me. Accord was using a stylized fountain pen to make a note on a pad of paper. Trickster wasn't entirely sure, but the paper didn't seem to have lines, and Accord was still making them meticulous, with neat, tight, flowing script. I wouldn't lie, Trickster said. That's a good way to get killed, and I rather like being alive. It has its moments, Accord said. He wiped the end of the fountain pen and snapped the lid into place. The pen joined all the other objects on the desk, arranged with explicit care to even spacing and hard right angles. It was almost artistic, the way things were arranged for both size and utility, and the uniform nature of the aesthetic, with the colours and materials seeming to flow from object to object. Silver and wood in dark cherry. Accord looked down and corrected the position of the pen on his desk before turning back to Trickster. $15,000 and 15% of any take. The heroes don't have a strong presence here because they don't need a strong presence here. I maintain the peace. It will cost me if I have people here, active and causing trouble. A little steep. I'll have to discuss that with my teammates. Before you do, let me make you an alternate offer. You do mercenary work? We do. I'd like to hire you for a task. What task? I'd like certain items stolen from a rival. I can describe them to you and show you photographs. Do this for me, and we'll waive the fee for entering my territory. Also, I'll concede to have my share cut down to a mere 10%. Which rival? Blasto, a tinker. Not quite the destructive personality his name implies. I read up on him. Blasto from the Latin prefix meaning bud, germination, or seed. Tinker botanist, grows walking sentient plants in giant glass tubes. Accord gave Trickster an approving nod. Yes, tinkers are bothersome. Tinkers who work wet are especially bothersome. They build, they learn from past research and past projects. Each thing is created more elegantly or faster with the tools they've designed and amassed over time. A tinker designs a better welding torch, to use an analogy, and that allows him or her to build a better power drill, and so the cycle continues. Steal Blasto's tools for my trophy case. It will set him back weeks or months. I'll give you a further bonus if you destroy any other projects of his, as well as any computers or blueprints. Dangerous to attack a tinker in his lair. Ah, you want more than just the waiving of your hospitality fee? Trickster was careful to be diplomatic. No offence intended. If Blasto was that easy to handle, I'm sure you would have dealt with him already. Agreed. As you surely already know, I am a craftsman. Not a tinker, but I use my power to create quality goods. I'm aware. I will pay you a moderate sum, and I will also supply a set of costumes for your team. Use your free time over the coming week to make notes on what you desire. Newspaper clippings, printed images, or links to online images each of you individually like. They do not necessarily need to be of costumes or clothing. I would meet each of your teammates to assess their preferences. With that, I can guarantee you costumes that everyone in your group will like. And you bring the world a little more in order. Trickster thought. Accord was a thinker, and the running theory on his power was that he got naturally smarter as the problems he was addressing got more complex. It gave him an intuitive understanding of groupthink, politics, and convoluted designs. It also made him a local warlord capable of devastating counterattacks. The power failed to grant him the same advantages in a one-on-one fight, and he wasn't quite the same battlefield strategist when it came to direct assaults. Which was, Trickster understood, why Accord wanted him and the other travellers to handle the attack on their own. "Only 4 of us need costumes," Trickster said. "The other can make her own." "Only 4 costumes, when there are 7 of you?" Accord's tone made it all too clear that he knew he was admitting knowledge he shouldn't have. "He knows about Noelle." "When there are 7 of us, yes," Trickster said, feigning a lack of concern. The door banged open. Trickster tensed, his power reaching, even before he saw the threat. It was Sundancer, with the receptionist following quickly behind. "Idiot," Trickster thought. "I told you to stay back." "Trickster!" she said. Then she saw Accord. "I'm sorry for interrupting." "The deal was for a one-on-one meeting," Accord said. His tone was strained, indignant. Accord looked at his receptionist. "You didn't warn her at the door." "I tried," the receptionist said. "She charged on through." "It's an emergency," Sundancer said. "Trickster, we—" "Shut up," he said, and the tension in his voice coupled with Accord's seemed to clue Sundancer into the gravity of the situation. She fell silent. "She's smarter than this, which means the situation's bad, but I can't do anything about it until I finish dealing with Accord." His heart was pounding. "Go wait outside, Sundancer. I was in the middle of a meeting. If Accord is willing, we'll wrap up this business quickly. I'll offer him something by way of apology, and then I'll come and talk to you about the issue." Sundancer backed towards the door, turned and left. "Very sorry, sir," the receptionist murmured. She closed the door. Accord stepped over to the window behind his desk and stared outside. Trickster waited patiently as the man composed himself. Long seconds passed, and Trickster couldn't help but imagine the worst-case scenarios that would have Sundancer forgetting common sense and crashing a private meeting between supervillains. "I am something of an oxymoron, Trickster," Accord said, turning around. He was measuring his words, stretching out the sentence, as though he were fully aware that Trickster was now in a hurry and he wanted to apply pressure. "Is that so?" "You see, I deal with complicated things." Accord touched his mask. "And I excel at them, but deep down I'm a very simple person." "I think we're all very simple when you look past the surface," Trickster said. "Quite so." "I like order, Trickster. Order means everything has its place." Accord touched his desk, moved his chair a fraction of an inch so that it was squarely in place. "And everyone has their place. Your subordinate's place was not here." "I understand. I'm willing to make amends." "Of course," Accord said. He looked up and met Trickster's eyes. "I will be rescinding my earlier generosity. $15,000 will find its way into my hands within the next 24 hours. "Agreed," Trickster said. "There goes our pocket money." "You'll do my favor for me and expect no recompense." "Okay." Accord paused, seemed to consider something. "She'll have to die, of course." Trickster tensed. Really didn't want to have to fight this guy. "Let's not be so hasty." "There are 2 kinds of people in this world, Trickster. Some fit into the intricate machine that is society, and they serve as cogs, gears, levers, and weights. I think you're like that. I liked you right off. Even your power. Balance, isn't it? Move things from one place to the next, but things remain fundamentally equivalent." "Well said," Trickster replied. His mind was racing. How to convince the lunatic to leave Sundancer alone? If he couldn't, would it be better to fight and kill Accord now, or wait until he could recruit the others? Accord wouldn't have invited him to a meeting if he didn't have some kind of safeguards. Traps? For all Trickster knew, there was a pitfall in the floor, or dart traps in the walls. Accord's power, his knack for complexity, would make it trivial to weave such things into the architecture of his home and office. If he knew, he could use his power, time it to put Accord in the way of his own trap, but it could be something else entirely. Accord was still talking. "Others aren't so accommodating. They are free-falling, careening elements, bouncing off any and every surface, damaging everything they touch, Pyrokinetics so often fall into this category, I've found. Rest assured, it's better to eliminate this discorded element before it does too much damage. Trickster couldn't find the words to reply. Think, Kraus, think. What a shame. Such a young girl. Accord sounded genuinely upset. What if... Trickster started, his mind racing. Yes? What if I told you she was an agent of order in the universe? That this situation, it's not her that's causing the discord. Like us, she's just reacting to another force. You don't know the details any more than I do. True, but I know her. You're biased by virtue of being her teammate. I see no other way than to act decisively. Would you like to do the honors, or should I? I'll show you what I mean. She'll show you. Oh? Just give me a second to go get her. Maybe a bit of time to prepare. 10 minutes, Trickster. And only because I like you. 10 minutes, Trickster answered him. And she comes alone. If she's truly an ordered individual, she'll show me for herself. Trickster nodded, turned and walked calmly out of the office, counting in his head. The second the door was closed, he bolted, checking the time on his cell phone. That'll be 10 minutes exactly. He set a timer, subtracting the time it had taken him to leave the office. The entrance that led to Accord's personal office was set in an alley, out of sight of the streets. Trickster found Sundancer waiting. Trickster, it's... Stop, he said, checking the phone. 7 minutes left. Where's your phone? She pulled it from her belt. He used his power to swap her cell phone for his. No, listen carefully. You just threw a neurotic, perfectionist supervillain's world into disarray by intruding on our meeting like that. He's now rather intent on executing you for it. What? And he's a little guy with some big muscle at his beck and call. We could maybe deal with him in a pinch, but it wouldn't be pretty. So I'm going to use your phone, call another member of our team to get filled in on the emergency. You're going to fix your mistake, and you'll do it in 6 minutes and 23 seconds. Look at the screen of my phone. That's your deadline. Go, stop by a bathroom, tidy your hair, get it wet and comb it if you have to, but look proper. Better to look neat than to look pretty, understand? When the timer hits 0, you'll walk into his office, then you'll perform a ballet routine. Ballet? Kraus, I haven't done it seriously in 2 years. Pick a routine you can do perfectly over one that's fancier or whatever. Do it, apologize profusely for the intrusion, then bow out and leave. If he gives any sign he's not satisfied, or the second you fuck up, set the place on fire and scram. Kraus, call me Trickster when I'm in costume, he corrected, his voice hard. Don't worry about burning him alive. He'll have escape routes. You have 5 minutes and 40 seconds now. It took me 3 to get from his office to here. Go. Sundancer rushed to get inside. Trickster called Oliver. Marissa? Oliver asked. It's Trickster, he replied. Need to talk about being more secure with our names. What's going on? It's Cody. He touched Noelle. Trickster froze. How bad is it? 3 times, Kraus. 3, Trickster said. Fuck me, I'm on my way. There's no way Cody's stupid enough to make contact with Noelle. There's no way anyone would do it 3 times. How? Throwing caution to the wind, Trickster moved through the crowd of people by swapping with them, zigzagging from one side of the street to the other, scanning the crowd. People ran to get away from him as he appeared, but he didn't care, just needed to minimize the damage. Minimize the damage. It's becoming a running theme. He found his target not by spotting him, but by seeing the reaction from the crowd. People were hurrying to get out of his way, running away. The guy was naked, covered in gnarly, tumorous growths, and was moving at a limping run, attacking anyone he could get his hands on. One of his arms was larger than the other, and a fluid-filled blister covered his entire stomach, sloshing with the contents. His jaw didn't fit right, and had dislocated on one side, giving him a lopsided yawn. A man shoved him and ran, sweeping his 2 children up in his arms as he fled. 3 seconds later, the man snapped back into the same position, in front of the creature. Perdition. Cody. Except not quite. The man carried through the shoving motion, but Perdition wasn't there anymore. Shoving empty space, the man stumbled and was clubbed over the neck and shoulders with a massive, misshapen fist. He hit the ground with enough force that Trickster doubted he'd rise again. The 2 children had fallen to the sidewalk when the man disappeared. Perdition advanced on them. Trickster crossed the street, swapping himself for one of the people who was fleeing the scene. The children were running, but Perdition wasn't one to let his targets slip out of his grasp. The 6-year-old didn't get more than 3 steps before getting reset to his original position. "Hey," Trickster called out, "I'm the one you want." Perdition spun around, and Trickster was already swapping himself for someone else, not allowing his opponent more than a glance. "Hide in the crowd. Can't allow him a chance to get me." "Kraus!" Perdition screamed. He couldn't completely close his mouth, and slurred the words. "Inconvenient?" "Kill you. Make it slow. Make you beg and cry and shit yourself like a baby." The little kid was getting away. Trickster allowed himself a sigh of relief. "She was mine, and you ruined her!" Perdition screamed at a volume that distorted his voice even further, left it ragged. Trickster winced. "My career, my friends, my girl, you took 'em! You're a thief!" Some of the time the powers would be different. Most of the time, going by precedent, they were stronger. Trickster was left to wonder how Perdition's powers had changed. Duration? Range? The amount of time reversed? Then his surroundings flickered, half the crowd disappearing. Trickster didn't waste a second in swapping himself elsewhere, moving across the street. Perdition was only just turning in the direction of where Trickster had been. He doesn't need to see me now? Trickster saw everything shift again. He's got a lock on me. Not as strong when he does it this way, but he can track me, force little jumps backward. Perdition charged, and the crowd scattered. He reached for his belt, saw another shift, and Perdition was suddenly 20 feet closer, a few steps away. With no time to follow through, Trickster swapped himself out of the way, and only belatedly recalled that he was putting another person in Perdition's path. Perdition knocked a young woman to the ground, grabbed her, and then slammed her into a wall. She wouldn't have survived the impact. "Kraus!" Perdition roared. Another shift hit. They're about 10 seconds apart, and he's hitting me for anywhere from 1 to 5 seconds each time. Perdition was halfway across the street. With the way the crowd was scattering, and the number of available people to swap with was dwindling, he was running out of options. He could run, or he could stay and fight, virtually powerless. He stayed, reached to his side, and unbuckled the largest pouch on his belt. Perdition was getting closer. He seemed to have only a general sense of where Trickster was, wide, mad, bulging eyes roving over the crowd. Trickster swapped himself for someone else, waited until Perdition started to turn, then did another swap. Perdition paced from one side of the street to the sidewalk, between the last two of Trickster's chosen destinations. Only 1 or 2 seconds were left before the next automatic time skip. Trickster swapped himself for the body of the girl who Perdition had thrown into the wall, drew his gun and fired it, all in one smooth motion. Screams of alarm erupted in the wake of the gunshot. He stepped closer, then emptied the remainder of the clip into Perdition's head and chest. He swapped himself for someone in the lingering crowd, grabbed the closest person. "I hope you own a car, because you're going to lend it to me. Fast." Kraus pulled the car into the driveway. Oliver was outside, and hurried to Kraus's side. Oliver was taller than him now. The baby fat was gone, and he was fit. Kraus had wondered at times why Chris had been so attractive to the ladies. He didn't wonder with Oliver. Oliver was attractive in a way that meant he could model, he was naturally athletic, he was even smart. It was scary how fast he was picking up new skills. But he was still Oliver. Whatever gradual transition his power was offering, it hadn't changed the person at the core of it, an insecure, socially stunted teenage boy. In a way, it had made it worse. Oliver's face and body changed according to his basic perception of attractiveness, and that changed a little every time he saw a new face. In little ways, his face changed day by day, to the point that it wasn't always easy to recognize him. Fuck you, Seamerg, Kraus thought. They'd all been forced to deal with their individual tragedies. Noelle's went without saying. Jess hadn't gotten to walk, Luke hadn't gotten to fly. Oliver got a physical and mental overhaul without any fixes for the real problems, and Marissa had been thrust into a situation she'd fought so hard to escape, where she was forced to pursue a life she didn't want. Kraus's tragedy was waiting for him inside. As for Cody's, Oliver helped Kraus move the body out of the passenger seat. They grunted as they carried it through the front door. Kraus double-checked nobody was observing. He'd parked briefly to remove his costume, then swapped himself and the body for people in another car, before continuing en route to their current hideout.
It was the middle of the day, and virtually everyone in this neighborhood would be at work or at school, but he feared some college student or elderly person would just happen to be outdoors or walking a dog. It would make things complicated. Accord wasn't so wrong on that subject. Things were better when they were simple. Kraus and Oliver dragged the body to the middle of the living room. It joined two others. Each was different in the mutations, in the distortions and impurities. Each of the three bodies was perdition, was Cody. He looked at Ballistic, Jess, and Oliver. 3, you're sure? Sure enough, Ballistic said. How's she? Upset. You're gonna have to talk to her, calm her down. Kraus winced, nodded. They all stared at the bodies. This would be the third incident, or incidents 3 through 5 if you wanted to count it that way. How much damage done? Kraus asked. Anyone hurt? A bunch hurt, but nobody got killed by the one I went after, Jess said. Yeah, a few hurt, Ballistic said. He paused. 1 dead. Fuck, Kraus said. At least 2 dead at the hands of the one I stopped. Not as bad as last fall. Ballistic shook his head. We can't let this happen again, Jess said. That's what we said last time, Kraus noted. She's getting stronger, Jess said, and more volatile. We'll fix her, Kraus said, his voice a touch hollow. We'll fix her, and we'll get home. Just words. How can they believe me when I don't even buy it? Where is he? He asked, breaking the lingering silence. Ballistic pointed in the direction of one of the ground floor bedrooms. What happened? Kraus asked. We don't know. Neither Cody or Noel are saying. Fuck! Okay, I need to smoke, and then we'll resolve this. Kraus, Luke said. But Kraus was already out of the living room, pushing his way through the front door. He stepped outside, sat on the front steps, took his time in getting his cigarette and lighting it. He finished the first, started on the second, and gave serious consideration to having a third after that. He shut his eyes. Just need a moment of calm, a few minutes to organize my thoughts. Kraus. He resisted the urge to sigh. Marissa was there, coming down the path from the driveway. Mars, I'm glad you did okay with the cord. Sorry to leave you like that. It's okay. It was better that you went to deal with the situation. I couldn't have. I don't have it in me, even knowing they aren't real. Kraus nodded, closed his eyes. He said I wasn't perfect. Kraus froze, turned to see her leaning against the railing just beside him. She'd changed into civilian clothes. You burned his place down, then? No, she said. He said I wasn't perfect, but that he saw what you meant. He said I was trying despite myself. I don't know if that was a compliment or not. He wants you to see him tonight. 9 sharp. And, he said that if I'm not the problem, he fully expects you to bring him the real culprit. Did he mean Noel? Cody, Kraus said. Shit, not the way I wanted this to go. What? Kraus, he's going to kill him. Probably. We can't. We may have to. If we don't give him a scapegoat, he'll send assassins and homicidal underlings after us. We need someone to blame, not just for intruding on the meeting, but for the 3 very violent scenes that erupted in his territory earlier today. Not to mention that we can't afford to pack up shop and move right now, not while Noelle's as upset as she is. Between the 2 of us, I think we've charmed Accord enough that I bet we could get away with giving him Cody and paying him a fair sum. We do that, we can stay for 10 days. We'll gather some funds and give Noel time to quiet down. You're talking about killing a teammate. He was never a teammate. He was one of us, yes, but he never cooperated, never worked with the rest of us. We made a pact, a promise, to stick together no matter what, to do what it took to fix Noel and get home. Kraus shut his eyes. I know. Not an hour goes by that I don't think about it. You're breaking that promise if you give Cody up. Kraus sighed, took a drag of his cigarette and blew smoke out through his nostrils. Kraus, Mars. There's no reason he'd enter her room and intentionally touch her 3 times. You know that, I know that. He turned around to glance at her, saw her frowning. What do you mean, Kraus? I mean he waited until the rest of us were busy, then he entered her room and he enraged her. Because for there to be 3 points of contact, 3 uses of her power, she'd have to be the one making the contact. She'd be using her power on purpose, and she wouldn't do that if she wasn't berserk. I'm guessing he was badly hurt?
Broken arm, broken leg. Kraus nodded. He took another drag of his cigarette. Why? How? He had a goal in mind, only he didn't anticipate how fast she moves, how strong she is. He was trying to do one of two things. Either he did something general, said something with the aim of making her go berserk, or he tried to kill her. One way or another, Cody wanted to end this, end our mission, free himself. He doesn't give a fuck about the promise, so I don't see why the promise should protect him. I can't believe that. You can't believe that Cody is that self-centered? Did you just come from an alternate universe with a different Cody? No, I can almost believe it. But you're talking about killing. Or giving him to someone else so they'll kill him. Kraus finished the cigarette and tossed it to the base of the steps, crushed it under his toe. Tell you what, he said. Let me talk to the others. Maybe Cody too, to confirm suspicions. We'll see if the others come to the same conclusion. Kraus, you're talking about sentencing Cody to death. He knew what he was getting into. And whatever else happened, 3 innocent people are dead because he fucked up. So we'll talk to the others. We'll come to a consensus. This is ugly. God, Kraus, it's still Cody. Yeah, it's not pretty. So why don't you take a break, clear your mind, maybe go do a food run for Noel. Marissa frowned. Hate these runs. We have to, and your turn's up. I know, but people look at me funny when I bring a cart of meat and only meat. Tell them you're buying for a restaurant and the wholesaler dropped the ball today. It still looks weird. Maybe find a butcher? We've got a backyard here. If you want to get maybe 2 whole pigs, you can tell him you're throwing a party. Fuck it, she muttered. Keys? Kraus fished the keys and the carton of cigarettes from his pocket. He tossed her the keys and tapped another cigarette out of the box. And stop smoking. You're killing yourself, Kraus. I know, he said. She was all the way at the car when she turned around and hurried back to the front steps. What? Kraus asked. I almost forgot. A cord. He wanted me to pass this on. She handed him a piece of paper. There was a number printed on it. Different area code. What is it? He said someone was trying to get in contact with you. Who? Marissa shrugged. For the record, Marissa, with guys like Accord, you can't almost forget to pass on messages, and you don't waltz in on a business meeting. Things could have turned out a lot different today. They still might. I don't want to interact with guys like him. We have to. Only way to go about it. I know. Next time we run into someone like that, I'll stay hands off. Keep my distance. Alright. Go. Shop. Take your time. Give yourself a break. Buy an ice cream or something. You have my permission and my orders to go distract yourself. Marissa retreated to the car. Kraus puffed for a minute on his second cigarette, pulled out his phone and dialed the number. Hello? Accord gave me this number. Then this would be Trickster, I presume. Yeah. I have a business proposition for the travelers. Well, things have gone a little south with Accord here, so I'm not quite sure where we stand, but I need to do this job for him before I take on anything else. This is more of a long-term job. We don't really do long-term. We don't stay in one place for long. I'm well aware of your circumstances. Trickster took a long haul on his cigarette. That's so. I know Accord through a mutual acquaintance. Through this acquaintance and my own resources, I've gathered a fairly robust set of data on you travelers. That sounds vaguely threatening. I suppose it might, to individuals trying to avoid scrutiny. Rest assured, it is just the opposite. I know what issues you face, Trickster, and I am offering you a solution. A solution? I'm offering 3 things, to be precise. Work for me. Help me achieve my goals, and I will allow you to achieve yours. Kraus leaned forward, putting his elbows on his knees. He held the cigarette in one hand and the phone in the other. What do you know of our issues? I know what the PRT knows. I know that you appeared out of nowhere, that a Luke Cassius and a Noel Meinhardt were admitted for care to St. Mary's Hospital, yet there are no such students on any high school rosters. We're not from there, Kraus said. Then why did Luke Cassius put down Madison, Wisconsin as a place of residence? Kraus suppressed a groan. Rest assured, Trickster, there is no need for any alarm. The fact that I know these things is an asset to you.
A contact of mine in the PRT has taken over your case file and requisitioned all details on your encounter with Murden. That case will not be pursued further. And why are you doing this for us? Because I have goals of my own, and I believe one can't be too careful. When hiring expert help, I prefer that help to be loyal. I will get that loyalty by giving you what you desire. Everyone has their price, and my research into you travelers has been done with the goal of discovering what that price is. Yeah? Let's hear it. What's our price? All the money you require, for one. So long as you're in my employment, I will pay for whatever you require, even if it is nearly $1,500 in groceries per week. How generous. Number 2, I will send you home. Kraus stopped, the cigarette dangling from his lips. A man in power like myself has contacts. Through one of these contacts I have access to a man who can create doorways between worlds. The caveat is that I won't have the power, funds, or leverage to request assistance from this individual until my own goals are met. So we have to help you for you to help us. Exactly, trickster. As for your other problem, well, that is a more daunting task. Noel. You said you could help. I can't guarantee anything. I can offer all of my resources, which are considerable, and all of the resources I will have, which are even more so. Sounds pretty wishy-washy. Perhaps. But when making an argument or making a sale, I find it's best to lead with the second best offer, move on to the weaker ones, and then close with the best. I am offering you one more thing. What? The man on the phone told him. It was another minute before Kraus hung up. Kraus spent 15 more minutes sitting on the front steps of the house. It was the first time in a year that he'd had a moment to stop and think, and he didn't reach for his cigarettes. When he stood, he was in something of a daze. He stepped back inside. Kraus, Luke said, we need to talk about what we're doing with Cody. Later, Kraus said. What's going on? Going to talk to Noel. She's pissed, Kraus. She'll flip out on you, and I am not doing this again. I won't fucking hunt down deranged mutant clones, especially not yours. Not an issue. She'll like what I have to say. Kraus. After, Luke, Kraus said. He spun around, faced his friend. I think we've got what we're looking for. What? A way home. Maybe even a fix for Noel. How? Who? Some supervillain in Brockton Bay wants us to work for him for a little while. There's more, but... Trickster met Luke's eyes. I want to tell her first. Everything that's happened, I have to. We deserve to know too, Kraus. We've been working at this as long as you have. We've had our hopes up and had them dashed too many times. I know. Just, I'll tell you after I've told her. I think this is it. He caught a glimpse of Luke's expression as he turned away. A look of deep sadness. Kraus hesitated. What was he supposed to say? Just a few minutes, Kraus said. I'll be back. Then I'll explain. He made his way to Noel's room, knocked. Go away! It's Kraus. There was a long delay. What do you want? I want to come in, he said. No, you don't. I do. Please. There was a long delay. He took that for assent. Noel didn't meet his eyes as he entered. He noted the mangled bed frame, the splintered wood from the box spring, and the mattress torn in two. An oak cabinet had been demolished, and both bedside tables were in ruins. There wasn't a single intact piece of furniture left. He turned towards her. Don't look at me, she said. He stopped, then he seated himself on the floor, with his back to the remains of the cabinet, his back to her. Come to talk? She asked. Keep me company? I was planning on doing it a little later. Things are kind of a mess out there, you know, the Cody situation. Nobody keeps me company anymore. Only you. Yeah, but that's not why I'm here. You want to know what happened with Cody? I know what happened with Cody. He tried to kill you. There was a long silence.
I can't die, Kraus. I've tried to end it, spare you guys from looking after me. I can't. Nothing works. Yeah, I'm one of them, or I'm becoming that way. Maybe. An Endbringer. He felt a chill, and it wasn't the early spring temperature. Maybe. Or maybe you're more like those monsters that were dumped on the street. They could die. You told me you killed one of them. Probably. But I saw another one die, you're right. And my power, if I get stronger, if I get more out of control, you won't. I'll be just as bad as the Seamerg. In a different way. I touch someone and then I spit out copies. Uglier, stronger, meaner. I can't control them. If I got my hands on one of the major heroes, someone like that Murden guy, you won't. Listen to me, Noelle. I was just talking to someone. We may have an answer. He heard her shift position, flinched despite himself. You've said that before, she said. This sounds like it. He's not saying he might be able to make something that can get us home. He's saying he already knows someone who has a way. Someone who goes back and forth. And he knows people. Scholars, scientists. This one girl with powers he didn't explain, who knows stuff. Like Accord does. The guy you saw today? Yeah, the one I told you about. Kraus was getting excited despite himself. The way this guy described it, there's a solution out there, and he can get it. Kraus, it's not that easy. I know it's not that easy. But there was a third offer on the table. A third thing he was giving us. He said we should consider it a bonus. What? Hope, Noelle. I don't understand. He just got someone working for him, and this person can see the future. And she says there is a way to help you, definitely. Chances are low, but he says he's confident he can maximize them. He could be lying. No, listen. The Seamerg? This guy said she has a weakness. 2 ways where she can't see the future. 2 ways to break free of her cause and effect. Noelle didn't say anything. The first way, you've got to be basically immune to powers. Scion is. He's immune to precognition, throws everything out of the window when he shows up. I saw it when he fought the Seamerg. She couldn't automatically dodge his stuff, because she either couldn't read his mind or she couldn't see the attacks before they happened. So he hit her a bunch of times. I saw it. There still wasn't a response. Kraus was getting more excited, had to press his hand flat against the floor to stop it from shaking. And the other way? There's thinker powers that mess with her ability to influence events. If another precog gets a hand in events, the Seamerg automatically shuts them down, and vice versa. The way this guy said it, the precogs get overloaded with second-guessing the other precog, on top of having to figure out all the quantum possibilities and split paths. And this guy, he has a power that messes with precogs some, and the precog working for him has a power that will help circumvent the Seamerg's power. Get it? So long as we work for him, we're free of it. No more cause and effect, no more feeling like we're doomed no matter what choice we make. We go from that kind of safety to home, to our world. Kraus turned around, and despite himself, he was smiling. He had to blink rapidly to clear the tears that were collecting in his eyes, threatening to run down his face. Noelle was perched on the ruined bed. Her fingers were clutching a sweatshirt with no shirt beneath. Still the Noelle he'd always known. From the waist up. Around where her pelvis should have been, she'd changed. The mass of tissue left her tall enough that she had to hunch over to avoid hitting her head on the ceiling, and she was lying down. Half of it was angry, red, wrinkled or blistered. The other half was smooth tissue, dark greens, dark brown and pale greys. The head of an animal, half bovine and half canine, extended from the front, large as a horse from the back of its skull to the tip of its flaring nostrils. Another head was in progress, emerging just to the left. 2 forelegs extended to either side of the heads, rippling with powerful muscle, ending in something that fell between claw and hoof, massive and easily capable of tearing through steel. There were the fingers and thumb of a hand, extending from her right hindquarters, each digit thicker around than Kraus was, with another smaller limb extending from the palm. Her rear left hindquarters featured only a mess of tentacles, some bearing partial exoskeleton, some long enough that they had to encircle the massive head and numerous limbs, or wind in a wreath around her as she lay down, lest their coiled mass fill the master bedroom of the house and leave Kraus nowhere to sit. Despite the apparent lack of bones, the tentacles were capable of supporting her weight.
She didn't expel waste. She only grew, or she reinforced what had already grown. She'd tried to starve herself, to die of thirst. It had turned out badly. She'd gone berserk and killed 40 people in one autumn night. Their tissues had played a large part in building the massive fingers and thumb that extended behind her. The others didn't know quite how bad things had gone then. He'd managed to shield them from the news reports, the total body count, had kept them moving from city to city until the story died away. They knew people had died. They didn't know it was 40. It was bad. A bad situation overall, one that had Kraus retreating from the house in the dead of night, just to find the most remote location he could reach, to weep, to scream his frustration, rage, shame, and guilt, and not worry about the others hearing it. But with all of that, with her sheer intimidating presence, he was nonetheless able to look up and meet Noelle's eyes. Hers were welling with tears too. I believed what he was saying, Kraus said. I think this might be it. Our best chance. You think so? We can hope? We can hope, he repeated, whispering the words, as much to himself as to her. A wave crashed against the beach. He hurt all over. His body wasn't listening as he told it to move. His hand slipped on the pavement as he tried to push himself up off the ground. There was sand filling the cracks in the pavement, denying him traction. He flipped himself over onto his back instead, then sat up. He wobbled as he stood. The first thing he saw was Jess. Jess in her wheelchair at the edge of the grass where it dropped down to the beach. She was staring at the ocean. He started to shout, had to force more air into his lungs before he could. Jess! He hollered. She didn't move. Sundancer was lying beside him. He raised her mask and checked that she was breathing. She was just unconscious. His eyes roved over the empty lot. No people, no soldiers, no other parahumans. His eyes settled on a dense cluster of seagulls. Kraus nearly fell as he made his way towards them. He didn't miss the tracks Jess's wheelchair had made. She'd been here. She'd seen. The seagulls scattered as he approached. He saw a white feather that had been left behind, grounded under his toe as he might one of his cigarettes. The birds had been gathering around a mark, a stain. There wasn't a better word to sum it up. It was blood. Enough blood that whoever it had belonged to wasn't alive anymore. Drag marks extended off towards one side of the lot. The soldiers had taken the body, and the seagulls had taken much of the remaining gore. All that was left were bits of skull and little fatty blobs that might have been brain. The bullet would have passed through and shattered the cranium by the looks of it. He had no doubt as to who had died here, could remember the scene as it had been just before he'd been knocked unconscious, could remember where people had been standing. Another wave crashed against the beach. He heard the seagulls cawing angrily, wanting the morsels that littered the ground in front of him. Kraus spent a very long time staring at the stain.
Hi, this is Crispy. You just finished listening to a chapter from Arc 17, Migration, from the web serial Worm by J.C. McCrae. This production is brought to you by the Worm Audiobook Project. If you would like to know more about us or to volunteer your own services, please check us out at audioworm.rain-online.org. You can download or listen to every chapter directly from our site, or you can find us on iTunes or any podcast app under Worm Audiobook. Thank you for listening.